LoveLore Library. Chapter 822. Ouyang Hao frowned. As the head of the Ouyang family, one of the 8 great families, no one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. If it wasn't because this was the Han family, if it wasn't because Lin Xian was Han Chushue's boyfriend and had to take care of the Han family, if it wasn't because of his identity that he couldn't fall out with the younger generation, he wouldn't be as calm as he was right now. And, as one of the 8 great families, Ouyang Hao's son was actually said to be inferior to him in every aspect by an unknown kid? It was simply a joke. Although Ouyang Jing wasn't the top of the 8 great families, his brother was, but he wasn't any worse. Kid, I tolerate you in every aspect because you're a junior, but you can't be unscrupulous and speak without thinking just because you're a junior. Ouyang Hao stared at Lin Xian and said, "No, I'm just stating facts." Ouyang family head said that your son is better than me in every aspect, so I refuted your point of view. I said that I'm better than him in every aspect. Is this called speaking without thinking? Then why can Ouyang family head say it, but I can't? Oh, it's because Ouyang family head is in a high position and looks down on me, a person from a 3rd-tier city. You don't think I'm qualified to speak like this in front of you, right? Lin Xian said with a smile. Everyone could hear that Lin Xian was confronting him, and even Lin Xian was dissing him. Don't you know whether you're qualified or not? But in front of the Han family, how could Ouyang Hao say such words? Well, if you're not convinced, then tell me in which aspect you're better than my son. Ouyang Hao said with a cold snort. His son was a member of the 8 great families. In terms of identity, status, wealth, and power, he was better than him in every aspect. Han Guang and the others sat there drinking tea, quietly watching Lin Xian's performance. Although he was indeed overestimating himself for daring to confront such a big shot, he did not show any signs of fear. This was something that they were very optimistic about. If Han Chushue really married him in the future, then he would be in charge of the Han family many years later. Although Han Chushue was the best candidate, he was still a man, so his career would still fall on him. The future head of the Han family definitely couldn't be an ordinary person. Therefore, whether it was the Ling family or the Han family, because their daughter found an ordinary man in a 3rd-tier city to be her boyfriend. This was also a very important aspect. Instead of asking that, I think I'd like to ask young Master Ouyang, where do you think you're better than me? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Ouyang Jing. I don't think there's a need to say more about this, right? My Ouyang family's power, wealth, and heritage are all beyond your reach. Gong Sun Hao also smiled coldly in his heart. Digging his own grave, isn't this looking for embarrassment? No, no, no. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. What do you mean? Ouyang Jing frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Young Master Ouyang, you're mistaken. Why do you think this is where you're better than me? This can only be said to be your advantage. The Ouyang family is stronger than my Yi family, not you. May I ask, whether it's the power, heritage, or wealth of the Ouyang family, was it created by you? No, you're just born better. That's right, what you want to compare is personal advantages and disadvantages, not family. Han Guang also nodded and said. Lin Xian then continued, in terms of power, I can't compare to you, but it wasn't created by you. In terms of heritage, naturally, we're not at the same level, but it wasn't created by you. In terms of wealth, I can't compare to the Ouyang family, but I created the Art Xian group by myself. On the first day of its official establishment, the daily sales reached 1 billion and lasted for a week. If the Art Xian group directly establishes branches in the 5 empires, I think the daily sales will increase by dozens of times, so I think it won't be long before my wealth will surpass your entire Ouyang family. And this is my own achievement, what about yours? Lin Xian looked at him with a smile. Ouyang Jing was suddenly speechless. Ouyang Hao also suddenly found that he had fallen into a misunderstanding and was caught by this Lin Xian. The Ouyang family was much stronger than him, there was no comparison, but if it was an individual, Ouyang Jing's face was ugly. Your Art Xian group just happened to come across a project. It can indeed make a lot of money, but a single project won't last long. It will be saturated. Although it can make a lot of money, that's all, Ouyang Hao said after taking a sip of tea. Oh, but why can I find it, but your son can't? Why can I make the Art Xian group sell 1 billion a day, but your son can't? I'm lucky. Then why can't the tens of billions of people on the continent be as lucky as me? Lin Xian asked Ouyang Hao with a smile. Who can say for sure about luck? Okay, then young Master Ouyang, what do you think you're better than me in? Lin Xian then looked at Ouyang Jing with a smile. Ouyang Jing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. In what way was he better than Lin Xian? Previously, he had been brimming with confidence because he felt that his background was superior to Lin Xian's. Everything he brought with him would be crushed. However, he suddenly realized that if he abandoned his family, he really didn't seem to be comparable to Lin Xian. You're not as strong as me, you're older than me, and your attributes are not as strong as mine. Lin Xian continued to be aggressive. In terms of aura, Ouyang Jing was completely defeated by Lin Xian. Han Chushue felt that the bad guy beside her was more and more charming. Kid, confidence is a good thing, but the marriage between two families depends on how much benefits it can bring to the other party. Your Art Xian group only has one project. After it ends, there will be nothing left, not even a strong person. What can you bring to the Han family? Ouyang family head, look, we're obviously comparing individuals, but you're deliberately changing the topic. Does that mean that in terms of personal ability, I'm indeed better than your son? Lin Xian asked without giving him any face. But don't you think that background is also very important? Is it important to give the other party enough security? The marriage between the Ouyang family and the Han family can bring countless benefits to the Han family, and it can also protect Chushue. What about you? You're a company with limits. Although you're glorious for a while, you still have to rely on the Han family in the future. You can't help the Han family at all. Lin Xian then laughed. Why does Ouyang family head think that my Art Xian group can only have one project? Where did you hear this news? It's really strange. Isn't it? If you develop other industries, you'll only be competing with others, and you definitely won't be able to compete with others. So, everything that my Art Xian group does is to monopolize, not just the attribute increasing potions. Now, the Art Xian group has started a secret cooperation with the three major forces that is worth up to 1 trillion. In the future, this cooperation will involve the entire mainland. The money that we can earn in the end won't be less than the genetic modification potion. Chapter 823. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, their brows furrowed. Words are no guarantee. Lin Xian then took out a bubble gun and tossed it to Han Guang. Uncle Han, this is the technology that my company is currently developing, the bubble gun. Bubble gun. Ha ha ha, could it be used to blow bubbles? Ouyang Jing couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xian's expression didn't change as he continued, this bubble gun can be loaded with bullets, and its function is very simple. Once it hits the target, it can immobilize the target, just like the Dark Attributes fixation skill. It can last for 5 seconds, and its range is below the domain realm. That's right, even those in the lower realm will be immobilized. This thing should be very rare, right? Xiao Yaji asked. Lin Xian's lips curled. On the contrary, any project that my Yixian group does will break everyone's understanding. This bubble gun can be mass-produced, and the quantity is enough to equip all the members of the 3 major factions and all the martial artists in the 5 great empires. The cost is a few hundred yuan, and the selling price is 500 yuan. I can promise you, uncle and auntie, that once the 3 major powers finish manufacturing the bubble guns, the Han family will have full control over the sales of the entire 5 great empires. I believe uncle should understand how much profit this project can bring to the Han family. Lin Xian asked. Impossible. How can this thing be mass-produced? Oh, this is a copy of the contract signed with the Enforcement Union, the Temple, and the Bounty Hunter Guild. Lin Xian took out another copy from his spatial ring. Ouyang Hao hurriedly took it and was stunned. Still in disbelief, Han Guang looked up at Lin Xian. The cost is so low. That's right. Although the effect is very good, the cost is very low. This is where the Yixian group is better than any other group. We're not trying to make money, we're just taking a profit of 200 yuan. Uncle, do you think that this thing can be sold for 6 or even 7 figures? Han Guang nodded. The Yixian group has reached an in-depth cooperation with the 3 major forces. Their second goal is to make money. First, whether it's the attribute increasing potions or the bubble guns, they are all for the purpose of improving everyone's abilities and self-protection. If an army of tens of millions is fully equipped with bubble guns, uncle should know very well how much combat power it will increase when fighting against the goblin race. Just based on this point alone, Han Guang was already very impressed with Lin Xian. At such a young age, he was able to create such shocking things, and he really didn't do it for money. Otherwise, this kind of thing could be casually sold for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. This kid is not bad. Then, he looked at Ouyang Hao and asked with a smile, Ouyang family head, I'll hand over this project to the Han family. May I know how many projects your Ouyang family needs to compete? Oh, that's right. That's not all, Lin Xian said as he exchanged 2 bottles of attribute-increasing potions for Han Guang and Zhao Yaji. This will be the Yixian Corporation's 3rd major project. It will also be a project that will shake the entire continent. Attribute increase. This was no secret. It was also mentioned during the press conference, but it had never been developed. Many people would think that it was fake. This is a real attribute increasing potion can increase a martial artist's attribute purity by 10% to 30%. I think uncle should know how rare it is to even increase one's attribute purity by 1%. It depends on luck and the opportunity to obtain a heaven and earth spirit item. In the future, when one's realm is high, a 1% increase in attribute purity will bring about a huge increase in combat power. Han Guang, really? Han Chuxue nodded lightly and said, Dad, it's true. Ling Ying's dark attribute was directly increased to 100% by the attribute increasing potion, allowing her to hide in the daytime. My ice attribute is also 100% pure. Lin Xian then said, these 2 bottles are for uncle and auntie. The lowest increase is 10%. If you're lucky, it can increase your attributes by 30%. It should be able to increase your attributes by a level. Han Guang was shocked. Can this be mass-produced? Lin Xian shook his head. This won't work. He breathed a sigh of relief. If it could be mass-produced, it would be too terrifying. Lin Xian then said, although mass production is not possible, it can be diluted. With the current capital, if it's diluted to 1%, we can produce hundreds of thousands of bottles. However, the price of 1 bottle is at least 10 million, and the supply will definitely exceed the supply. There will even be many experts who will pay more than 10 million times the price for a 1% increase in attribute purity. In the end, if these hundreds of thousands of bottles are sold, how much money can they make? It's another trillion. By then, will my assets be comparable to the entire Ouyang family? Lin Xian looked at Ouyang Hao. Han Guang was really shocked. There was no need to compete. They had completely acknowledged Lin Xian's ability. Money is not everything. Besides money, what else can you bring to the table? Ouyang Hao did not give up. Lin Xian could not help but laugh again. What are you laughing at? Ouyang Hao asked with an ugly expression. I want to ask Ouyang family head, if the gene modification liquid, bubble gun, and attribute enhancement potion are all released, what kind of existence will my Yixian group become in the mainland? I think you also know that it will become an existence comparable to the 8 great families in terms of wealth. However, at the same time, it will bring the attention of countless people and warriors in the mainland. It will have a reputation that far surpasses any family and is only lower than the 3 great forces. Tell me, if I represent the Yixian group to create my own force at that time, with the reputation of the Yixian group, how far can my force reach in a short time? If I slowly develop it, do you think it's possible for me to reach the true power of the 8 great families? Lin Xian's questions left him speechless. Do you think that just because you have money, some people will be on the same level as the 8 great forces? Do you have any experts? Lin Xian smirked. Then, if I don't dilute the attribute enhancement potions and leave hundreds or thousands of them unsold, Ouyang family head, how many celestial venerables or even above celestial venerables can be attracted to work for me if I can increase the purity of the attribute potions by 10% to 30%? Ouyang Hao was speechless. He had lost. He had been suppressed by Lin Xian the whole time. The things that Lin Xian said were not things that he could compare to. Han Guang and Xiao Yoji were shocked. What Lin Xian said could be realized. It was possible for him to establish a force that could reach the level of the 8 great families in the shortest time possible. He had the capital and ability. His potential was unlimited. Chapter 824. Han Guang finished the tea in one gulp and placed it on the table. He looked at Ouyang Hao and said, Ouyang family head, Lin Xian is my daughter's boyfriend, and she does like him. To me, my daughter's happiness is of utmost importance. Lin Xian is indeed very outstanding, and I admire him very much, so I'm very sorry. In fact, he was also testing Lin Xian. If his daughter really liked a guy, that guy would naturally be the best choice. However, whether or not he was up to the task remained to be seen. Lin Xian's performance made him feel that he wasn't simple at all. Whether it was the physique-altering liquid, bubble gun, or attribute-increasing medicine, they were all existences that could shake the continent. If it was luck that only one was developed, then what about 3? Since family head Han has decided, then so be it. Let's go. Ouyang Hao then left with a darkened face. Yaji, get someone to prepare lunch. I'll have a good chat with little Xian. Han Guang said to Xiao Yaji. Alright, then you two have a good chat. After this conversation, Xiao Yaji was quite satisfied with Lin Xian, so she walked away. Han Chuxue stood up and poured tea for them. Little Xian, did you already have an idea about what you just said? From Han Guang's point of view, especially when Lin Xian mentioned the method of building his own faction, he definitely had such an idea before, which was why he could describe it in such detail. Lin Xian wasn't worried about the repercussions of his idea. It didn't matter as long as no one knew that he had a heavenly Dao realm fairy as his wife. That was Lin Xian's final trump card. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Actually, from the day I established the Art Pavilion Group, I had already made this decision. The Art Pavilion Group was created to make me rich and famous. In fact, all of this was to pave the way for me to establish my own faction. Han Guang nodded in satisfaction. According to what you said, all of this isn't impossible. Furthermore, you might be the fastest person to reach the level of a super faction since ancient times. Because your starting point is too high. It couldn't be said that he had a high starting point. All of this was the result of Lin Xian's own hard work or luck. His starting point was lower than anyone else's because he didn't have the Son of God system back then. If you can create another superpower, it would indeed be a miracle. However, you do have the ability to do so. However, creating such a superpower is still very difficult. Take our Han family, Ling family, and so on for example. We rely on our own family members to pass down our legacy from generation to generation. On the other hand, you have to hire experts you don't know. This is where your disadvantage lies. Their loyalty is a huge problem, and it will lead to many problems in the future force you create. You have to pay attention to this point. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you for your reminder, but, Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose and said, actually, I don't intend to create a superpower. Oh. Han Guang raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Xian. I want to create a fourth faction. Han Guang, Han Chushue, let alone Han Guang, even Han Chushue didn't know that Lin Xian had such an idea. Hearing Lin Xian's idea, Han Guang couldn't believe it. Then, he let out a long sigh. This idea of yours is too far-fetched. You might be able to create a superpower, or even a T2 force that is above the 8 great families, but you definitely won't be able to create a T1 force on the level of the 3 great families. The 3 great families are already deeply rooted. It's impossible to surpass them. Han Guang said. Of course, Lin Xian knew this. However, he wanted to create such an existence. Let's give it a try. What if it works? Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Guang didn't know if this kid didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth or if he had some kind of confidence. However, today's conversation made him feel that this kid wasn't someone who would boast. Could it be that he really had some kind of confidence? Outside, Ouyang Hao drove Ouyang Jing out with his car. Both of them looked terrible. Why? Why did my Ouyang clan, a great clan, lose to a nobody like Lin Xian? Why? Ouyang Jing still felt that it was unbelievable. It even felt like a lifetime had passed. He had lost all his face. Lin Xian had thoroughly beaten him up. That Han Guang just took a fancy to Lin Xian's company's potential. However, it's really strange. What exactly did this Lin Xian go through? Why was he able to develop something that no one else could? Ouyang Hao said with a frown. It's just luck. You really think it's luck? Ouyang Hao glanced at Ouyang Jing. Isn't it? If it's just one, then it's luck. However, whether it's the physique-modifying liquid, mental cultivation liquid, the so-called bubble gun, or even the most terrifying attribute-increasing potion, all of these added together are definitely not luck. I think there must be someone behind him. Father, what you mean is, Ouyang Hao's eyes flashed. It's impossible for a kid in his early 20s to do that. There must be someone behind him. If we can make use of this person, then our Ouyang clan can laugh at the 8 great clans, and even become an existence above the 8 great clans. Then Ouyang Hao said coldly, that Lin Xian will probably leave Tiandu in a few days. The day he leaves Tiandu will be the day we make our move. On the other side, a table full of dishes was prepared. The scale was not as big as the Ling families, but they were all simple dishes. This kind of feeling was still better. Little Xian, it's rare for Chushue to fall in love with a guy. You're indeed very outstanding. Your aunt and I also approve of you. Why don't this marriage be set? I'll invite them over tomorrow and you two can get engaged directly. Han Guang said to Lin Xian. Shua, Han Chushua's little face suddenly turned red. Lin Xian, wow. This marriage can't be set. When the time comes, we'll have to set up a table and invite people. Lin Xian will definitely be exposed if he goes to the Han family and the Ling family. Now is definitely not the time to be exposed. Lin Xian then held Han Chushua's hand and said to Han Guang and Zhao Yaji, "Uncle, Auntie, there's no need to rush the marriage. My sister is also very busy and she won't be able to come for the time being. Even if we get engaged, it's actually impossible for me to marry Chushua in a short period of time. As a man, his career is the most important thing. Not to mention, I still have to develop my company and establish my own force. Uncle, what do you think?" Han Guang was actually very satisfied with Lin Xian. He was really much better than those young masters. Chapter 825. Han Guang then nodded and said, "Okay, it's good that you young people have your own way of thinking. Moreover, you can cultivate now. Realms can increase your lifespan. If you reach the celestial venerable realm, you'll have a lifespan of 300 to 400 years. We're not in a hurry. Thank you for your understanding, uncle. Let's eat." Lin Xian really felt that it wasn't easy for him. In 2 days, he went to 2 women's houses and experienced 2 life and death battles. However, it was all his fault. If he wasn't a pervert, these things wouldn't have happened. However, he was also very lucky. In fact, it could be said that he was lucky, but it was also because of his own strength. That afternoon, Lin Xian accompanied Zhao Yaji, Han Guang, and Han Chushua all went shopping. He didn't feel too restrained and got along well with them. Since they had chosen to accept Lin Xian, they naturally didn't have any prejudice. To be honest, there was no need to have any prejudice. That night, Lin Xian naturally slept in Han Chushua's room. To be honest, he was very, very lucky to have met so many girls who treated him well. If any one of them chose to be angry, how embarrassed would Lin Xian be? However, they all chose to suffer and tolerate Lin Xian. Time to sleep. Lin Xian then turned off the light and hugged the fragrant Han Chushua. It was simply too beautiful. Han Chushua's little face was red. It wasn't the first time that she had done it with Lin Xian, but this was her house and her parents were in the room not far away, so she was very shy. What? Still shy? Lin Xian smiled and kissed her pink cheeks. No, Han Chushua said softly. Then she thought of something and asked, "When are you leaving?" "He's leaving tomorrow," Lin Xian said. "So soon?" Han Chushua whispered. There are other things, and I'm afraid that if I stay in Tiandu for one more day, I'll be recognized as the son-in-law of both the Han and Ling families. That would be the end of me, Lin Xian said helplessly. Dad still wants to take you to see Grandpa and Grandma tomorrow, but since it's like this, then forget it. Han Chushua gently moved into Lin Xian's arms and found a comfortable position. It's strange. Lin Xian then asked in confusion, "It's only the 2nd day of the new year. Why are you and your family alone in such a big manner? The same for the Ling family. Are your grandparents not around?" Han Chushua shook her head. No, they have their own place to live. Ling Ying's grandparents are the same. According to tradition, we have to go to their place to celebrate the new year. If you weren't coming, Uncle Ling and my father would definitely stay at their place for a few more days. Then my reputation is quite big, but I won't go this time. You shouldn't have any objections, right? No. Lin Xian actually came to see the parents this time. More importantly, he wanted Han Chushua and Ling Ying to be able to return to Lin and City this year and not be prohibited from leaving by their families. Since he had gained their approval, he didn't have to worry about this now. Right, when are you and Ling Ying leaving? Lin Xian asked. Spend more time with my family, maybe a week. Hee, let's get down to business, let's get down to business. Lin Xian revealed a mischievous smile. No, Han Chuxue said softly with a red face. Why? Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks and said. Let's talk about it when we get back, Han Chuxue said shyly. I don't care, right now. In fact, Lin Xian could guess what was going on, but she was too shy. This was her home, and her parents lived in the next few rooms. There would definitely be voices, right? If they heard it, how shameful would that be? Lin Xian then laughed mischievously. Han Chuxue couldn't stop Lin Xian from doing bad things. In front of Lin Xian, she had no room to resist, so she obediently gave in. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Looking at the cute and beautiful little fairy in his arms, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. What kind of fucking luck did he have to meet them? Feeling Lin Xian's mischievous movements, Han Chuxue's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. What entered her eyes was Lin Xian's mischievous smile, causing her to blush. Don't move, Han Chuxue said coquettishly. Little Chuxue, I like your shy look. You're usually cold, but when you're shy, you're really beautiful. Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Chuxue's little face was red. The more aloof a girl was, the more shy she would be when she was with her lover. This degree of shyness was even higher than those soft and weak girls. I'm going to take a shower. Han Chuxue then wrapped herself in a sheet and hurriedly ran away. Hey, so cute. Lin Xian said with a smile. After 10 minutes, Han Chuxue walked out wrapped in a bathrobe. Do you want to take a shower? Han Chuxue asked in a low voice. Yes, help me. Han Chuxue, oh. She agreed with a red face. She was someone who didn't really refuse, especially when it came to Lin Xian. After taking a shower and putting on clothes, Lin Xian and Han Chuxue went downstairs. You're up. Chuxue, go bring breakfast for Lin Xian from the kitchen. Zhao Yaji said to Han Chuxue. Okay. Lin Xian scratched his head. Auntie, where's uncle? He went out early in the morning. Xian, where's Auntie? Let me ask you something. Lin Xian nodded. Go ahead, Auntie. Do you not use protection when you're intimate with Chuxue? Lin Xian, wow. Why did she ask this out of the blue? That. Lin Xian said awkwardly, I take medicine. Medicine is not good for a girl's body. Although she's a martial artist and might not have a problem, I think it's better to. Do you understand? Lin Xian nodded. I don't want you to have a child by the time you get married. Although I also want to hold a grandson and I'm bored all day, since you're both busy, you should pay attention to this aspect. Ahem, I understand. Lin Xian blushed and then agreed. At this time, Han Chuxue brought breakfast to the table and looked over in confusion. Why was Lin Xian blushing? What did her mother say to him to make him blush? Could it be that she was a bit loud last night? Han Chuxue thought shyly. Chapter 826. Lin Xian and Zhao Yaji then walked towards the dining table. Little Xian, let's go meet Chuxue's grandparents later. Zhao Yaji said. Lin Xian shook his head and said, Auntie, I won't meet them this time. Next time, I have to go back today. And? You're going back so soon? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I still have some things to do. Otherwise, I would definitely stay here for a few more days. That's fine. Since you have things to do, I won't delay you. Hurry up and eat. Chushue will send you off after you're done. And, thank you for your understanding. After eating, Han Chushue followed Lin Xian out. I won't go to Ling Ying's place. When the time comes, I'll ask Ling Ying to help me inform his parents. Lin Xian said to Han Chushue. Why are you in such a hurry? Han Chushue asked, puzzled. Then she said, if we leave just like that, Ling Ying's parents won't be too happy, right? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've already taken their daughter. What can they do? Ha ha ha. Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Chushue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. The main thing was that Ling Hai had already told him about that matter and had already decided on him. They probably wouldn't care too much about such a small matter. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry either. However, the Shao family was in ice country. It would take more than a day just to rush back. He had to finish what he needed to do and return to Lin and City. He still had to accompany Lin Ye, Ling Longshui and the others. He also had to develop his own forces. Most importantly, the mission. Bing Lingyue, Ling Longyue, Murong Qing, ah. Han Chushue sent Lin Xian to the Star Cloud bus station. Here. Lin Ye came early. Ling Longyue was standing beside her. When she saw them, she waved and greeted them before walking over. Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. You lied to me. Lin Xian, when did I lie to you? Ling Longyue then said unhappily, you said you would take me to eat all the good food in Tiandu. We haven't eaten much yet. Lin Xian. But did you enjoy it? It's all right. That's right. If you can't, you can stay here and go back with little Ying Ying and the others. No. Ling Longyue shook her head. All right, we're leaving. You two should head back soon. Lin Xian said to them with a smile. Got it. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Then, Lin Xian brought Ling Longyue to the train station. In the dark, Ouyang Jing watched the scene with a frown. He saw with his own eyes that Lin Xian and Han Chushue came here together. What was the meaning of this? However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, he wouldn't think of their relationship even if he died. Plus, Ling Ying and Han Chushue's relationship was so good. He hated Lin Xian very much. This time, he wanted Lin Xian to die there. Xiaoyun also hated Lin Xian, but he didn't have the support of his family. He could only find an opportunity to do so. However, he didn't know that someone had already made a move on Lin Xian. Father, they're in the car. Ouyang Jing made a call and said coldly. And, don't worry. I've already sent people to secretly kill the driver and the attendants of the three factions. Now, the people in the car are our people. When the time comes, we'll drive the car to our Ouyang family's secret base. At that time, Lin Xian can only be slaughtered by us. Ouyang Hao's voice came from the phone. But he has the space attribute. Don't forget that our Ouyang family's secret base has a top-grade space sealing device. Even ordinary Sky Venerables can't easily break through the space sealing device. That's good. Then, Ouyang Jing hung up the phone, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. In fact, if Lin Xian had a conflict with them because of Han Chushue, it wouldn't be a big deal. They wouldn't pay such a big price and risk to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't give them any face at all. Moreover, there was already a grudge between them. The most important thing was that once Lin Xian's art pavilion group fully developed, coupled with their grudges, the Gongsun family would definitely become Lin Xian's target. Especially after the marriage between Lin Xian and the Han family. Gongsun Jun would definitely be excluded. Therefore, to avoid any more trouble, the best way to deal with him was to directly kill him. It would also help Ouyang Jing. I won't go out with you next time. Ling Longwei cutely wrinkled her nose and said to Lin Xian. Hey, I did bring you to eat a lot of good food and played with you. It's just that we didn't stay here for long. If we stayed longer, I would definitely bring you to eat everywhere. It's just that we really didn't have the time. Ling Longwei was actually just complaining. However, she really ate a lot these 2 days. Then you have to make it up to me in the future. Of course, don't worry. Lin Xian said with a smile. There are so few people on the bus today. Ling Longwei looked around. It's the 3rd day of the new year, so there are definitely fewer people. Most people are still at home. After 2 days, there will be more people. Moreover, this nebula bus is reserved for the rich. Which rich person wouldn't stay at home for a few more days? Only those who work hard for a living would rush home and leave in a hurry. Lin Xian said with a sigh. You humans live such a tiring life. Ling Longwei mumbled. Life is like this. 2 hours later, Lin Xian was awakened by a voice. Steward, steward. A man in a suit shouted several times. Excluding Lin Xian, there were only 3 people in the entire bus. The entire nebula bus probably only had a few dozen people. It was very, very quiet. A man walked over. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Is this the way back to Linton City? Where are we going? The man hurriedly asked. Lin Xian frowned and looked outside. He didn't know the way, and he couldn't tell. However, the area outside was very barren. Lin Xian couldn't remember if he had passed by such an area on the way here. Sir, this is the way to Linton City. Bullshit, I have to go back and forth between Tiandu and Lin and City dozens of times a year. When have I ever passed by such a place? The man said again. The man's eyes flashed with a trace of haze, but it disappeared in an instant. It's like this. Something happened on the original road yesterday, and it's temporarily not open to traffic. We took another road in consideration of everyone's safety. They didn't say anything would happen, the man mumbled. He believed them. If you have any more questions, feel free to call me. The man smiled and walked away after saying that. That's not right. Ling Longwei looked out of the window and revealed a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Look, when we came, we went from the south to the north. Normally, we should go from the north to the south. But now, we're going due west. Even if there's a problem with the road ahead, there's no need for tracks. There are thousands of roads, so why are we going in such a strange direction? Chapter 827. Ling Longshui had the space attribute, and space attribute martial artists were especially sensitive to directions. They were very sensitive to the position of the sun, the shade of trees, and so on. Ling Longwei also realized that something was wrong. Indeed. The nebula carriage did not need a railway. It would normally travel from north to south. Even if there was a problem with the usual route, it would only need to deviate by a degree. After a few hundred kilometers, the deviation of 1 degree would definitely not happen. However, it was a deviation of 90 degrees. This was completely wrong. It was as if they were going to a completely different place. With Ling Longyue's words and that person's discovery, Lin Xian also realized that something was wrong. Indeed, something was wrong. Xiao family. Ouyang family. Lin Xian pondered. In Tiandu, Lin Xian had basically offended these 2 families. With their abilities, they could definitely make a move on the nebula carriage silently, even if the nebula carriage was under the jurisdiction of the 3 major powers. They knew that he had the space attribute. If it was the Xiao family, they would know that his space attribute was not weak. Since they dared to make a move, they would definitely have a way to deal with his space attribute. However, no matter who it was, they would never have thought that Lin Xian would have a space attribute martial artist, Ling Longyue, by his side. What should we do? Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian. Beat them at their own game. Aren't you here? You want me to help you again? Ling Longyue said unhappily. Isn't that because we have a good relationship? When the time comes, you will be my girlfriend. Wouldn't it be normal for you to help your future man? Ling Longyue, go and die. She then gritted her teeth and pinched Lin Xian's arm. Wah! Are you going to go back on your words? You didn't win. I will win sooner or later. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said. Go and die. Ling Longyue angrily rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. The car drove to a desert-like area, and when it reached this area, the car's speed suddenly increased, as if it wanted to rush directly to somewhere. At this time, some people in the carriage realized that something was wrong. Where is this? What the hell is going on with you guys? Someone shouted as he left his seat. On the other hand, Lin Xian and Ling Longyue were relatively calm. Lin Xian looked out of the window. In front of him was a place that looked like a base. He even saw a missile launcher. We've entered a place sealed by space. Ling Longyue then said to Lin Xian. What about the intensity? The Empyrean realm can also be sealed, but this young lady has no problem. Then it doesn't matter. Let's see what they're up to. Lin Xian. Since he already knew that they had come to the place where the space was sealed, there was no need to hide anything. At this time, the man walked over. Hey! Who are you? What do you want? The man in the suit who had noticed that something was wrong stood up and pointed at the man angrily. The man smiled sinisterly and reached out to grab his neck, then, cracked that the sound of bones breaking could be heard. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the man's mouth. Then, his head tilted and there were no signs of life. Ah! In the other carriages, Lin Xian heard screams. Those people had probably met with misfortune. Perhaps their deaths had something to do with Lin Xian, but it was also luck. Life and death were fated, and riches and honor were up to the heavens. Then, the man looked at Lin Xian. On both sides, more than 10 people rushed in and surrounded Lin Xian and Ling Longyue. As expected, they were here for them. The two of you, get off the car. The man sneered and looked at Lin Xian. People from Tiandu. Lin Xian pretended not to know. You'll know when you get down. Don't even think about escaping because the surroundings have been sealed by a powerful spatial seal. With your strength, you won't be able to escape. Maybe if you listen to us, we'll spare your life. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and walked down with Ling Longyue. If it was any other time, Lin Xian would have already made his move. But now, he wanted to know whose place this was. Xiao family or Ouyang family. Then, he would take revenge for those people. In fact, Lin Xian had the chance to save these people. But Lin Xian was not a saint. On the contrary, he was very selfish. He wanted to know which family this was because if he did not do so, the people around him would be in trouble. He felt that he was not wrong. He could sell the medicine for the mainland. But rather than saying it was for the mainland, it was for himself. Money, fame, and power. To be honest, some people could give up everything for the sake of humanity. Lin Xian admired such people, but he had to say that they were stupid. Anyway, Lin Xian would definitely not become such a person. No matter what happened, the people around him would be the most important. Only by ensuring their safety would Lin Xian think about protecting other people. There was no way Lin Xian would do anything else before he could ascertain their safety. After the two of them got down from the car, Lin Xian's eyes scanned the surroundings. This was really a base, and it was an armed base. Although there were many strong martial artists, there were still some powerful firearms that could kill martial artists. Some firearms were so terrifying that even heavenly venerables could be killed instantly. Furthermore, ordinary martial artists would not be able to defend against ordinary firearms. It was very dangerous. Just like in the past, firearms could only be developed and manufactured by the three major forces and a few special existences. Otherwise, it would be illegal. This was because if you developed a powerful firearm, it might even be able to blow up the temple's headquarters. Therefore, when a large-scale firearm appeared here, Lin Xian knew that things were not simple. Don't look around. A group of people surrounded them. Lin Xian and Ling Longwei were tied up, but they could walk on their own. To be honest, although these ropes were very strong, Lin Xian could easily break free. Of course, he did not use brute force. These ropes were specially made and could not be broken by lower realms. Therefore, they did not panic. However, Lin Xian had several methods. Fire attribute, creation law. As for Ling Longyue, there was no need to talk about her. She could break free with just a little strength. However, they had to pretend that they had no room to resist. As long as they brought Lin Xian here, everything would be enough. Which family in Tiandu are you from? Lin Xian asked. Humph. You'll know in a while. The two of them were then locked in a small black room made of steel. He would know in a while. This was good news for Lin Xian because it might mean that the family would come here. Xiao Yun from the Xiao family or the Gong Sun family. Lin Xian had determined which family they were from. Otherwise, the people around him would be in danger. It was only for this reason that he came here. Chapter 828. In the little black room, Ling Longwei looked at Lin Xian with displeasure. She clearly had the strength to break free from the ropes, but she was still tied up. Hey, if you ask me, we should just destroy this place. Is there a need to waste time? Ling Longwei rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. No. I need to determine which family is impatient to make a move on me. This kind of threat is extremely great. Although I can't destroy existences like the 8 great families, I can still target them. Otherwise, Little Fairy and the others might be in danger. Lin Xian said. Oh, up to you. Ling Longwei pouted her lips. But this base seems a little strange. Lin Xian muttered to himself. A hidden base that even had a spatial seal that could prevent ordinary sky venerables from leaving. With such strength, it must be protecting something very important. Thinking of this, Lin Xian wanted to see what was going on. Let me tell you something. Other than the people who escorted us in and were in the Star Cloud car with us, everyone else I saw in this base was acting strangely. And what's wrong? Lin Xian did not notice it, but Ling Longwei was different. She had a strength that ordinary experts did not have. Moreover, the demon race's perception of certain things was usually 10 times stronger than humans. Didn't you notice that there is no God in their eyes? Lin Xian really did not pay attention to this. There are 2 reasons why there is no God in their eyes. First, they have become puppets. Second, they have lost their souls. You're saying, the people in this base are all puppets? Ling Longwei nodded, and, something like that. Then are they real people? Of course. Are they robots? Ling Longwei rolled her eyes. These people can't be doing some kind of experiment here, right? Lin Xian thought in shock. Otherwise, why would ordinary people become puppets? Moreover, this place was so secretive. Since it chose to be secretive, there must be a reason. It did not want the world to know. It must be something that did not conform to the rules of the continent. Lin Xian's interest was piqued. With the capabilities of the 8 great clans, it was actually not difficult to establish such a place. The key was to see how far it could develop and whether it would be discovered. At this time, the door of their small black room was opened, and a ray of light shot in through the door. Then, Lin Xian saw several high-level LoveLore realm guards escorting a middle-aged man in a white coat and wearing glasses. He was carrying a box in his hand. Don't move. A few people surrounded Lin Xian and Ling Longyue to control them. Lin Xian didn't know what to do. The doctor in the white coat walked over and opened the box. He took out 2 thin syringes and injected some kind of medicine into Lin Xian and Ling Longyue's arms. Then, they walked out. Lin Xian did not struggle because he felt that no matter what, with Ling Longyue by his side, there would be no problem. He trusted Ling Longyue very much. Those people are all puppets. Their eyes are lifeless. Only the person in the white coat is normal. Ling Longyue said to Lin Xian. White coat, injecting them with some kind of medicine, lifeless puppets. Lin Xian couldn't help but think that they were indeed doing some kind of experiment, and the medicine that was injected into them was very likely something that they were experimenting with. Could it be that the medicine that they injected us with will also turn us into their puppets? Lin Xian frowned and muttered. Then, he sensed the changes in his body, which had not happened yet. Then, you're not afraid? Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. I'm not afraid. Aren't you here? I don't believe that something developed by humans can affect an expert close to the virtualized realm like you. As long as you don't get affected, I believe that I will be fine. Lin Xian said with a smile. Humph. Ling Longyue then released a small amount of energy. Although it was very dark, there was a faint milky white light around her body. Lin Xian could see that there was a small amount of steam coming out from the top of her head. After a few seconds, she opened her beautiful eyes. All right, I'll help you force out the potion's effects. Ling Longyue said to Lin Xian. There's no rush. Ah. Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. I want to see what the medicine is like first. What if it's too late? I believe in you. Ling Longyue, go and die, you're crazy. Ling Longyue rolled her eyes. Since Ling Longyue was able to force out the medicine so easily, Lin Xian chose to believe in her even more. Only by personally experiencing the effects of the medicine, Lin Xian would know what this base was for. Time slowly passed. Lin Xian finally felt the abnormality in his body. Although Ling Longyue scolded Lin Xian, she was still paying attention to Lin Xian's changes. What's wrong? Her night vision was extremely terrifying. Although it was extremely dark, she could still see that Lin Xian's face was covered in sweat. This medicine seems to be a type of genetic medicine. Lin Xian's face was filled with pain as sweat dripped down. His face was twitching uncontrollably as he gritted his teeth and said, Let me help you remove it. Ling Longyue looked at him worriedly. Wait a little longer. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Ugh, he let out a low growl. Your veins are about to explode. Ling Longyue saw the veins on Lin Xian's neck and said worriedly. It's changing my body. Ah. I can feel my body's strength, it's being changed, it's being strengthened. Lin Xian said while panting. Could it be that it's a type of medicine that can forcefully strengthen a fighter's body? No, my consciousness is slowly disappearing. Lin Xian said with difficulty with his eyes closed. So this medicine should be a type of medicine that can take away a fighter's consciousness. That's what you mean by making a fighter lose his consciousness and become a puppet. At the same time, it will increase the fighter's strength. If there's a large amount of this medicine, you can create your own puppet army with extraordinary battle strength. Lin Xian said with difficulty as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Don't say any more, I'll help you remove the effects of the medicine. Ling Longyue moved to Lin Xian's side and her shoulder touched Lin Xian. A surge of energy flowed from her body into Lin Xian's body. That uncomfortable feeling was slowly disappearing. This feeling lasted for more than 10 minutes before it completely disappeared. Lin Xian was sweating profusely, but he was feeling very good now. Chapter 829. How is it? Ling Longyue asked Lin Xian with concern. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm fine. But this potion is really overbearing. Even a lower realm cultivator can't resist the potion. I felt my consciousness slowly being taken away. I'm afraid I'll really become their puppet. Lin Xian said, feeling a little apprehensive. At the same time, he was extremely shocked and angry. Once a martial artist used this potion, he would no longer be himself. He would become a puppet that obeyed someone's orders. This kind of experiment was definitely forbidden in the continent. What was the difference between this and those evil sects? The evil divine palace gained experience by killing people. Some evil sects would teach people to cultivate some kind of evil martial skills, which might require them to drink human blood to cultivate. This kind of martial skill was to control a perfectly fine person into their own puppet, depriving them of all their rights. As for why they did this, Lin Xian could guess it even if he didn't know. Rights. That's right. If they secretly developed this thing, they could seize power. Just imagine, if they really developed it and could even put it in drinking water, how serious would the consequences be? It was unimaginable. But this gene potion is really powerful. Why? Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian in confusion. This potion can increase the strength of a certain gene in a martial artist's body. It can increase the strength of a martial artist's body. That includes strength and physique. Even though I haven't completely succeeded, I estimate that it has increased by close to 10%. Also, I feel that there are no side effects. It's possible that there are no side effects. Why? Do you have any other ideas? Ling Longyue asked. That's right. If we can kick out the aspect of controlling a person's mind, then this potion can purely become a godly potion that can increase a martial artist's strength and physique for a short period of time without any side effects. If it's possible, then wouldn't my Yixian group have another project? Ling Longyue, at this time, he was still thinking about making money. Was there something wrong with this person? Then what do you want to do? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. First, I want to get this medicine. Second, I want to destroy this place. Third, I want to know who is secretly researching this place. Lastly, I want to tell Murong Qing. For a research and development base like this, as far as the current situation was concerned, there was definitely nothing that could prove who developed it. No one would be that stupid. Even if someone came, no one would know who it was. In that case, even if they were discovered, they would not be able to find trouble with them. Lin Xian was certain of this, unless he was an idiot. Lin Xian said, but if someone who can represent that family comes, we can control them and let Murong Qing bring the Holy Temple's people here. That family, even the 8 great families, will be finished. No, that might not be the case. At that time, that family could have completely cut off all ties with this person. Ling Longyue said. Lin Xian, wow. Lin Xian almost didn't expect this girl to be so smart. That's right. Even if someone from the Shao clan or the Gongsun clan came to investigate, the Shao clan could directly deny any involvement and just say that it was this person who did it secretly, not their Shao clan, and they didn't know about it. In this way, the Shao clan would be fine, and that person would be the scapegoat. So unless the person who comes is a representative of that family, or he has some evidence, or he said something. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Lin Xian smiled at Ling Longyue. TSK, how can this lady's wisdom be understood by a mere mortal like you? Ling Longyue said proudly. Lin Xian smiled and then thought about what to do next. Originally, he thought that he could only find out a little about which family did it. But now, he might even be able to directly destroy that family. No matter how powerful the 8 great families were, once the 3 great powers intervened, sorry, you were finished. And this matter would definitely cause the 3 great powers to intervene and destroy the corresponding family. So to Lin Xian, this was definitely a good opportunity. For this, it didn't matter whether he got the potion or not. Provoking him, right? Wanting to kill him, right? You're all finished. Then who do you think will come? Ouyang Jing or Xiao Yun? Lin Xian said with certainty. It must be one of them. They hated him the most. The Ouyang family was Ouyang Jing, and the Xiao family was Xiao Yun. They must want to kill him with their own hands or control him. And their appearance was just like what Ling Longyue said. If the corresponding family was willing to abandon them, it would be useless. So, he had to get some information from them. And Lin Xian felt that they must be very conceited. They knew his strength and knew that even a heavenly venerable realm's spatial energy might not be able to break through. So, they must think that regardless of life or death, he would be trapped here forever. There was no signal here and they took away the phone, so they didn't have to worry about it leaking out. Because of this, Lin Xian felt that he could get some information from them. Little you, can you help me get a phone? What for? Recording. Lin Xian said with a smirk. Oh. Then, Ling Longyue released the rope and disappeared. After more than a minute, she returned and handed the phone to Lin Xian. Then, she silently tied herself up again. Bringing Ling Longyue out this time was really the right choice. Otherwise, he, Lin Xian, might really end up dead. Next. Let's wait for the person involved to come. Then, do you want to pretend? Ling Longyue asked. After all, they were injected with the drug. Not pretending. If I pretend, how can I record it? How can I talk to them? How can I get information from them? But what if they are suspicious? Suspicious. Even if they are suspicious, they must think that we can't get out. In their eyes, we are just turtles in a jar. They would never think that you have strength close to the absolute realm. Lin Xian said. Oh, up to you. Anyway, Ling Longyue didn't want to think too much. She would decide what to do. At this moment, in an off-road vehicle, Ouyang Hao was driving and Ouyang Jing was sitting in the front passenger seat. It was just the two of them. Father, nothing will happen, right? Don't worry, they have been injected with the gene drug. When we arrived, they had already become our puppets. Didn't you want to play with that Lin Xian? Then, you can control him as you wish. Ouyang Hao said viciously. Not many people in the Ouyang family knew about this matter. It was a project that he used the Ouyang family's elites to do. Naturally, he had to be there personally to be assured. Chapter 830. Hearing Ouyang Hao's words, Ouyang Jing couldn't wait to order Lin Xian to do whatever he wanted. He couldn't wait any longer. The first thing he wanted to do was to order him to break up with Han Chushue, insult her, and make her disappointed in Lin Xian. Then, it would be time for Ouyang Jing to make his move on Han Chushue. As for whether Lin Xian would die or not, that would depend on his mood. If he could use him and make him his puppet, why would he have to kill him? He had already won. Dad, this Lin Xian is very cunning. Will there be any risks? Ouyang Jing still felt a little uneasy. If there were any risks before, then as long as he's in the base, there won't be any risks. The girl beside him is only in her teens. What can she do? I'm a heavenly venerable. No matter what tricks he has, in front of my absolute strength and space seal, what can he do? Ouyang Jing heaved a sigh of relief when he heard his father's confident words. Therefore, Ling Longyue was an existence that none of them expected. They didn't expect this girl to have the strength of a heavenly venerable. Even if she was a heavenly venerable, Ouyang Hao was also a heavenly venerable, so he wasn't afraid. However, she had the space attribute. What they didn't expect was that she was a demon. Because she was a demon, there was a possibility that she could reach such a high cultivation level when she was only in her teens. Although she was only in her teens, she had lived for hundreds of years. It was just that the average lifespan of a demon was much longer than that of a human. According to the ratio, she was only in her teens. Soon, their car drove into the barren area and into the base. This barren area was actually the territory of the demonic beasts. It was just that they had occupied this place. Unless the demonic beasts were very powerful, they wouldn't be able to attack. They also didn't need to worry about being discovered by warriors who went out to train. Since it was a secret base, it meant that this place was rarely visited. If there was, radar or something else would be able to detect it in advance. Family head. Young master. Ouyang Hao and Ouyang Jing got out of the car. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked towards them and bowed respectfully. Well, have the people who brought Lin Xian and the others here in the Star Cloud car been eliminated? They've all been eliminated. That's good. What about Lin Xian? What's the situation? They've been locked up. The gene medicine has been injected into them. As for the situation, according to your instructions, we didn't alert them, so we're not sure. However, according to the effect of the medicine, they should be under control. Quick, take me there. Ouyang Jing said impatiently. Yes. Then, the middle-aged man brought them to the front of the small black room. There were a lot of martial artists in military uniforms standing around. All of them were puppets. If they weren't puppets, then they must be trusted by the Ouyang family, such as this middle-aged man. The door to the small black room was opened and light shone in. Lin Xian and Ling Longyue were still tied up. Seeing this, Ouyang Jing was pleasantly surprised. Fuck your mother. Awesome. Ouyang Hao didn't want to make a move on such a junior, but he was disrespectful to the Ouyang family. At the same time, since he was able to develop such a powerful medicine, Ouyang Hao thought that he might be able to develop a way to deal with the gene medicine developed by the Ouyang family in the future. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with getting rid of him. If he didn't get rid of him, it would be better. This way, the secrets of the Art Pavilion group would belong to the Ouyang family. At that time, the Ouyang family would definitely be above the 8 great families. However, the next scene stunned both of them. Lin Xian and Ling Longyue stood up. So it's you guys. Lin Xian wasn't too surprised to see them. However, he was pleasantly surprised. If the head of the Ouyang family was here, then they were done for. You're not under control. Ouyang Jing looked at Lin Xian in shock and subconsciously took a step back. He had a bad feeling in his heart. However, seeing that they were still tied up, he didn't panic. I was so close. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. Ouyang Hao was also surprised. They weren't under control. Lin Xian then said, "Your Ouyang family developed this kind of gene medicine that can control martial artists and turn them into your puppets. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Once you're discovered, you'll all die and the Ouyang family will cease to exist." Ha ha ha, Ouyang Jing couldn't help but laugh. Discovered? No one has discovered it for more than 10 years. But I discovered it. You? Ouyang Jing seemed to have heard a joke. So what if you discovered it? Do you think you can withstand the effects of one potion, but you can withstand the effects of two? At that time, you'll already be my puppet. So what if you discovered it? Ha ha ha. You! Lin Xian gritted his teeth and pointed at them angrily. Ouyang Hao, you're a human. Yet you lead the Ouyang family to persecute humans like a cult. Lin Xian pointed at Ouyang Hao and said angrily. In fact, everything was just Lin Xian trying to get information out of them. He would say as much as he could. Now, the phone behind him was recording. Humph. Ignorant child. Ouyang Hao snorted coldly and said, "On this continent, power is everything. Once the medicine is successfully developed and put it into drinking water, my Ouyang family will become the ruler of the entire continent. Everyone on the continent will become my Ouyang family's puppet. My Ouyang family will rule the entire sky blue planet. But you're lucky because your Yixian group does have something, so you won't die. I'll control you and use you to control your Yixian group. With your Yixian group's fame, you can sell the gene medicine to the 5 mainlands and spread it faster." Ha ha ha. Ouyang Hao laughed. He felt especially good after telling them his grand plan. The main thing was that the 2 people in front of him would be his people. "You're so vicious." Lin Xian had a look of shock and horror on his face. "Now tell me how you weren't controlled. Don't even think about it." Lin Xian clenched his fist. "Oh. You're not going to tell me. Anyway, the girl beside you has no value to us. Since you're not going to tell us, then." Ouyang Jing waved his hand and a puppet walked over. "Cut off her fingers one by one." Ouyang Hao said calmly. "Yes, Master." Then, he walked towards Ling Longyue. "Wait," Lin Xian said. "Are you not satisfied, Lin Xian? When the time comes, I'll control you and let you humiliate Han Chushue so that she'll give up on you. Then, I'll play with her in front of you. It'll be so exciting," Ouyang Jing said with a laugh. Chapter 831. Lin Xian had been recording the entire time, so they definitely would not have thought of this. No, actually, that was not the case. They had brought Lin Xian to such a special place, so they were definitely very vigilant. However, they had never thought that Lin Xian was actually beating them at their own game. Normally, no one would have thought of this. They would only be slightly vigilant and think about whether Lin Xian had any trump cards. However, after thinking about it carefully, even the spatial attribute was useless in the lower realm. Even a heavenly venerable powerhouse would find it difficult to break through the spatial seal. So what if he had a trump card? Indeed, no matter what Lin Xian did, even with the law of creation, it was impossible for him to escape. However, all the uncontrollable factors were on Ling Longyue. No matter how vigilant and careful one was, it was impossible to think that a 13- or 14-year-old girl would be very strong. Yes, she might be strong, but she was at most in the lower realm, right? Ouyang Hao had come from a lower realm. Even if he could level up by killing monsters, he knew how difficult it was to increase his realm after reaching the domain realm. How difficult it was to kill those monsters and how dangerous it was. Even with the support of such a large family, he was only in the heavenly venerable realm at his age. How could he have thought that the girl standing beside Lin Xian, who looked the least threatening, was the biggest threat? Therefore, they were very conceited. In addition, Lin Xian's expression made them even more convinced that he had no way out. It's useless. Do you think you'll succeed? You still want to rule the entire continent. There are so many geniuses on this continent. Even if you successfully put the gene medicine into the drinking water source, even if you temporarily control a large number of people, there will always be someone who can stand up and crack your gene medicine. If it's really so easy to rule the continent, why hasn't anyone truly ruled the entire continent since ancient times? Lin Xian said. Just because no one has done it before doesn't mean that there won't be anyone in the future. Yang Hao said coldly. Yes, indeed, but the future will definitely not be you. Ha ha ha. Yang Jing could not help but laugh. You won't see any of this, ha ha ha. Lin Xian, oh Lin Xian, from today onwards, you will be a lackey by my side. Yang Jing said happily. Yes, I can't see it, but you can't see it either. After Lin Xian finished speaking, Ling Longwei disappeared from the spot. What? Yang Hao was shocked. What kind of power was this? Why couldn't he sense that girl's disappearance with his Empyrean realm strength? In the next moment, Yang Hao also disappeared on the spot. Yang Jing, who didn't know what was going on, was dumbfounded. What happened? Sigh. Lin Xian sighed and shook his head. If I really came alone this time, then you would really have succeeded. But I'm not alone. Men. Yang Jing had a bad feeling and shouted. Instantly, dozens of puppets stood there and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew how many puppets there were. There were more than 1,000 of them, and there were even Dominion Realm cultivators. There were no Empyrean Realm cultivators, but Dominion Realm cultivators were more than enough for a place like this. It was difficult to control an Empyrean Realm cultivator. Ling Longyue's consciousness sensed this information, but this base was relatively big, and they could only send dozens of them here at once. Lin Xian, what did you do? Lin Xian shook his head and took out his phone. Our conversation just now was recorded in this phone. If this conversation is leaked, what do you think will happen to you, your father, and the Ouyang family? Lin Xian smirked. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Xian's words, he could not help but laugh. So what? The signal is completely blocked here. How are you going to send it out? Ha. Lin Xian smiled and said, why should I send it out? Why don't I send it to the three forces personally? What gives you the right? Because, your Empyrean Realm father can't beat the girl beside me. Boom! At this moment, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of them. It had only been 30 seconds since they disappeared. When the dust settled, there was a big hole in the ground. In the hole was Yang Hao, who was covered in wounds and unconscious. F.A. Father. Yang Jing's eyes widened. His father was an Empyrean Realm cultivator. Swoosh. Ling Longyue's figure landed beside Lin Xian. She clapped her hands and said, boring. If I want to fight next time, can't you find me someone who can take a beating? So weak. Lin Xian, he did not say anything. He just needed to be awesome. Then, Ling Longyue's delicate body exploded with a monstrous force. One had to know that she was now half a step into the absolute void realm. In addition to her bloodline, talent, and attributes, she was almost invincible in the same realm. In the same realm, humans were basically no match for her, except for the demon race. In terms of combat power, there was a huge gap between humans and demon race in the same realm. Generally, the demon race was definitely stronger than humans, except for a few human martial artists who were very strong and outstanding. All the puppets in the entire base were gathered by Ling Longyue's spatial power. Then, they were all locked in place by the spatial seal. There was no way for them to escape. Now, the situation seems to be on my side. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Ouyang Jing in front of him. Plop. Ouyang Jing directly knelt in front of Lin Xian and quickly crawled to the side of Lin Xian's feet. Young Master Lin, let me go. Please let me go. I beg you. He kept begging Lin Xian. At his position, he enjoyed life and all kinds of women every day. He did not want to lose his current life. He did not dare to imagine it. Bang! Lin Xian smirked and stomped hard on Ouyang Jing's back. Ouyang Jing's pupils contracted and he fainted. Little you, seal him and his father in that space. Oh right, also bring those scientists who were not turned into puppets here. Oh. Although Ling Longyue usually likes to diss Lin Xian, she still listens to Lin Xian during crucial moments. There were a total of 8 people, including the doctor who injected the medicine into Lin Xian and Ling Longyue. They all revealed a terrified expression and quickly knelt in front of them. You are from the Ouyang family. After saying that, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and a chair not far away appeared beside him. Just as he was about to sit down, Lin Xian saw Ling Longyue's gaze and chuckled. He helped Ling Longyue to sit down. Young miss, please. Humph, Ling Longyue snorted proudly, but she was actually quite happy. Lin Xian got another chair for himself and sat in front of them. They are. I am not. The man who injected the medicine into Lin Xian lowered his head and said in fear. Chapter 832. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Oh. You're not. Then who are you? Lin Xian's interest was piqued. Could it be someone from another clan? If so, he could directly destroy 2 families. This man didn't seem to have anything special. He was about 40 years old and looked gentle. I'm Zhang Zhehan, an ordinary university chemistry professor in Jiangzhou City. Lin Xian frowned. So for money, you helped the Ouyang family do such a heinous thing? Lin Xian showed anger. No. Zhang Zhehan quickly shook his head and looked up at Lin Xian. I was caught by them. Oh. Lin Xian looked at him, but he didn't completely believe him. Zhang Zhehan then quickly said, Little brother, it's true. I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can check me. Zhang Zhehan of Jiangzhou City Star Nebula University. Go on. Lin Xian looked at him and said. It's like this. 3 years ago, I accidentally researched the T gene in China. T gene. It's a gene that can make people strong and lose their consciousness at the same time, turning them into puppets. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. So this thing of the Ouyang family was researched by him. Zhang Zhehan then quickly said, I originally thought that if this T gene could be applied to martial artists, then it could improve the strength and physical strength of martial artists. This would be a great breakthrough that could benefit mankind. But this project was accidentally found out by them, and I was caught by them. I didn't have any contact with the outside world for 3 years. They used my family as a hostage. I really didn't want to do such a heinous thing for them, but my family. What about them? Zhang Zhehan pointed at them and said, they're researchers sent by the Ouyang family to be my assistants. Rather than saying that, it's better to say that they're monitoring me. Lin Xian glanced at the 7 people. Is that so? Going against the Ouyang family, you'll die a horrible death. An old man pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. Boom! A bolt of lightning directly killed him. They were all scientists and didn't have much strength. What about your family? They're over there. Zhang Zhihan pointed at the area that was sealed with tears. Lin Xian looked over and noticed that there was an old lady, an old man, a middle-aged woman and 2 children. They were constantly patting the barrier and looking over. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Damn the Ouyang family, using such despicable means to control him. It was absolutely impossible for him not to do it. He even brought their families here. If they were disobedient, he could even torture them in front of him. Little you. I got it. Ling Longyue was also very angry. She waved her hand and her family appeared beside her. At the same time, the 7 people of the Ouyang family returned to the barrier. Dad, the 2 children threw themselves into Zhang Zhihan's arms. Hubby, the family hugged each other and cried. You humans are really bad. Ling Longyue muttered beside Lin Xian. No, there are good and bad. Aren't you demons the same? Humans are the worst. Lin Xian, after more than 10 seconds, the family turned around and knelt in front of Lin Xian. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you for saving our family. Zhang Zhihan's parents were also moved to tears. Lin Xian quickly got up and helped them up. You don't have to be so polite. Then Lin Xian looked at Zhang Zhihan and said, Teacher Zhang, there are some things I want to ask you. Let your family rest first. There's no danger here. Okay. Then his family walked to the side. Little you, please go to Lin and City and tell Murong Qing about what happened here. Then bring her here. Oh, I got it. Ling Longyue pouted. She had become Lin Xian's tool. Then, she disappeared from the spot. Benefactor, if you have anything you want to ask, just ask. I'll tell you if I know. Don't call me benefactor. Just call me Lin Xian. Zhang Zhihan nodded. Young Master Lin, it was the Ouyang family who did this. The Ouyang family is big and powerful. I'm afraid. Lin Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I have a recording of their conversation. Moreover, the Ouyang family members are all there. Now, as long as the 3 major forces come over, the Ouyang family will be finished. The grievances that your family has suffered all these years will also be resolved. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhang Zhihan showed an excited expression. Evil has its retribution. Evil has its retribution. Zhang Zhihan trembled with excitement. Teacher Zhang, what I want to ask is also related to the T gene that you've developed. Go ahead. Speaking of which, to what extent have you guys developed the T gene? Zhang Zhihan said, It's completely developed. The Ouyang family even decided to find an opportunity in the next few years. Then can the T gene separate the effects? Young Master Lin, do you mean to separate the strength and physique of the martial artist from the control of the martial artist? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. You don't need to control the martial artist. It's purely based on the strength of the martial artist. You injected me with this gene before, and I've felt it before. It wasn't very comfortable during that period, but there were no side effects at all. Although the increase in strength isn't great for someone of my realm, it'll definitely have a good effect on martial artists below the Lower Realm and Thunder Tribulation Realm. It's also like what you said. If it's possible, it's indeed a blessing for humanity. No side effects were the best. Of course, it's very simple. Zhang Zhihan said. That's great. A look of excitement appeared on Lin Xian's face. If he could work with Lin Xian, then this project would shock the entire continent. Then, Lin Xian looked at him and said, It's like this. I have a group of my own. If Teacher Zhang thinks it's okay, I want to hire you as the chief planner of this project. What do you think? Of course, no problem. Young Master Lin saved my family, and at the same time, I don't need to continue to harm the continent. I'm willing to help you for free. I just hope that it's really a blessing for humanity. No, no, no. You still have to live and have a family to support. Then it's settled, Lin and City. Yes, of course. When I go back, I'll bring my family and move to Lin and City. I'll arrange a place for you, but this matter has to be kept a secret. We'll publicize it when the research and development is complete. By the way, what's the cost? And the materials? Zhang Zhihan said, it's not expensive. Although the materials aren't common, they're not too rare. Chapter 833. After a while, Ling Longyue arrived with Murong Qing. Murong Qing did not believe it at first because it was too exaggerated. If such a thing was really realized, then the entire human race would be controlled. It was too scary. She had never thought that such a thing would happen. When she came here, everything around her made her feel that something was wrong. But she believed in Lin Xian, so before she came, she directly made a few calls. Now, Tiandu's Knights Templar unit was rushing here. Beautiful sister, you're here. Lin Xian then quickly walked to Murong Qing. What's the situation? Murong Qing asked again. Then, Lin Xian and Zhang Zhihan told her in more detail. Bastard! Murong Qing walked out of the sealed space and looked at the unconscious Ouyang Hao and Ouyang Jing. She might not know Ouyang Jing, but as the head of the Ouyang family, she definitely knew Ouyang Hao. When she saw Ouyang Hao lying there, she was basically sure. Where are the tea jeans? Murong Qing looked at Zhang Zhihan. Zhang Zhihan handed her a reagent. Thank you. Destroy the other information and samples. Don't let them fall into the hands of others. I understand. I say, beautiful sister. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing. You've done something earth-shattering this time. Murong Qing said excitedly to Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was really a blind cat that met a dead mouse. Otherwise, once the Ouyang family took action, even if they could not rule the mainland, it would definitely have a great impact on the entire mainland. I don't care about that. What I mean is that Teacher Zhang will come to work at my art pavilion group and work on this project. But it's only the part that strengthens the body with tea genes. Murong Qing frowned. That depends on whether the three major forces agree or not. Teacher Zhang's identity is sensitive and the project he's working on threatens the safety of mankind. Then, do you want the three major forces to watch over Teacher Zhang? He has his own life. Besides, when the time comes, can't you help supervise this? I will tell them and try my best to help you fight for it. Then, Murong Qing walked towards the ceiling barrier. Teacher Zhang, can these people who have been turned into puppets be transformed back? Murong Qing asked. No, the antidote hasn't been developed yet, but it can definitely be developed. Zhang Zhihan said. Murong Qing nodded her head and walked into a hole that Ling Longyue had opened up. Bang! She kicked Ouyang Hao out of the room. Ouyang Hao had fainted at first, but perhaps because of the pain, he woke up immediately. His face was full of pain, and his teeth and mouth were all covered in blood. He lay there in a sorry state. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced to the side. He even felt like he was in a different world. Why? Why did it suddenly become like this? Ouyang Hao, you're quite ambitious. Murong Qing walked in front of him. Ouyang Hao's pupils shrank as he suddenly raised his head to look at Murong Qing. She. Why is she here? Did this mean that the three great powers already knew about it? What are you talking about? How come I didn't know about it? Also, what is the meaning of this? Miss Murong, don't you care? Oh Yang Hao stood up and said angrily. Although this place had indeed been discovered, it was just as Lin Xian had guessed. He could find someone to take the blame. He could pretend that he didn't know about the T-gene. This was just a secret weapon manufacturing place for his Ouyang family. This kind of small crime was nothing. He could then find one or all of the 7 people to take the blame. He could pretend that he didn't know anything and pretend that it was those people who were secretly doing this behind his back. As for Lin Xian. As for him telling Lin Xian about this matter, was there any evidence? Yo, you're still pretending. Lin Xian couldn't help but ridicule. Ouyang family head, look, Teacher Zhang, the witness. And the puppets around him, the witness, the entire base, and the material evidence. What witness and material evidence? What are you talking about? Oh Yang Hao said angrily. Oh, you're still pretending. Lin Xian then took out his phone and started recording. The conversation was very clear. When Yang Hao heard it, he was in despair. He actually recorded it. Ouyang family head, do you have anything else to say? Murong Qing stared at him. Doesn't Miss Murong know that recordings can be faked? Yang Hao said with a black face. Isn't everything added together enough to prove it? Murong Qing said coldly. Ouyang family, how dare you kidnap people and use sinister means to control the entire human race? You deserve death. Shameless old man, you're still pretending even at this point. Lin Xian sighed. Yang Hao had no way to refute anymore. He gritted his teeth and secretly clenched his fists. Lin Xian. I want you dead. Yang Hao roared and a terrifying force rushed towards Lin Xian. However, there were 2 heavenly venerables standing beside him. How could he succeed? Ling Longwe didn't even make a move. Murong Qing froze time and he and the force he released stopped in place. Slap. Then, Murong Qing slapped him in the face, and he was sent flying. He fell to the ground and fainted again. Ling Longwe used her spatial teleportation to blast that energy to a distant mountain peak. He must be very angry. He was a dignified heavenly venerables. How could he not have the ability to resist at all? About 2 hours later, more than a dozen cars stopped here. Thousands of members of the Knights alighted from the cars and took control of the surrounding area. Murong Qing told them everything that happened here. Evidence and witnesses were all gathered. All that was left was for the 3 major forces to seal up the Ouyang family and take action against them. As for Zhang Zhehan, he would definitely go with the Divine Palace first. Lin Xian had done what he had to do. He didn't expect that something inexplicable would cause the Ouyang family to disappear. Lin Xian was speechless. Lin Xian was too lazy to care about the rest of the matter. As for humiliating Ouyang Jing, it was pointless. Return to Linthan City. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and asked after everything was explained. Of course. What about you? I'll send you back. Let's go back together. Then Murong Qing drove Lin Xian and Ling Longwei away. I've told them about your idea. I know you want to keep a low profile and don't want to have too much interaction with the 3 major forces. This matter will be suppressed. They agreed to what you said, but the premise is that I have to supervise it. Lin Xian nodded, that's fine. Thank you. I'm still hoping to earn money with you. I want to thank you on behalf of the Divine Palace. If the Ouyang family really succeeds in this matter, it will really be a disaster for the continent. However, this matter has also sounded the alarm for us. The enemy of mankind is not only the demon race. They chatted all the way and soon returned to Lin and City. Chapter 834. The car stopped at Lin and City's sacred palace and the three of them alighted. Is there anything else you need to do now? Murong Qing closed the door and leaned against the car, looking at Lin Xian. Nonsense, I'm so busy. What do you mean? Is there something you need me to do if I'm free? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Yes, how about tonight? Ling Longyue pouted her lips. Why does this bad guy have relationships with all the girls? And it feels like they're flirting. This is too despicable. Ahem, Ling Longyue coughed and said to Lin Xian, I'm hungry, bring me to eat. Lin Xian still wanted to cultivate his relationship with Murong Qing, but then he heard Ling Longyue's words, then I'll bring you away first. Oh, right, your sister has a little trouble recently. Oh. Lin Xian quickly asked, what trouble? You'll know when you get there. Murong Qing smiled. Lin Xian, but seeing how Murong Qing wasn't anxious at all, it shouldn't be a big trouble. Then the two of them left. Bastard Lin Xian, how many girls do you have relationships with? After leaving, Ling Longyue angrily stared at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. No, they're just normal friends. Lin Xian was submissive. Normal friends. You said they were normal friends before, and then. Lin Xian, that seemed to be the case. At that time, he also said that Ling Ying and Han Chushue were normal friends. Anyway, sister already knows. Ling Longyue then angrily walked away. Hey, you don't want to eat good food? Lin Xian shouted from behind. I'm full of anger. After saying that, Ling Longyue disappeared. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. This girl was quite cute. However, now that Ling Longyue knew about it, Lin Xian really didn't know how she would treat this matter. Would she be angry with him? Or did he remain silent? Or a backhand slap? Needless to say, anything was possible. At that time, Lin Xian had been calm, but now he was panicking. Let's go to the Ice Nation tomorrow. Today, I'll accompany Little Fairy, and then I'll go to Xiao Linglong's place to test the waters. Lin Xian then went to the art pavilion group. Lin Yo was sitting in her office at the moment, but there was an unexpected guest in her office. From the first time I saw you on TV, I fell deeply in love with you. After the new year, I came here from Jiangxi City to confess my love to you. It doesn't matter if you reject me, I just hope that you can give me a chance. I will make you the happiest woman in the world. The man was wearing a suit. He wasn't very old, about the same age as Lin Ye, and about the same age as Xiao Yun, whom Lin Xian met. He was 23 or 24 years old. He was indeed a talented man, and he definitely had a lot of confidence. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to confess to Lin Ye? Lin Ye was really beautiful, especially when she was wearing professional clothes at work. Some of her photos were even circulated on the internet. This was a very interesting thing, but it was also a very normal thing. That was, she was called the most beautiful chairman in history. That's right, no one had ever seen a chairman who was more beautiful than her, who was in charge of a big company. Even the women on the board of directors of big companies were in their 40s or 50s, and there was even a time when it went viral on the internet. Of course, this kind of thing was actually nothing, and it wouldn't have any impact on her life, because all the news was positive. They were all amazed at her beauty, temperament. This also proved that she was indeed very beautiful. Yi Qingyun came from a wealthy family. Although Jiangxi City wasn't a top-notch place like Tiandu, it was still a family next to Tiandu. The Yi family of Jiangxia City was a first-rate family. What was a first-rate family? It was their family's power, wealth, foundation, and so on. They were only a little weaker than the 8 great families of Tiandu, but they were only a little weaker. They had the chance to be promoted to the level of the 8 great families. In short, they were a very strong existence, and he was also very outstanding. There were also many outstanding women who pursued him. However, at that time, he suddenly saw a piece of news about the Yixian group on the internet, and suddenly saw Linya's photo. From then on, he was deeply immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. He really fell in love with this woman. It should be known that there were a lot of fake photos on the internet, but they were taken by someone else and had not been photoshopped or processed. Then, after the new year, he couldn't wait to come here. Of course, Yi Qingyun was not stupid. He came to see Linya with the sincerity of the Yi family and some business. Although it was clear that they would not cooperate with other companies for the time being, Linya was still very clear about the Yi family. Such a big family was almost a big family in Jiangxia City, so she still had to think about it. Naturally, she received him personally. In the evening, on the pretext of work, Yi Qingyun successfully asked Linya out for dinner. Linya couldn't refuse, so she could only go with him. That was also the most meaningful night Yi Qingyun had had. Although it was just a meal, and although the topic was only about business, he was very satisfied. Especially after seeing the real person, he realized that he was really deeply immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. This woman, he would spend his whole life to get. This was the person of his destiny. He would never fall in love with another woman. After that night, he couldn't ask her out again because Linya clearly expressed that she wouldn't cooperate, and then later on, she used work as an excuse. So, Yi Qingyun came to the Yixian group again today. Mr. Yi, I put my mind on work. I don't have any plans for romance for the time being. Moreover, with Mr. Ye's excellence, you can find a better girl. I'm sorry. Linya said faintly. That's okay. We can be friends first. I just hope that you can at least give me a chance to be friends. Linya was in a difficult position. She really didn't like to get along with boys other than Lin Xian, although this Yi Qingyun was really quite good. His behavior didn't seem like a playboy. At this moment, Lin Xian opened the door and walked in while humming a little tune. Wow, what beautiful roses! Lin Xian exclaimed when he saw the particularly gorgeous bouquet of roses. Originally, he didn't know what trouble Linya had encountered and was very curious. After that, he directly came to the Yixian group. After asking a little bit of the people in the group, he found out that his little fairy had met her most admirer. Linya had many admirers, but there were still very few who really came to the company to pursue her. This was because those outstanding people in Lin and City were simply not qualified to speak the truth. Chapter 835. Just when Linya didn't know what to do, Lin Xian appeared. At that moment, Linya seemed to have found her backbone and hurried over to Lin Xian. Little Xian, when did you come back? Linya walked over to Linya and habitually helped Lin Xian tidy his clothes. I just came back. Lin Xian smiled and pinched Linya's pink cheeks. Yi Qingyun naturally saw this scene, but he didn't think much of it because he knew that they were siblings. Lin Xian looked at Yi Qingyun and said, "This handsome guy is..." "Hello. Young Master Lin, right? I'm Yi Qingyun from Jiangxia City." Yi Qingyun smiled and shook Lin Xian's hand. If he was just a pure pursuer, Lin Xian wouldn't think much of it. At least until now, Lin Xian only saw Yi Qingyun as a pure pursuer of Linya. But it was useless. If Linya was Lin Xian's biological sister, Then if you really liked her and you were very outstanding and had a good character, Lin Xian wouldn't stop you. That was your freedom. But they weren't biological sisters. Linya was Lin Xian's woman. That wouldn't do. Hello. Lin Xian smiled and shook his hand. Little Xian, Mr. Yi is here to cooperate with our company. Linya said. Cooperation. No problem. Then Lin Xian sat down on a chair while Linya sat quietly not far away. Oh. Young Master Lin means that we can cooperate. But Miss Lin said that your company isn't considering cooperating with any companies for the time being. Yi Qingyun also sat in front of Lin Xian. That's true, but Mr. Yi came all the way from Jiangzhou City for this matter. With such sincerity, we really have to consider it. We can't let Mr. Yi come for nothing, right? Yi Qingyun roared in his heart. That's not it. His main purpose of coming here was not to do business, but for Linya. How could he be so sure? But it didn't matter. If he could do business, it would naturally be good. Moreover, this was Linya's younger brother, which meant that he would be his future brother-in-law. If he could please him and help him pursue Linya, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort? However, what made him more surprised was that this Lin Xian had such a high authority in the Art Xian group. Originally, he thought that Lin Xian was simply Linya's younger brother, and that Linya was the one with the highest authority. According to the information on the internet, she also held almost all the shares of the Art Xian group. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. It's like this. Our family wants to. Before Yi Qingyun could finish, Lin Xian waved his hand. No, I won't look at the content of your cooperation. Of course, I don't mean anything else. I'll just talk about my cooperation. If Mr. Yi thinks it's okay, then we can cooperate. Go ahead. It's like this. Our company has plans to expand recently. Since Mr. Yi is from Jiangzhou City, then we can consider opening the company's market in Jiangzhou City first. The content of the cooperation is very simple. You give us money, and we will give your Yi family the right to join in Jiangzhou City. In other words, your Yi family can be the sales channel of the Art Xian group in Jiangzhou City. What do you think? The meaning was actually very simple. Your Yi family opened various stores in Jiangzhou City and sold Art Xian Group's products. My Art Xian Group supplied your Yi family. Naturally, the price was higher than normal. You buy, you sell. As for how many stores you open in Jiangzhou City, that was your freedom. However, no matter what, you had to pay for it yourself. It was just like the Yi family becoming a sales channel of the Art Xian Group. However, if you sold more, the Yi family would earn the difference in price. Anyway, it would definitely make money. However, the joining fee would definitely not be low. This. Of course. Yi Qingyun nodded and agreed without hesitation. Originally, he might have come over to discuss something similar to this. Straightforward. I like Brother Ye's straightforwardness. Then let's talk about the joining fee. 1 billion a year. What do you think? 1 billion is not a problem. 300 million was just to take the Art Xian Group's agency rights in Jiangzhou City. It seemed like a loss, but in fact, it was not a loss. Because if he got it, then his Yi family would become the only company that cooperated with the Art Xian Group in this aspect. Countless families in the entire mainland hoped to fight for the Art Xian Group's agency rights in a certain city. However, none of them were qualified because the Art Xian Group did not cooperate with outsiders for the time being. Lin Xian's Art Xian Group did not suffer any losses. They did not need to develop themselves, open their own stores, or operate their own operations. They would sell their goods here and earn their own money. Then, they would earn everyone's money. In the end, it was more or less the same. After completing Xiao Xinyua's mission, the Jade Marrow liquid would be unlimited. This was the simplest way. They would find a family in each city to act as the Arch-Xian Group's agent. In this way, the Arch-Xian Group would spread throughout the entire empire and even the 5 empires in a short period of time. Moreover, they would be fighting for the agency rights. It was much faster and simpler than the Arch-Xian Group developing their own cities bit by bit. There would definitely be enough money to earn. Lin Xian did not want Linya to be too tired. When the time came, it would be enough to just collect the money. Therefore, it would definitely be this way in the future. Thinking about it, an empire had hundreds of cities. Even if they only found one agent in each city, even if they charged them 1 billion a year, then just the agency rights alone in the 5 empires would be more than 1 billion a year. This did not include the money they paid for the goods here. It was very simple and very profitable. However, this joining fee may increase in the future. This should not be a problem for Mr. Yi, right? It will increase. Yi Qingyun frowned. Of course. After all, it is business. Mr. Yi should also understand. We can talk about the details slowly. Yi Qingyun looked at Lin Xian and said. Yes, of course. It is not early now. Mr. Yi, do you want to go back and rest first? I will discuss some things with my sister. Okay. Yi Qingyun then stood up. Then I will leave first. With that, he walked out. After walking out, he suddenly realized something. Something was not right. His main purpose for coming here was Linya. How could he leave happily just because he had reached a temporary verbal agreement with them? However, being able to reach a deal with them was also a huge gain. This Lin Xian does not seem to be as simple as he seems on the surface. Yi Qingyun smiled and then walked out. Little Xian, didn't you say that you would not cooperate? Linya looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian then reached out and hugged Linya's small waist, causing her to blush slightly. In the future, the Arch-Xian Group will definitely dominate the 5 empires in the future and become an existence that no family or power can compare to. Lin Xian said with a smile. Chapter 836. Linya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Was he really that ambitious? But then again, it was good for a man to have some ambition. You don't have to find an agent, right? Since you're not in a hurry, I can take my time to develop. No. Lin Xian shook his head, then kissed her pink cheeks. I don't want you to be too tired. In the future, you can just sit there and collect money. You have to improve yourself in the future. Got it. Linya nodded lightly, then bit her lips. Go, don't move. She pouted, then patted Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian grinned and whispered in Linya's ear, Little fairy, you haven't done that for me in a long time. Linya, her little face instantly flushed red. Of course, she knew what Lin Xian was talking about. No. Linya quickly shook her head with a red face. No, I don't care. Lin Xian smirked. Then can we wait until we get home? No, we'll do it here. I'll go lock the door. Then Lin Xian quickly ran to Linya's office and locked the door. Linya, hurry, hurry, hurry. Lin Xian smirked and rubbed her face. Linya lowered her head with a red face, then slowly got up and knelt in front of Lin Xian, reaching out her little hand. Ding! After bullying Linya for a short while, Lin Xian left happily. These days are really comfortable. Lin Xian stretched and entered sage mode. Although he hadn't slept with Linya, their intimacy had already reached the level of a couple. They had done everything, except for the last step. However, Lin Xian still couldn't bear to do it. However, his reluctance to do it was one thing, but whether he took advantage of her or not was another. Lin Ye was too indulgent towards him. But of course, he didn't forget his enemy. Now, the Ouyang family should be fine. Xiao Yun might still hold a grudge against him in Tiandu. As for the Liao family, Liao Zhibang was killed by him. Liao Xian should have guessed that his brother had been assassinated and would definitely suspect him. As for what he would do next, Lin Xian didn't know. The girls around him all had the ability to protect themselves. For those who didn't, Linglong Shui also temporarily helped them to protect themselves. After all, she was Lin Xian's closest person, which was also Linglong Shui's closest person. She would definitely be willing to help, and was very confident and diligent. Then there was the Gongsun family. Outside of the Gongsun family was the Evil Fiend Temple, including the current Evil Fiend Temple's Zhao Mengyue. In fact, in Lin Xian's heart, Zhao Mengyue and the Evil Fiend Temple were existences that he had to be more vigilant of. He hoped that they wouldn't make any moves in a short time. After that, Lin Xian walked towards Linglong Shui's residence. After not seeing each other for a few days, he was anxious. He had to go to the ice country tomorrow. This time, he might stay in the ice country longer than Tiandu. He might even have to come back with Xiao Runing. But Lin Xian was still looking forward to this trip to the ice country. He hadn't been out of the country before, but it was indeed his first time going to Tiandu. In Linglong Shui's home, there was a scene that Lin Xian would never have imagined. The three girls were holding 3 laptops and playing games. This game was taught to them by Lin Xian. After all, they were usually bored. Other than watching TV, they would go shopping. So, Lin Xian taught them other things to have fun. Of course, Lin Ye was also taught by Lin Xian. They often played games at night. The night before, Linglong Shui, Bing Lingyue, Lin Ye, Yi Yi, and Lu Yufan were the 5 black fans. If their opponents knew that they were facing 5 heaven-defying beauties, how would they feel? But, Linglong Shui was too much of a scammer. Maybe no one could compare to her talent in cultivation, but when it came to games, she was really a black hole. Even Bing Lingyue's ability to accept games was better than hers. That night, Lu Yufan laughingly ranked the 5 of them. Obviously, she was the last one, the scammer. Of course, that was the truth. It was just a joke to prove that they had a good relationship with each other. But Linglong Shui was at Sundra. She thought that her cultivation was fine, but why was it so difficult to play games? So, she couldn't accept it. So, she brought them to practice their skills. Big, 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 big. Linglong Yu kept shouting. Then, the screen turned gray. When she looked again, it was her sister's. She didn't learn big. Ah! Sister, you're too much of a scammer. Didn't you learn big when you were level 6? I used EQ to help you catch and knock the opponent away. I was waiting for you to do a big kill. But you didn't learn big when you were level 6. Linglong Yu was going crazy. That's right. Maybe for a girl like Linglong Yu, her talent in games was very high. Lin Xian taught her for a while and she could even do some of the more difficult moves in Heroes. Linglong Shui looked at the black screen. Then, she took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Which one is big?" Linglong Yu, "Aw, it hurts so much." That was what Linglong Yu learned from Lin Xian. Lin Xian was having a great time playing Ultimate. He was so elegant, especially when he was using his skills and his big moves. The way he shouted was simply, "Linglong Shui." Naturally, there was no need to think too much. Even Sister Bing is better than you. Sister Bing is 1 to 8. Look at you, 0 to 13. It's okay. Last time, didn't Lin Xian play my hero 0 to 17? I'm better than him. Linglong Shui said. Linglong Yu, she was speechless. Bing Lingyue turned off the computer and leaned on the sofa to drink tea. Then, she said, did you guys encounter danger in Tiandu? Yes, Lin Xian is too good at causing trouble. I finally know why he brought me along every time. It's because he wants me to be his bodyguard. Humph. Big pig trotter. Linglong Yu pouted and said. Then, what you said to me, is it true? Linglong Shui asked. Ah. What did I say? You said that he and other girls, this. It's nothing. Although Linglong Yu was angry, she felt that telling Linglong Shui the truth would mean betraying Lin Xian. Linglong Yu still remembered that when Lin Xian played with her, he said that they were a team. They were a family. If they were to die, they would die together. Never betray a teammate. I don't know how to say it. Linglong Yu scratched her head. Then, she hugged Dragony and played with her. Bing Lingyue then said, it's understandable for a man to have multiple wives. That's right. She might be Lin Xian's best teammate. Then, Sister Bing, are you willing? If he's a man that I like, if he's capable and responsible, having multiple wives is nothing. It's like that in my era. As long as he treats everyone well, it's fine. Bing Lingyue said. Arabaldi, the man you love the most is back. Lin Xian opened the door and appeared. Chapter 837. Lin Xian jumped in and looked at the three girls awkwardly. The three girls looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. Ah. Beauties, give me some reaction or I'll be embarrassed. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. Handsome. Ling Longyue said. So handsome. Bing Lingyue agreed. This is even more awkward. Big brother is the most handsome. This was from the bottom of her heart, from the bottom of her heart. Then Dragony happily flew into Lin Xian's arms and rubbed against Lin Xian. So cute. Okay, I heard your perfunctory words. Lin Xian helplessly walked over and sat beside Linglong Shui out of habit. Dragony, did you miss me? Lin Xian teased Dragony. Of course I missed you. Dragony didn't know how to lie, so she sincerely expressed her feelings. Good girl, give me a kiss. Hee. Of course, Dragony was more than willing to fly up and give Lin Xian a big peck on the cheek. Ling Longyue shuddered in disgust. So cute. I bought some snacks on the way, eat. Lin Xian opened the box and Ling Longyue skillfully snatched one of the desserts. Dragony didn't hold back at all as well. Lin Xian then hugged Linglong Shui and placed his hand on her stomach. It seems like it's a little protruding. Lin Xian touched it and said softly. You don't have to worry about it, aren't you having fun in Tiandu? Linglong Shui pushed away Lin Xian's hand and said coldly. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Ling Longyue must have told her that he was intimate with other girls. Of course, Lin Xian wasn't dissatisfied with Linglong Shui's attitude. After all, it was his fault. Lin Xian admitted that he wasn't good enough for Linglong Shui. After he tricked her, he even got intimate with other girls. To be honest, any normal woman would be unhappy, let alone Linglong Shui. It's almost time for dinner. Let's go out and buy some groceries. When we come back, I'll ask Linglong to help me cook. Bing Lingyue smiled and stood up. No, I want to watch the show. Ling Longyue said as she ate. Then, she saw Bing Lingyue winking at her. "Aw. Yes, 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 I want to buy a lot of chicken wings. I want to eat cola chicken wings today." Then, she turned around and carried Dragony away. The three of them left the house, leaving only Lin Xian and Linglong Shui in the house. Of course, they left on purpose to give them some space to talk. After all, they knew what happened and it wasn't good for them to be around. "You're angry?" Lin Xian asked a little embarrassedly. "So what you said is true, right?" Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. It wasn't a big deal to confess this kind of thing, but Lin Xian really felt that he wasn't a good person. "Yes." Lin Xian naturally couldn't hide it. This kind of thing had to be revealed no matter what. Perhaps this was a good opportunity. "How long ago?" Linglong Shui's voice didn't have much emotion, but the system notification in Lin Xian's mind sounded. She was jealous, unhappy, and angry. The system notification allowed Lin Xian to know Linglong Shui's feelings and emotions that she didn't show. It also allowed Lin Xian to deal with it better. Linglong Shui of course was unhappy. Although she was prepared, she felt that Lin Xian's relationship with the girls around him wasn't normal. It was a girl's natural sixth sense and keen intuition. No, there was something more important. It was something that she was more certain of. So when she heard the news, she was relatively calm. However, Lin Xian personally admitted it in front of her. It really made her feel very complicated. "How long ago?" "Actually, Ying and I should be before you." Lin Xian finished the tea in front of him in one gulp and said, "At that time, we were training in the demonic beast domain and encountered an accident. We encountered a very powerful demonic beast." Lin Xian roughly told Linglong Shui what happened that day. "So even though you already have her as your girlfriend, you still lied to me?" "No, no." Lin Xian quickly shook his head. "It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over." Then, Lin Xian quickly held her hand and looked into her eyes as he explained, "What happened between me and little Ying was an accident, but I need to be responsible for her. What happened between you and me was also an accident. I want to be responsible for you too. And I can guarantee that my feelings for you are real. Please believe me. Your feelings for beautiful girls are real, right?" "Of course not." "Who else?" Linglong Shui asked again. Lin Xian. In that instant, Lin Xian wanted to say no, but when he looked into Linglong Shui's beautiful eyes, countless thoughts rushed into his mind. In that instant, there were a million possibilities. Maybe only a second had passed, but Lin Xian's brain was spinning rapidly. In the end, he decided, "There's also Chushua," Lin Xian said shamefully. It was real shame, not shyness. Admitting that he had other women in front of his own woman, that kind of feeling really didn't feel good. How should he say it? Hearing Lin Xian admit it, Linglong Shui actually let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was her man, and she had already admitted it. Naturally, she couldn't find another man. Moreover, their relationship was very good. It wasn't that she couldn't accept a man having multiple wives. Although she felt uncomfortable, she couldn't accept a man lying to her. Obviously, Lin Xian didn't lie to her. Her senses were stronger than anyone else's, her realm was high, and she was a Yao. In fact, she had already sensed Lin Xian's aura from Ling Ying and Han Chushue. It was a kind of aura that was left behind after a very intimate relationship, so she also knew that there was definitely something between Han Chushue and Lin Xian. And Lin Xian admitted it. That was why she had been worried that Lin Xian would lie to her. If he did, she might really get angry and leave. But Lin Xian didn't, which was why she let out a sigh of relief. In fact, she also didn't want to leave. So Lin Xian's choice at that second was correct. Okay. Ling Long Shui nodded, then got up, walked into the room, and closed the door. I'm going to rest for a while. Lin Xian scratched his head. Angry. Angry. But later on, the system didn't say that in his mind, which meant that her anger didn't increase. Hey, Xiao Linglong, are you angry? Lin Xian asked at the door. No. Linglong Shui's voice came from inside. She just wanted to calm down and think. She was angry, but she was fine. You're not angry. Then I'll make something delicious for you. I don't want to eat. Linglong Shui replied indifferently. Then, let's watch a movie together. I'll recommend a good one. I don't want to watch it. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and looked at the tightly shut door. How about playing video games? Linglong Shui, pull me. Lin Xian. Chapter 838. That's right. In the next hour, Lin Xian and Linglong Shui didn't continue this topic. The two of them held their laptops in her room and fought 2 rounds. Damn. Xiao Linglong, why are you so fierce in these 2 rounds? You're killing the opponent consecutively. Lin Xian was shocked by Linglong Shui's performance. Was this still Linglong Shui? Wasn't she just a wall? How could she kill the opponent endlessly? If she killed the opponent in 1 round, it would be due to luck and the opponent was really weak. But 2 rounds in a row, because I learned a big move. Linglong Shui said calmly. Lin Xian, then she closed her laptop. You're not playing anymore? Lin Xian asked. She shook her head. I'm not playing anymore. Then did you vent your anger? Lin Xian hugged her and placed her on the bed. He looked at her side profile and asked quietly, what's wrong with you? I'm not angry. She said calmly. Of course I'm angry. It's all my fault, but I really can't abandon them. Can't bear to. Linglong Shui lay there and turned to look at Lin Xian. Yeah. I can't bear to. At the same time, I don't want to become a scumbag. You're already a scumbag. Lin Xian, then can you forgive me, a scumbag? Lin Xian kissed her cheek softly. Just don't do it in front of me. Linglong Shui sighed softly in her heart. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. Then you, Linglong Shui sat up and said calmly, actually, I already knew. If you didn't admit it, I would have left you. But you admitted it. At least you didn't lie to me. Mother said to never choose a man who lied to you. At least you passed this test, and, Linglong Shui turned to look at Lin Xian and said helplessly, you're not destined to only have me. Oh. Lin Xian scratched his head. There's also Ling Yu. Why are you talking about this again? Although Lin Xian wanted to pursue her, didn't you say you don't want to let down any girl down? She is. Then, can you accept it? Lin Xian looked at her and asked. At the very least, it's easier for me to accept than others. Besides, I'm not the main branch. Linglong Shui said softly. Lin Xian, she probably said that because she heard that Ling Ying was Lin Xian's first woman. Don't worry about this. There's no difference in seniority. In my heart, you're all the same. Lin Xian smiled and hugged her. Happy, very happy. This was a knot in Lin Xian's heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud, just like Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. But he said it out loud and received Linglong Shui's forgiveness. He was really happy. Therefore, he, Lin Xian, was truly blessed. The girl beside him was really good. But, Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian seriously. What? Say it. Say it. I'm still unhappy. So, as punishment, the bet I lost to you before doesn't count. Do you agree? As she spoke, her little face turned slightly red. Lin Xian, what a joke. Of course, he agreed. Although he was a little reluctant, this was his wife. There was still a long way to go. Of course, of course. Anything else, wife, just say it. It's still the same. Without my permission, you can't touch me. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. It could be considered as helping her vent her anger. Take your hand away. Linglong Shui said lightly. Lin Xian decisively let go of his hand. Although he agreed now, he would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in a few days. Hee, I'm happy. When they buy the ingredients later, I'll make delicious food for you. I'll do it. Linglong Shui said. Wow. You even want to snatch this from me. I'm happy to. Lin Xian smiled. Okay, you can do it. But you can't work too hard. My son is still in your stomach. Lin Xian said with a smile. Linglong Shui touched her stomach and then looked up at Lin Xian. I'll help you pursue Lingyu. Lin Xian, no way. So good. Lin Xian still looked conflicted. Must I? Yes, I must. Are you really okay with it? Yes. Then, when the time comes, if I really manage to pursue her, can the three of us, cough cough, unless you want to die. Linglong Shui said coldly. Hee, I'm just joking, just joking. Lin Xian said with a smile. That, wifey, there's something I want to ask. Linglong Shui then looked at Lin Xian. That is. Look, why don't I not go back tonight? I'll stay here with you. No. Linglong Shui directly refused. Of course, she knew what Lin Xian, this bad guy, wanted to do. But, think about it, you're pregnant now, and we can only do it for the first 3 months. After that, we can't do it for 7 months. Lin Xian then looked at her with a wronged expression. So, don't you have Ling Ying and the others? Linglong Shui's words made Lin Xian speechless. Okay, if wifey doesn't agree, then forget it. Then I won't do anything else. I'll just hug you to sleep and not do anything, okay? Lin Xian looked wronged and begged with his eyes. Linglong Shui, no. But I'm leaving tomorrow. Linglong Shui frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xian. I'm going to Ice Country. You should know about Ice Country, right? I have some things to do there, and I don't know when I'll be back. What things? She felt like Lin Xian had said he would be gone for a long time. Sigh, I have important things to do, important things for men. Things to do with factions. Linglong Shui asked. That didn't seem right. Why did he have to go to other empires to develop his faction? But wasn't that what men needed to do? Sigh. Lin Xian sighed and didn't answer. He wasn't lying to her, right? That's why I want to be intimate with you before I leave. I won't do anything other than hug you to sleep. Is that okay? Linglong Shui bit her red lips slightly. After all, she was his woman. This was actually her duty. Then, all right, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything. Linglong Shui finally relented. That's right. In fact, almost all women were soft-hearted. This was probably what it meant to be a woman. Even Linglong Shui, who was at the Heavenly Tao realm, was no exception. Of course, there was a prerequisite. That was that they would only be soft-hearted towards the people they cared about. Really, you promised me. You can't go back on your word. Lin Xian was delighted. When the time came, they would be sleeping together. He might not be able to persuade her now, but when the time came, then, it would no longer be up to Linglong Shui. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. He had never slept with her in her room before. Chapter 839. After a while, Bing Lingyue and Ling Longyue, as well as Dragony in Bing Lingyue's arms, came back. They bought a lot of ingredients, and since Lin Xian was there, they hoped that he could make a feast for them. Although Linglong Shui can cook now, she can't compare to Lin Xian in terms of details and style. Naturally, they hoped that Lin Xian would do it himself. And then there's Dragony. In the past, she wasn't picky. As long as it was a big sister, she would hug anyone. But now, Ling Longyue and Bing Lingyue, she chose to be in Bing Lingyue's arms. Linya and Linging, she chose to be in Linya's arms. Why? Big. Soft. Comfortable. Big brother. As soon as they got home, Dragony flew out of Bing Lingyue's arms and sat on Lin Xian's shoulder. She's really sick of Lin Xian. Lin Xian is the closest to her. Big brother is going somewhere else tomorrow. You still have to stay with your sisters, do you hear me? Lin Xian pinched her and said with a smile. Dragony's mouth twitched. Can't Dragony be with Big Brother? She really wants to be with Lin Xian. It's not convenient. When we go to the beast domain later, I'll bring you along. Be good. Okay, Dragony is the most obedient. Dragony nodded her little head. Good girl. Then Lin Xian looked at them and said, okay, Xiao Linglong is going to cook for everyone. Ah. Big sister is going to cook. Ling Longyue's face fell. What's wrong with me doing it? Linglong Shui came out of the room and asked. No, nothing. What I mean is that big sister is pregnant and shouldn't work too hard. Let Lin Xian do it. He should serve you. Ling Longyue said with a smile. Lin Xian, yes, she was willing and satisfied with Lin Xian serving her, but why was this girl's words so unpleasant? Since I have nothing to do, I'll do it. Sister, you can play with me and Sister Bing. Let Lin Xian play. No, you're too much of a scammer. Linglong Shui said. Ling Longyue, wow. Who was the one who tricked him? That's right, Linglong Shui had become a little arrogant after 2 rounds of godly play. You two have fun. I'll go guide Xiao Linglong. Then, Lin Xian and Linglong Shui walked into the kitchen. That's strange. I don't feel like big sister is angry. Ling Longyue mumbled. Maybe it's because Lin Xian is too strong. Bing Lingyue smiled. An hour and a half later, 4 dishes and a soup were successfully served on the table. After dinner, the 4 of them nestled on the sofa, covered with blankets, and curled up together to watch a movie. The female lead in the movie was the one they had talked about before. I heard that an Axayan has a concert in Ice Country these few days. Ling Longyue said. They all liked this girl. She was pretty and good at acting. The main thing was that she looked familiar. They had seen her in many TV dramas and movies. Then go to Ice Country with Lin Xian. He's going there. Linglong Shui said. Oh. Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longyue. You're going to Ice Country. What a coincidence. What coincidence? I'm not bringing you. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Ling Longyue pursed her lips. Stinky man. When you need me, you say all kinds of good things. When you don't need me, you don't bring me. Humph. Ling Longyue said with disdain. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. That seemed to be the case. However, Lin Xian did not want to reveal that he was going to the ice country to act as Xiao Ru Ning's boyfriend for the time being. Moreover, unlike the Ling family, Xiao Ru Ning's parents were in no hurry to sell her. According to Xiao Ru Ning, as long as it was a man, as long as he had the ability to reproduce, her parents would be satisfied. Lin Xian could not understand Xiao Ru Ning's parents' mentality. If it was in the past and she could not cultivate, her parents would be anxious. After all, Xiao Ru Ning's age. That's not right. She was not young. She was only 1 or 2 years older than Linya. She was only 24 or 25 years old, which was the most beautiful period of a woman's life. Even if she couldn't cultivate in the past, she wouldn't be in a hurry. But now that she could cultivate, once she reached a higher realm, her lifespan would increase, and her aging would be slowed down. Some people might be in their 50s or 60s, but they still look like they were in their 20s. Ling Ying and Han Chushua's mother looked exactly like that. She was in her 40s, but when they stood together, it was no exaggeration to say that they looked like sisters. It's not that I don't want to bring you. I really have something to do. Something to do. Other than women, what do you have to do? You must be going to find a girl. Ling Longyue mumbled. Ling Longxue glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian panicked. Don't. Cough cough, don't mess around. If you want to go, you can go by yourself or you guys can go. I'm not bringing you. Sister, did you see that? He's guilty and doesn't dare to bring you. Lin Xian, forget it, Lin Xian is going to do something important. Ling Longxue shook her head. Oh. Ling Longyue did not say anything else. I'll bring you guys to play when I come back. Lin Xian said. Who cares? Ling Longyue mumbled. Dragony wants it. Dragony said sweetly. Okay, then I'll bring Dragony out to play. I won't bring them. Hee hee, Dragony happily kissed Lin Xian's face again. After about 2 hours, it was getting late and they had finished another movie. Hey, why aren't you leaving? Ling Longyue kicked Lin Xian who was beside her. Leave? Why should I leave? This is my home, why should I leave? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. Who said this is your home? We bought this. But my wife is here, so this is my home. Lin Xian said with a smile. To be honest, he wanted to accompany Linya tonight, but in the end, he could not resist Ling Longshue's temptation. Humph. It's getting late, Xiao Linglong, let's take a shower and go to sleep. I have to wake up early tomorrow. Ling Longshue's face was slightly red, then she got up and walked back to her room. Bye-bye. Lin Xian smiled and waved at Ling Longyue, his expression was too smug. Ling Longyue's mouth was slightly open. Sister Bing, Lin Xian, Ling Longyue pointed and looked at Bing Lingyue. Bing Lingyue smiled, they are partners, it's normal. Ah. Bastard, bastard. Ling Longyue was going crazy. She knew, but she was not happy. Time to sleep. She then went back to her room in a huff. Dragony, let's go back to sleep. Bing Lingyue was their intellectual big sister. She then carried Dragony, turned off the lights and TV, and went back to her room. Smells good. Lin Xian said with a smile as he sniffed Ling Longshue's room. Chapter 840. Ling Longxue gritted her teeth. She didn't think much of it, but when this bastard said it, she felt bad. He didn't have any good intentions. Then, Ling Longxue gave Lin Xian a new blanket and threw it on the bed. What are you doing? Lin Xian asked in confusion. One blanket for each of us. Lin Xian, hey, honey, you can't do this. You're too heartless. Because you made me feel that you were up to no good. Linglong Shui said honestly. That's right, she did agree at first. Then, when she saw Lin Xian walk in, she inexplicably saw bad intentions in his eyes. It was as if the big bad wolf had entered the little white rabbit's house. It was very strong. No, we're already in a relationship. You're making my heart ache. Lin Xian looked like he was heartbroken. Sleep if you want. Linglong Shui then lay down on the bed, leaving Lin Xian half the bed and a soft blanket. Fine, you're ruthless. Lin Xian then took off his clothes and jumped on the bed. Linglong Shui turned her head to look, and her face immediately turned red. You! She gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian crawled under the blanket. What's wrong? Can't I sleep naked? Anyway, I'm not in your blanket. Lin Xian said with a very reasonable look. Linglong Shui was speechless for a moment. Then, she turned her back to Lin Xian and closed her eyes. Lin Xian then laughed evilly and turned off the lights. Anyway, there was plenty of time at night. He could take it slow. In the darkness, Lin Xian slowly reached out his hand. Take it away. I'm hugging you. Lin Xian then put his arm under Linglong Shui's head. The two of them were separated by 2 blankets. It was nothing. Linglong Shui sighed slightly and then rested her head on Lin Xian's arm. She didn't say anything. Come closer. Turn around. Lin Xian said with a smile. You promised me. Linglong Shui said softly. Yes, but is it okay if I hug you? Lin Xian said very logically. It seemed like it. Then, she slowly turned and curled up in Lin Xian's arms. After all, they were separated by 2 blankets in the winter. Lin Xian then slowly leaned over and kissed Linglong Shui's pink cheeks. Linglong Shui, sigh, it's nothing. This is normal. She slowly closed her eyes. In the darkness, Lin Xian slowly revealed a mischievous smile. I want a kiss. Lin Xian then said with a smile. Linglong Shui didn't respond. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. After saying that, Lin Xian didn't give her time to react and kissed her. Linglong Shui instinctively wanted to dodge, but Lin Xian was too strong. Xiao Linglong, I want to see our baby. Lin Xian whispered in Linglong Shui's ear. I can't see, Linglong Shui said with a blush. Who said that? Others can't see, you can't see, but I can. I can be the closest to our baby. Lin Xian then whispered in her ear. Her face immediately turned red. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Linglong in his arms. That's right, the 2 of them were in the same bed. Last night, when he kissed Linglong Shui, it was already destined that Linglong Shui would be bullied by Lin Xian. As expected, although Linglong Shui repeatedly rejected Lin Xian, he became more and more overbearing. She was half-hearted and half-willing to give in to Lin Xian. That's why men's words can't be trusted. As long as you're taken advantage of even a little, you can forget about it. Smack! Lin Xian looked at the beautiful Linglong Shui and gently kissed her again. Linglong Shui's long eyelashes trembled slightly, then she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. You're awake. Lin Xian said with a mischievous smile. Linglong Shui then turned her back to Lin Xian in disdain. She lazily closed her eyes and didn't want to move at all. Lin Xian smiled. All right, you should rest. I've seen our baby and I'm satisfied. I'll leave first. Lin Xian then got dressed on the bed and looked at her dotingly. He then opened the door and walked out while massaging his waist. Did you accidentally injure your waist during a battle? Lin Xian muttered to himself while massaging his waist. In the living room, Bing Lingyue was wearing home clothes and heating a cup of milk for herself. Then she saw Lin Xian walking out while massaging his waist. What's wrong? Is your back uncomfortable? Bing Lingyue asked. I don't know. Maybe it's from a fight. Lin Xian shook his head and then sat on the sofa. I'm afraid there are too many women around. Bing Lingyue said. Lin Xian, wow. That makes sense. It can't be, right? Is my waist that weak? No, it's not that his waist is weak. It's that regardless of whether it's Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, or Ling Longshui, they're all too beautiful. He'd rather have a weak waist than stop. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly and blushed. Lie down, I'll give you a massage. Bing Lingyue said to Lin Xian. Aw. So nice. Up to you. Hee, thank you, little Bing Lingyue. Lin Xian then lay down on the sofa happily. Bing Lingyue passed the warm milk to Lin Xian and then put her slender hands on Lin Xian's back. Then Lin Xian felt a cool sensation enter his body. Wow! Don't be too comfortable. Bing Lingyue is really virtuous. No, she's only virtuous to Lin Xian and her friends. Outside, she's a cold empress. She's very similar to Linya in this aspect. Alright, it shouldn't be sore for a while. Bing Lingyue released her hands and said. Lin Xian sat up and twisted the girl. It's really not sore anymore. Little Bing Lingyue, you know medicine too. It's not medicine. I just used a bit of cool ice elemental energy to heal it. However, I still have to remind you. Oh. Although Linglong is very beautiful, as a man, your body is still quite important. Lin Xian, ahem, Lin Xian coughed awkwardly. But, that shouldn't be. I'm at least at the lower realm. How can this happen? That's because Linglong is at the heavenly Dao realm. Oh. Bing Lingyue said, Linglong is considered alright. The Void Fox is a relatively gentle race. Some Fey women reach the Great Void Realm, and men at your level can't even have intercourse with them. The energy in their bodies is too strong. Once they have intercourse, the man will definitely self-destruct. Therefore, for you to be intimate with Linglong, who's at the heavenly Dao realm, it's already very good that your waist only hurts. It just means that too much of your yang energy and essence has been absorbed. Lin Xian, then what about you? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Bing Lingyue was speechless. Chapter 841. Her beautiful face had a faint blush that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Then, Bing Lingyue took the cup of warm milk from the coffee table and took a sip. She seemed very calm about Lin Xian's question, but she had given the milk to Lin Xian before, and Lin Xian had drunk half of it. Because of the panic in her heart at that moment, she forgot about this. She looked very calm, but when Lin Xian saw that she was even drinking the milk that he had drunk, he knew that she was not as calm as she appeared. This was a good thing. Do you believe that I won't tell Linglong? After a long time, Bing Lingyue said this. Tell her then. I've already told her the truth, and she has forgiven me. She allows me to have multiple wives. Lin Xian said with a grin. This was within Bing Lingyue's expectations. Linglong Shui looked noble and cold. Of course, that was the truth. It was just that she was kinder. She might not show her feelings, but it did not mean that she had no feelings. For example, she would never show her love for Lin Xian. For example, she would never tell Lin Xian, "I love you, I like you." Or take the initiative to hug Lin Xian. She would never do that, even with her current relationship with Lin Xian. But she cared more than anyone else. It was easy to see that she would do a lot of things now, including in the past. Whether it was the spirit restoration pill or something else, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to give it to Lin Xian. However, those were all things she had prepared for Lin Xian. Even when she went to Lin Xian's house for the new year, she had spent a lot of time choosing her own clothes and gifts. It was all because she cared too much. Therefore, she would definitely indulge Lin Xian. Linglong has suffered because of you. You have to be nice to her. Bing Lingyue put down the cup of milk and said softly. Then, she was stunned. She looked at the cup of milk in a daze. Only then did she realize that she had only given it to Lin Xian. Oh no, oh no. Lin Xian didn't notice, did he? Lin Xian nodded. I know. That's why I feel sorry for her. Yes, with Linglong Shue's beauty, temperament, and excellence, how many people in this world, including the human race and the demon race, would dare to say that they were worthy of her? It's good enough that you don't feel inferior in front of her. Actually, it's nothing, but you can't let a girl protect you. As a man, you have to protect her. Just work hard and become stronger. Yes, little Icy, you're the one who sees things clearly. I'll definitely work hard to become stronger and then protect you all. Bing Lingyue was speechless. Lin Xian was referring to all of you. Did that include her? Then, Lin Xian grinned. I want a kiss. Bing Lingyue was speechless. You can ask Ling Long for it. After saying that, she got up and walked into her room. Lin Xian smiled and left. In the room, Bing Lingyue stood there motionlessly with her back to the door. She had a very strange feeling. She didn't understand why she had such a feeling. When Lin Xian talked to her, she inexplicably liked talking to him. She was also inexplicably willing to do things for him. She even felt touched when Lin Xian teased her, "What's going on?" Bing Lingyue's face was filled with pain. She hit her head. She felt that she was missing something very important. Then, something else appeared. It was very messy. She didn't know what it was. What scared her the most was, she didn't hate Lin Xian teasing her. Instead, why did she like the feeling of being intimate with Lin Xian? This made her very afraid. After all, she was Linglong Shue's man. After Lin Xian left, he went to Linya's Art Xian group. He took a look at Linya and stayed with her for a while. He felt sorry for her. He came back, but he didn't spend the first night with her at home. Lin Xian swore that when he was done with work, he would spend the whole day with her. There was also Lu Yufan. No matter what, this girl was still Lin Xian's girlfriend. Lin Xian really didn't spend much time with her. However, it was still alright to be able to play games with her. Murong Qing had been busy with the bubble gun project recently. Lin Xian was still very grateful to her. Her existence didn't talk about other things, but he didn't know how much she helped him and Linya. But the most worrying thing was, missions. Now, Bing Lingyue and Ling Longyue's missions were constantly depleting Lin Xian's Adonis points. It wouldn't be long before Murong Qing's missions started depleting as well. If Xiao Xinyue didn't complete it soon, Xiao Xinyue's Adonis points would start depleting. Lin Xian was glad that Xiao Runing and Yi Yi's missions hadn't been triggered yet. If they were triggered, Lin Xian would be even more worried. Perhaps Yi Yi was relatively easier to woo. Although Xiao Runing and Lin Xian were very close, she had a lot of things to consider. It was similar to Linglong Shui. It was the kind of thing that would cause your confession to fail. Although he was puzzled as to why neither of them triggered a mission, regardless of whether it was triggered or not, they were already Lin Xian's women. Unless they found a guy they liked. When leaving the Art Xian group, Lin Xian ran into Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was standing outside the Art Xian group, leaning against a sports car. When he saw Lin Xian, he quickly waved his hand. Young Master Lin. Lin Xian walked over. Young Master Yi. Yo, this sports car isn't cheap. Yi Qingyun smiled and said, Young Master Lin, don't make fun of me. With your family's wealth, you can buy this brand of car company. No, no, no. That's my sister's property, not mine. It's all done by my sister. How can you say that it's my property? Lin Xian smiled. In fact, Yi Qingyun knew that although it seemed to be Linya, he didn't know how much of it Lin Xian was, but it must be because of Lin Xian. However, in Yi Qingyun's opinion, Linya should be the majority. After all, this woman was as outstanding as a dazzling star in his eyes. Young Master Yi, you're too humble. What's the matter? If it's about business, wait for my sister to draft the contract. When the time comes, we'll contact you to discuss it again. Lin Xian. No, no, no. I'm here specifically for you, young Master Lin. Me? Lin Xian pretended to be stunned. Why are you looking for me? Lin Xian scratched his head and said. Yi Qingyun handed Lin Xian a cigarette. No, I don't smoke. Young Master Lin doesn't smoke. As a male martial artist on this continent, it was basically a smoker. After a battle, or before a battle, one would indeed have a miraculous effect on one's spirit. Lin Xian smiled and said, Yes, after all, I live under the same roof as my sister. My sister hates the smell of smoke the most. How can she smoke? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yi Qingyun directly put out the cigarette and patted his body. Chapter 842. Since Lin Xian had said so, there was no way he would smoke anymore. Let's have a drink together. I have some things to discuss with young Master Lin. Oh, then I'm sorry. I have to go to Ice Country for some matters, so I'm afraid I don't have time. If young Master Yi has anything to say, you can tell me now. Yi Qingyun only had one goal in coming to Lin Xian. As Linya's younger brother, Lin Xian had the highest authority and presence around Linya. His words would be very useful, and he liked Linya. If he could rope in Lin Xian and have him help him pursue Linya, it would be much easier. It's like this. You should know that I'm pursuing your sister, right? Lin Xian nodded. That's why I want your support. Don't worry, if I can pursue your sister, I'll use my entire life and everything I have to protect her. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. But, I can't. I know I'm being too abrupt, but I really like her too much. But she won't even see me. At most, she might meet me for business, so I think, young Master Yi. Lin Xian patted Yi Qingyun's shoulder. It could be seen that this person really liked Linya. Lin Xian didn't know about his character, but even if his character was good, but Linya was his. He was really sorry. Young Master Lin, do you have any advice for me? When pursuing a girl, you have to rely on your own sincerity. Relying on others to pursue her is never right, especially when she's my sister. Oh, right. Also, if young Master Yi is only here for this, then I think you can go back, because my sister already has someone she likes. What? Yi Qingyun revealed an expression of disbelief. He had never seen Linya get close to any guy. Yes, I'll tell you clearly. My sister already has someone she likes. She won't accept anyone else. Lin Xian said. In that instant, Yi Qingyun felt as if the sky had collapsed. But I've never heard of or seen him before. Who is he? Lin Xian shook his head. Young Master Yi, you don't need to know that. All you need to know is that you won't have a chance no matter what. There are plenty of beautiful girls in this world. Young Master Yi, you should consider the others. With that, Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder and walked away. Yi Qingyun's face was ashen. It was the feeling of losing one's true love. Wait, young Master Lin. Yi Qingyun called out to Lin Xian. Is there anything else? I want to know who he is. What kind of man is worthy of her? What kind of man does she fancy? Yi Qingyun said, unwilling to give up. Or rather, he had given up, but he wanted to know. He's not that outstanding, he just likes her. Who could say for sure if they liked something like that, right? Let's go. Then Lin Xian waved his hand and walked away. Yi Qingyun secretly clenched his fists. After a while, he loosened them slightly. Sigh, Yi Qingyun, you finally fell in love with a girl in this life. In the end, it's too late. How good would it have been if you had met her earlier? Yi Qingyun sighed. Forget it. If we can become friends, that's fine. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Yi Qingyun sighed and walked into the art pavilion building. How should he put it? Suddenly, he didn't pursue Linya anymore. Instead, he let go. Then, he would go and have a good chat with her. He was satisfied that they could be friends. At this moment, Lin Xian was already sitting on a plane to the Ice Nation. Because the accident rate of flying vehicles like planes was simply too high, there were very few planes as a means of transportation. Very few people were willing to take planes, even though it was faster. But even though there were very few, it didn't mean that there weren't any. As for why the accident rate was high, it wasn't because of the plane itself, but because of the demonic beast domain. In the demonic beast domain, there was no lack of flying-type demonic beasts. When a flying-type demonic beast saw a plane flying past them, they would directly blast it with a demonic skill. The plane would be gone, and the entire plane would die. If there was no threat of demonic beasts, the accident rate of a normal plane was 1 in 3 million. If there were demonic beasts, it would be 1 in 100,000. Although the 1 in 100,000 chance seemed very low, it was indeed dangerous. However, to go to a place like the Ice Nation, it was too far away. Firstly, it would take a long time to take the Star Cloud car, and secondly, the danger level was actually higher than that of a plane. Because your journey was far, and you were traveling across borders, the chances of encountering powerful demonic beasts were higher, and the chances of being attacked were higher. Moreover, that area belonged to the demonic beast domain, so it was even more dangerous. Lin Xian, are you here? On the plane, Lin Xian was having a video call with Xiao Runing. The planes here were much more advanced than those on Earth. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about the phone's signal threatening the plane. I just got on the plane. It's going to take 23 hours. I'm fucking drunk. Lin Xian had never sat in a car or plane for more than 10 hours in his life. He had never sat in a car or plane for more than 10 hours on Earth. He felt that it was a kind of torture. When he went to Tiandu, he had to take the Star Cloud car for about 8 hours. Fortunately, he still had Ling Longyue to talk to and cultivate their relationship. There weren't many people on the plane, only about 10 passengers. However, the plane ticket was extremely expensive. In any case, Lin Xian had spent 50,000 yuan to fly from Lin and City to Ice Nation's ice capital airport. After all, there were too few people taking the plane, so they couldn't recoup the cost. Therefore, the price would be very high. It's fine. Have a good sleep. Xiao Runing said with a smile. Hey, 50,000 yuan for the plane ticket. You have to reimburse me. Xiao Runing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Xian. Alright, I'll reimburse you, but the prerequisite is that you have to act well for me. Don't worry. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Runing's background. It seemed like they were in the living room. Is this your home? A villa. It was reasonable for Xiao Runing's family to live in a villa. However, Lin Xian really didn't understand Xiao Runing at all. What? I can't live in a villa. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes again. At this time, a girl in pink pajamas walked past Xiao Runing. She was eating delicious food as she passed by. Then, she took a look and was very curious. Who are you video chatting with? Xiao Xinyue walked over. This sister was video chatting with a boy. Hello, little Xinyue. I missed you so much. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian saw Xiao Xinyue and waved with a smile. Xiao Xinyue, hey, I advise you to be kind. Xiao Runing said unhappily. Then, Xiao Xinyue sat next to Xiao Runing. You're video chatting with Lin Xian. It was very strange. Even if they were close, they could have just called. Video chatting. Chapter 843. In Xiao Xinyue's eyes, even if Xiao Runing had never had a boyfriend, she was very outstanding. It wasn't that she couldn't find one. But no matter what, Xiao Xinyue had never seen Xiao Runing call a guy, let alone video call him. Anyway, Xiao Xinyue didn't know anything about relationships. She only felt that video calls between men and women were very ambiguous. Ask him to come over and help, Xiao Runing said helplessly. Help? Don't tell me. Xiao Xinyue suddenly thought of something. Hey, you haven't even told your sister? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Xiao Runing shrugged and said, yeah, I just want to ask Lin Xian to pretend to be my boyfriend. Xiao Xinyue, she knew it. How could her sister have a boyfriend? She even told her parents that her boyfriend would come to visit in 2 days. She was very curious. She asked once, but Xiao Runing gave an ambiguous answer, so she didn't continue to ask. So she wanted Lin Xian to pretend to be her boyfriend. Then you better pray that mom and dad don't find out. Xiao Xinyue leaned on the sofa and said softly. It's okay. We've already rehearsed. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ha! Xiao Runing's face suddenly turned red. No. Nothing. That. Call me when you're almost there. I'll go pick you up. Bye. Hey, don't. Little Xinyue, you still haven't told me if you miss me. Lin Xian hung up just as he finished speaking. The two girls' faces were slightly red. They sat on the sofa and didn't say anything. Anyway, they each had their own thoughts. As for Xiao Runing, because of Lin Xian's words, she had a guilty conscience. What was there to practice? Of course, they were boyfriend and girlfriend. They even slept together. She was taken advantage of by this bastard. Because of her guilty conscience, she was afraid that Xiao Xinyue would find out. If she found out, she would be too ashamed to continue being an elder sister. Xiao Xinyue was right beside her. And Xiao Xinyue, how should he put it? She naturally had a good impression of Lin Xian, but Lin Xian was teasing her again. For those who didn't have a good impression of him, teasing would only lead to anger, but for those who had a good impression of him, it would make her shy. Although she had countless pursuers, who would dare to flirt with her in front of her. It was none other than Lin Xian. Mom and Dad are very smart. You suddenly said that you have a boyfriend and that your boyfriend is coming to visit. Mom and Dad will naturally suspect that you found someone to pretend to be your boyfriend. They will definitely test you. Xiao Xinhua broke the silence and said softly. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. But if I don't let Lin Xian impersonate me, I'll probably be nagged to death this year. Also, my parents will definitely arrange all sorts of blind dates for me. I'd rather die. Xiao Runing said helplessly. After all, you are also quite beautiful. There are countless people who admire you in Ice City. This is normal. Pretty. I say, my dear sister, why do I feel that you don't admit that I'm particularly beautiful? Tell me, do you think that I'm inferior to you in your heart? Xiao Runing hugged Xiao Xinyue's waist and laughed as she questioned her. Yes. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Good, you don't give me any face at all. You're asking for a beating. Then the two of them started to quarrel in the living room. Xiao Xinyue was a relatively cold girl, but when she was alone with Xiao Runing, she would be a little more open. After all, the two sisters were indeed very close. Lin Xian chatted with Lu Yufan, Miao Xiao Miao, and the other girls on the plane to kill time and cultivate their relationship. They had chatted for about 3 hours. Lin Xian's neck was sore, so he lay down and closed his eyes to sleep. Beside him, a particularly fair-skinned girl wearing sunglasses had just passed by the washroom. Because there were very few people on the plane, there were only about 10 people on the plane. As a result, when passing by a place and seeing someone, she would take a special look. This was human instinct. Then she saw Lin Xian. She pulled down her sunglasses slightly to see him more clearly. The girl was slightly stunned for a moment, then walked away. Because she recognized Lin Xian. Of course, she didn't know him. She only said that she saw Lin Xian on the Nebula car to Tiandu. Because there was a small conflict on the Nebula car at that time, the male lead was him, so she paid special attention to him. She didn't expect to see him on the plane to Ice City. The girl then sat in the seat in front of Lin Xian. Scumbag. She then muttered something. Why was she called a scumbag? She was sitting in front of Lin Xian. Just now, Lin Xian had been talking on the phone with someone. Although she didn't see it, she could tell from the content that this person was talking to at least 4 different girls, flirting and asking for kisses. Wasn't this a scumbag? Although she had never been in a relationship, she had acted in many teen idol dramas. She could still tell if this man was talking to his sister or girlfriend. Obviously, it was his girlfriend. He was probably going to Ice City to see his girlfriend. It might be an online relationship. Stepping on 4 boats, the lowest. Tui, men. She flipped through the magazine in peace. This time, she was going to Ice City to prepare for her concert. Usually, no matter where a celebrity went, they would have a lot of bodyguards. At least, they would have their own manager or something along. Normally, she was the same. Although she didn't like such occasions, she had no choice. It was just that she had returned to Tiandu for the New Year 2 days ago, so after the New Year, she directly flew to Ice City. The others had already arrived and were preparing for the venue. There were very few flights by plane. There were only a few in the entire empire. Therefore, this plane flew directly from Tiandu to Lin and City, and then to Ice City. This was also the reason why Lin Xian and she could meet again. She boarded the plane in Tiandu. The plane flew for about 5 hours. The sky was already dark, and basically everyone was asleep. At this moment, something strange happened. The whole plane suddenly emitted a loud bang, and then suddenly shook. Everyone was suddenly awakened from their sleep. Fortunately, they were all wearing seatbelts. Otherwise, they would have been knocked around in the cabin. At this moment, the whole plane was falling at an extremely fast speed. Ah, Although the plane wasn't big and there were very few people, after encountering such a terrifying thing, everyone woke up and instantly fell into despair. Screams and cries were heard. Boom, there was another sudden tremor. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His pupils constricted as he looked out the window. Outside, a huge black demonic beast was releasing lightning and bombarding the plane. Lin Xian, what the fuck? This was the first time in his life on a plane, and he encountered it with a probability of 1 in 100,000. Did it have to be so unlucky? But, perhaps for others, this was a disaster and a hopeless situation. But for Lin Xian, a martial artist with spatial attributes, there was hope. Chapter 844. The plane itself was particularly noisy. In such a noisy environment, the screams of the passengers in the cabin seemed insignificant. However, it was precisely in such an environment that the screams coming from Lin Xian suppressed the noisy whistling of the plane. Lin Xian frowned and quickly unbuckled his seatbelt. Then, he grabbed the back of the chair near the window. Bang! Lin Xian smashed the glass with his fist. The whistling wind made it difficult for him to breathe. However, he had no choice. He had to do this because he needed to check the distance to the ground. Lin Xian could only release his spatial energy accurately if he knew the distance to the ground. Then, Lin Xian went against the wind and stuck his head out. At this moment, the plane was diving down at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian got a rough idea of the distance in an instant. If he was alone, he could leave immediately. However, Lin Xian wanted to save everyone on the plane. Including the passengers, the captain, and the flight attendants, there were more than 20 people. They didn't deserve to die. Since he had the ability to save them, he naturally had to save them. Bang! Just as Lin Xian was about to release his spatial energy, a figure flew over and smashed into Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned. It was a little soft and a little fragrant. Hey, stop screaming. Be quiet. Lin Xian shouted. He grabbed her with both hands and pushed her away. After pushing her away, he grabbed her arm tightly. Ding. Because you squeezed the girl's Mimi too hard, Adonis points plus 1 million. Lin Xian, wah. He didn't do it on purpose. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. And Xian's eyes were red. Die your sister. Stop screaming. Lin Xian shouted. Then, he took a deep breath and released his spatial energy. Whoosh! In the next moment, everyone on the plane disappeared. Boom! A few seconds later, a roar came from a barren plain. The plane crashed. Lin Xian pulled an Xian and landed not far away. As for the others, Lin Xian didn't know where they were sent, but it shouldn't be too far away. Because he pulled an Xian, the two of them were together. Those people all landed safely. They were also very confused. Why didn't he die? As for whether they lived or died, Lin Xian didn't care. The easiest way was to make a phone call. I'm not dead. An Xian's mouth was slightly agape, her face full of disbelief. Then, she tried to step on the ground. Wow! I'm not dead. She couldn't help but cry out in excitement. Lin Xian shook his head. Fuck. We're all women dogs. When she was in extreme danger, she instinctively grabbed Lin Xian and scratched Lin Xian's arm. Hey, we're not dead. An Xian walked over to Lin Xian and patted Lin Xian's back. Lin Xian lifted his sleeve. There were 5 deep fingerprints. No, it wasn't as simple as fingerprints. It was completely sunken and bloody. An Xian looked at Lin Xian's wound and suddenly recalled that she seemed to have grabbed someone on the plane. She seemed to have used a lot of force. Could it be? Then, Lin Xian released the law of creation and the wound on his arm instantly healed. An Xian's mouth was wide open. Lin Xian then turned to look at her. Scumbag. An Xian subconsciously called out after seeing Lin Xian clearly. Lin Xian. What the hell? Ding. You have triggered the mission. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission reward, all existing attributes are improved. Mission punishment, poison attribute disappears. Currently, it has been forcefully accepted. Lin Xian, that's right, it had been a long time since he triggered a mission. He didn't expect to meet a girl who triggered a mission on the plane. Lin Xian then carefully sized her up. He had to admit that since the mission was triggered by the system, this girl was truly beautiful. She looked like she was about 18 or 19 years old. She was still quite young. She was very youthful, bright, lively, and cute. Her skin was as white as milk. After experiencing that kind of thing, her hair was messy, but it just so happened that this kind of messy hair gave people a special kind of beauty. Naturally, there was no need to talk about her figure. Perhaps the thing that left the deepest impression on people was the pair of eyes on her beautiful face. He felt that her eyes were just so, but for some reason, they were super beautiful and full of spirit. It was as if they could speak. An Xian looked at Lin Xian's eyes and was secretly angry. He was indeed a scumbag. But she felt that the reason she was able to survive was because of him. He saved her life. Are you okay? Lin Xian asked. I am fine. An Xian shook her little head and then slightly frowned. What's wrong? It hurts. Only then did she realize that her chest hurt. It was burning. Why? Could it be that she was hit on the plane? Hurts. Where? Chest. She subconsciously rubbed it and suddenly realized something. I am fine. Lin Xian, he remembered that when they were on the plane, this girl suddenly broke free from her seatbelt and flew onto him, grabbing him tightly. At that time, Lin Xian still had to focus on releasing the space attribute. After all, there were dozens of people on the plane. Also, he had to control the distance. If the distance was not right, they might fall to their deaths in midair. So at that time, Lin Xian did not notice. In addition, the wind was especially strong. Her entire weight and some kind of strength were on him. Lin Xian directly grabbed her and pushed her away. If it was not for the system notification, he would not have noticed that he was grabbing onto something. At that time, the situation was urgent. Lin Xian had to grab onto her with all his strength. Otherwise, she would definitely be injured when she flew out. If she hit her head, that kind of force would probably kill her. So, her chest was probably really bruised. Lin Xian knew how hard he had used at that time. Damn it. Sorry. It really hurts. An Xian only realized that it was too painful. Tears were about to come out. Did you hit something? Lin Xian pretended to be confused and asked. Maybe, no. At first, she also thought that she had hit something, but when she calmed down and thought about it, no, this was a scumbag. But she was embarrassed to say it. After all, he had saved her. I think so, an Xian said sadly. Give me your hand. Lin Xian. Give it to me. Then, Lin Xian grabbed her hand and released the creation rule slightly. At first, an Xian thought that he was going to take advantage of her, but then she realized that it did not hurt. It actually did not hurt. How magical. Wood attribute. Thank you, she said softly. That, were you the one who saved me? Then she looked up at Lin Xian and asked. Chapter 845. Lin Xian stretched his body. Of course. Do you think God saved you? And Xian's face was slightly red. Although she felt that this person was quite annoying, was a scumbag, and had hurt her so much, he had saved her after all. Thank you, and Xian said softly. Then she raised her head and stretched out her hand to Lin Xian. I'm an Xian. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. And Xian tilted her head. You know him? No, I just feel like I've heard of him before, and Xian said softly. Lin Xian looked into the distance and took out his phone. This was a little fucking awkward. There was no signal. It was normal for there to be no signal in this place. And Xian copied Lin Xian and took out her phone. There was also no signal. Then what do we do now? When had an Xian ever encountered such a situation? If she was left alone in such an environment, she would be dead. She knew that she could only follow Lin Xian. What else can we do? Let's go. We'll talk when we reach a place with signal. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he walked in the direction of the ice country. Oh. And Xian obediently followed Lin Xian. Then she secretly rubbed her Mimi. It really didn't hurt anymore. Bastard. Couldn't you have gone somewhere else to grab her? She wasn't sure if Lin Xian did it on purpose or if it was just a coincidence. But it should be a coincidence in that situation. She couldn't let others know. But she felt so wronged. She hadn't even been in a relationship and her Mimi was pinched like that. Damn it. And Xian was going crazy behind them. This girl was a dream lover in the eyes of the public. She was elegant, pure, and noble. However, she had a mischievous heart. It was just that in front of the big screen, the company wanted her to be like that. She couldn't do anything about it. Lin Xian, are the others dead? And Xian asked from behind. No, I don't know where I sent them. Life and death are up to fate. However, they should be together. Plus, the captain and co-captain of the plane should be quite strong. They shouldn't be in too much danger. Oh. And Xian nodded lightly. Strange, does he not recognize me? She thought from behind. That shouldn't be the case, right? Do you usually watch TV and listen to music? And Xian caught up with Lin Xian and asked tentatively. I usually play with girls. And Xian, scumbag. Then, Lin Xian turned to look at her with a smirk. Especially a pretty girl like you. And Xian, she instinctively took a step back and looked at Lin Xian warily. What are you doing? Yes. And Xian, Lin Xian then approached her step by step with a smirk. I will sue you. She really didn't know if Lin Xian was real or not. He was a scumbag, and there were only the two of them. They were outside, and he was much stronger than her. If he was real, oh my God. Could he be that unlucky? Sue me. Who are you going to sue? Plop, and Xian took a step back and fell to the ground, sitting on her butt. Lin Xianran walked in front of her and squatted down, using his hand to lift her delicate chin. Say, I saved your life, so you have to repay me, right? And Xian looked at Lin Xian warily, her big eyes filled with fear. I can give you money. And Xian said weakly. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't lack money. And Xian was so scared that tears flowed down her face. Ding. Prince Charming points plus 2,000,000. Lin Xian was satisfied with getting the Prince Charming points. I'm just teasing you. Lin Xian then stood up and smiled. An Axian, you. An Axian then stood up and wiped her tears as she stared at Lin Xian angrily. She was angry and scared. It's fun. An Axian stomped her feet and said angrily. Yes, it's fun. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Humph. Let's go. If you don't want to die, then follow me. One day passed just like that. Normally, Lin Xian would arrive at Ice City the next morning, but Lin Xian walked for half a day, so he didn't know where he was the next morning. Heartwarming was also trying to contact Lin Xian. Normally, he would arrive at that time, but she found that she couldn't contact him at all. His WeChat was offline, and she couldn't get through to his phone. Could something have happened? Heartwarming thought worriedly. He's not here yet. Xiao Xinyue looked at Heartwarming. Heartwarming shook her head. I can't get through to his phone. I don't know if his phone is turned off or there's no signal. It's normal to have no signal in the beast domain, but the plane has its own signal. That means, he might be in the beast domain now. Heartwarming frowned. It seems that something really happened. Then she quickly made a phone call. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Help me check the plane that flew from Tiandu to Ice City in Lin and City yesterday. After a minute, he received a message. The plane had lost contact. Heartwarming felt as if all her strength had been sucked out of her body at that moment. She was really worried that something might have happened to Lin Xian. If something really happened to him, Heartwarming would die of guilt because he came to Ice City for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. But now, he had lost contact with her. If something happened to him, it would be because of her. It's okay. Doesn't he have the space attribute? Even if the plane was attacked by the beast domain, with his space attribute, he can at least guarantee that he will be fine. Xiao Xinyue comforted. Right. Lin Xian was of the spatial attribute. If it were someone of another attribute, they would probably be dead for sure. Be it the explosion of the plane or the attacks of the demonic beasts, they would all be able to take their lives. But if it was someone of the spatial attribute. But in the end, she was just comforting herself. I'll go find him. Heartwarming stood up. How can I find him in such a big place? At that moment, Heartwarming received a message on her phone. She quickly picked up the phone and saw Lin Xian's profile picture. At that moment, she almost cried. Then, she quickly called Lin Xian. Hello, where are you? Lin Xian's voice came from the phone. Don't mention it. The plane had an accident. Fortunately, this young master has the space attribute. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see you. I don't know where I am. My phone just got a signal. Heartwarming sighed in relief. Send me your location. I'll come and pick you up. Okay. Heartwarming put down the phone. This bastard is really pitiful. Even with such a small chance, he still encountered it. Fortunately, he's fine. Then, she looked at Xiao Xinyue and said, I'll go and pick him up. I'll go with you. On the other side, Lin Xian was sitting on a rock. Next to him was an Axian. Let's wait. It's more than 1,000 kilometers. My friend will need a few hours to get here. An Axian nodded. Thank you. So, you haven't told me how you're going to repay me. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Chapter 846. An Axian blushed slightly when she heard Lin Xian's words. Because when Lin Xian mentioned this, she thought of the scene where her Mimi was pinched by him. However, she had to admit that Lin Xian was indeed her savior. After spending half a day with him, she realized that other than being a little naughty, he seemed to be quite nice in other ways. Pay. Impossible. Impossible. Wasn't he a scumbag? Could he be a scumbag? He was the type that could make girls happy, and he was good at talking and teasing girls. Because of this, girls would jump into his arms. That was why he was a scumbag. If he was a real guy, shouldn't he be straight? Look at his glib tongue, humph. Iron scumbag. But I don't know how to repay you. I only have money. Other than money, I don't have anything else. I'm not powerful, so I can't help you. An Axian lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes. Don't you still have your beauty? Don't they always give their bodies in the movies? I don't need you to give your body to me. Just give it to me. Lin Xian smiled. An Axian, go and die, scumbag. An Axian went crazy. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. All right, ungrateful woman. An Axian, no. Can't you make a normal request? How could an Axian let others say that she was an ungrateful person? But how could she give her body to him? A normal request. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and pondered. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't have any interactions with this girl. However, she allowed Lin Xian to trigger a mission, and the mission reward was very tempting. Lin Xian's proficiency in all his attributes had reached large success. What kind of concept was that? Aside from his mastery of space, Lin Xian's mastery of other attributes was only slightly higher than his thunder attribute. His ice and fire attributes were pitifully weak. Since he didn't use them much, his mastery was naturally trash. However, if he completed her mission and reached large success in all his proficiency, he would be able to control all his attributes perfectly. He would be much stronger in actual combat. This was a fundamental increase in his strength. It wasn't through martial arts or spiritual equipment, so it was really important. Then give me a kiss. Lin Xian said to an Axian. He had no choice. Although he didn't want to go around showing mercy, who could withstand the fucking mission? An Axian, wow. I saved you. Don't tell me you can't even fulfill such a small request. You ungrateful bastard. Leave. Lin Xian had a pained look on his face. An Axian, ah. Bastard. Rogue. Scumbag. But, a kiss shouldn't be a big deal, right? Although she had never kissed him before. Only your face only. An Axian blushed and mumbled. Come. Lin Xian tapped his cheek. An Axian raised her head. Her mouth was filled with resentment towards Lin Xian. Humph, I'll return the favor after the kiss. Then, she closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly due to the turmoil in her heart. She was so adorable. Then, she slowly stood on her tiptoes and slowly walked towards Lin Xian's face with her pink lips. Lin Xian only felt a trace of coolness and softness. It was quite exquisite. Ding. Tricked a big sister into kissing you. Adonis points plus 3000000. An Axian hurriedly retreated and opened her beautiful eyes. It's done. Lin Xian touched his cheek and grinned. You can't tell anyone. An Axian mumbled softly. Don't worry. No one will know you. Who can I tell? Lin Xian smiled. An Axian, he really didn't know her. Was he from Mars? It was normal that he couldn't recognize her when she was wearing those big sunglasses. But now, forget it. Didn't he say that he played with girls every day? He didn't watch TV either. Are you from Ice Country? Lin Xian asked. No. An Xan shook her head. An Xan blushed and shook her head. I'm from China's Chengdu. I came to Ice Nation to travel. Lin Xian, amazing. Who the hell would take the risk of traveling across countries? Of course, there were, but it was really dangerous. Most people were unwilling to take the risk even if they had the ability. Lin Xian didn't suspect anything. He really didn't know her because he didn't watch TV. Wouldn't it be great if he had the time to go out and accompany girls? The TV was about other people's lives. But since she was from Hua country, Lin Xian was relieved. After all, he had to confess in the future. How would she get along if she was in Ice country? What about you? She asked. Lin and City. Lin and City. An Xan mumbled and then secretly made a decision. I'll definitely go to Lin and City. She said. Lin and City was the most border city and the company didn't want her to hold a concert there. But now, she felt that there was a need to hold a concert there. Lin Xian nodded. At this time, a private jet flew over from afar. It was obvious that it had noticed Lin Xian and an Xan. Fuck. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile when he saw the private jet. This Xiao family was extraordinarily rich. They even got a private jet. Then the jet landed and a dozen people came down. And then, I told you not to come alone, but you insisted. What if something happened to you? A woman close to 30 years old hugged an Xan. She looked very scared. Lin Xian, fuck. He was happy for nothing. An Xan had sent a message to her people and they came first. Sister Ling, I'm sorry. An Xan stuck out her tongue. It's good that you're fine. Hurry up and leave. It's not good to stay in the beast territory. An Xan nodded and ran towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian, come with me. Lin Xian shook his head with a smile. No, I'm still waiting for my friend. If I leave, wouldn't she have come for nothing? You guys go first. I have the space attribute. It's very safe here. Then I'll accompany you. No need. Go. Lin Xian patted her shoulder. Oh. An Xan nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something and quickly took out her phone. Can I add you on WeChat? The people behind looked at each other. Since the girl took the initiative to add me on WeChat, I'll definitely agree. Lin Xian smiled and added her on WeChat. An Xan smiled sweetly. Thank you. Then you must be careful. Lin Xian nodded. Let's go. Then, an Xan boarded the plane with them. On the plane, she kept looking at Lin Xian. Bye-bye. An Xan waved at Lin Xian and the cabin closed. Lin Xian was relieved when he saw that there were a few powerful people behind him. Then, the plane flew into the sky. Chapter 847. Anan, who is that? Why did you add him on WeChat? If your fans find out about this, I'm afraid there will be bad consequences. An Xan's manager, Zhang Ling, said to an Xan on the plane. He's my savior. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, I would have been dead. An Xan said truthfully. I see. On the other side, Lin Xian was browsing an Xan's WeChat moments. He had only known her for a short period of time and didn't know what kind of person she was, but she seemed to be quite nice. It was said that WeChat moments could reflect a person's personality and habits. Since Lin Xian didn't know much about her, but since he was going to woo her in the future, there was no harm in knowing more. After Lin Xian opened her WeChat moments, he found that her WeChat moments were mostly photos of her life. Then, there were some itineraries. She mentioned which city she was going to today and which city she was going to tomorrow. What was even more ridiculous was, there were many photos of her with boys in her WeChat moments. She was smiling brightly. More importantly, these boys, whether they were 17, 18, or 30, were all very handsome. At a glance, one could tell that they were not the kind of handsome that ordinary people were. Fuck. This an Axian can't be a support girl, right? Lin Xian suddenly thought of this possibility. Otherwise, why would there be so many photos of boys in her WeChat moments? Many girls would post photos of themselves with handsome guys to show off. What was there to show off? To prove that they were beautiful. It can't be, right? Lin Xian scratched his head. That was his first reaction anyway. However, he felt that an Xian's personality should be very conservative. But who could say for sure when it came to personality? There were too many girls who looked pure and innocent on the surface, but in reality, they were a different kind of person. I hope not. Otherwise, I won't even have the thought of chasing her. Lin Xian muttered to himself. However, some of the boys in her WeChat moments looked very familiar. After a while, another private jet flew over. Here. Lin Xian waved at the sky. Whoosh. The plane slowly descended, and two beauties jumped down from it. Xiao Runing ran over and rubbed her hands on Lin Xian's body. What are you doing? You're taking advantage of me the moment you arrive. Lin Xian said shyly. Shoo, are you hurt? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Tisk, I'll only get hurt in the hands of a woman. Xiao Runing, how shameless. Then, Lin Xian waved at Xiao Xinyue, who was standing behind him. Hello, little Xinyue, I want a kiss. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. She dodged Lin Xian, who was approaching her. Kiss my sister. Xiao Xinyue said helplessly. No, I want to kiss you, Mua. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. Go to hell. I won't let you kiss me even if you want to. Keep dreaming. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. The point is, I don't want to kiss you either. To be able to hire a Grand Dominion realm expert as his butler for so many years at that, this Xiao family might be more powerful than Lin Xian imagined. Xiao Ningning, what kind of family is your Xiao family? You even have an expert like Uncle Zhang as your butler. Uncle Zhang asked in surprise, young master, didn't the young lady tell you? No, I asked her but she didn't say. Lin Xian shrugged. Young master, you'll know when you get there. Lin Xian was speechless. It felt so mysterious. That's right. You'll know when you get there. Xiao Runing said with a smile. Actually, she didn't want to expose her family background. However, she had no choice. Did you want her to find another man to pretend to be her boyfriend and sleep with him? That was impossible. She had an ambiguous relationship with Lin Xian. It was only possible if she had feelings for him. Since it was exposed, then so be it. As long as Lin Xian didn't say anything, it would be fine. Chapter 848. Soon, the plane reached the edge of the city and flew further away. The Ice Nation was the capital of the Ice Nation. The reason why the Ice Nation was called the Ice Nation was because there were 3 seasons of winter in a year. Even if that season was spring, the snow and ice of the Ice Nation would rarely melt. It was truly an empire of ice and snow. Now in the sky of Bing City, Lin Xian looked out the window. It was very, very beautiful. But it had to be said that the people of Bing country were really resistant to the cold. It might not be a big deal for martial artists, but for ordinary people without realms, they would feel cold all year round. But even so, it was cold all year round, so the ice country was super good at keeping warm. Whether it was the structure of the house or the floor heating, everyone had it, and relatively speaking, the price was much lower than the price of any other country. Moreover, the Ice Nation was different from the other four empires. The Ice Nation was similar to a constitutional monarchy. Although the three major forces ruled the entire continent and had the highest say in any place, they would not interfere with the management of the Ice Nation. They were more concerned with protecting the city and the country. Developing themselves. This was because Bing Country had its own set of national laws. There was an emperor in Bing Country, and the emperor had the greatest power. Of course, although the emperor had great power, he could not act recklessly. He had to consider the common people. Simply put, the emperor of Bing Country had the greatest power in Bing Country, far surpassing the 8 major families of China. He could give orders to the entire empire, but the people always had the greatest power. As long as you did something bad, the people could dismiss you, and the 3 major powers also had the right to do so. Therefore, although the power was great, it was not like the ancient emperors who could do whatever they wanted. The emperor had his own power that belonged to the T2 level, which was only lower than the 3 major powers. However, it was many times higher than a normal T2 level power. And the emperor had his palace, which was in Bing City. The entire ice country gave people the feeling that it was somewhere between modern and ancient times. 3 hours later, they arrived at a brand new city. It was the largest city, and its prosperity was not inferior to Tiandu. Tall buildings towered into the clouds, and the entire city was silver-white in color. It was super beautiful. Uncle Zhang, our grandpa and grandma here too. Old master and old madam should be in the palace. Isn't the annual meeting about to start? They need to organize themselves, so they might not have time to meet you today. Lin Xian, Imperial Palace. The palace where the Ice Emperor resided. Fuck. Xiao Ningning, you can't be the princess of the Ice Nation, right? Lin Xian stared at Xiao Runing with his mouth wide open. Of course not. Xiao Runing said, if I were the Ice Princess, how could my family let me casually find a man to be my boyfriend? Lin Xian, that's true. However, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If this girl was the Ice Princess, then she would be awesome. However, the old madam is the daughter of the previous emperors. Uncle Zhang said. Lin Xian, so Xiao Runing's grandmother was the elder of the current emperor. She only said that her family was very big. Maybe her grandmother was just a collateral relative or something like that. But no matter what, it must be very impressive. So you're a relative of the emperor? Xiao Runing nodded. You can say that. In this era, there's no such thing as a relative of the emperor. Although the Ice Nation is like this, it still has to listen to the 3 major powers. Actually, in simple terms, the palace where the emperor resides and his family are just one of the big families in the Ice City. The emperor is just a title, nothing much. Then what do you call the emperor now? Uncle. Lin Xian, oh. Okay. We're here. Xiao Runing said. Then, the plane slowly came to a stop in a huge manor. Lin Xian felt that this manor was much bigger than the Ling families. There were many people gathered here to welcome Lin Xian's arrival. This made Lin Xian feel flattered. When he went to the Ling family and the Han family, it wasn't like this. Lin Xian even had the illusion that he would have to face all kinds of difficulties. A few people walked down from the plane. Dad, Mom, Lin Xian is here. Xiao Runing pulled Lin Xian behind her and said. The beautiful woman who looked like Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue directly pushed Xiao Runing away as if she was her own mother. Then, she pulled Lin Xian's hand. So this is little Xian. As expected, he's handsome and talented. He's much more handsome than in the photos, right? Madam is right. Son-in-law is really handsome. A few girls at the side said with a smile. Lin Xian, wow. I'm not used to this. I'm begging you, please send a few people to cause trouble. I beg you. Auntie, uncle, I brought a lot of gifts on the way here. But the plane had an accident and the gifts were all gone. Lin Xian said, a little embarrassed. Actually, there was no need to buy gifts. He planned to buy them in Ice City. It's fine as long as you're fine. It's Ning Ning's fault. Xiao Zun said to Lin Xian with a smile. Xiao Runing couldn't say anything. Who is the real father? Wow. My parents-in-law are really nice. Quick, go into the room. It's cold outside. Let's go. Then, Yi Qianling pulled Lin Xian's hand and walked into the villa. Yes, since they got off the plane, she held Lin Xian's hand and didn't let go. Lin Xian was flattered. Then, they entered the warm and beautiful villa. Ning Ning, get little Xian a glass of water. Oh, got it. Xiao Runing pouted. Xiao Xinyue had just sat down when Xiao Zun glanced at her. Go get some fruit for your brother-in-law. Xiao Xinyue, oh. Then, she got up and left helplessly. Come. Drink some milk. It's just warmed up. Yi Qianling handed the milk to Lin Xian. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Xian took it. Damn it. Instead, he felt even more reserved now. In the Ling family, the Han family wasn't reserved either. Damn. That. Little Xian, when do you plan to have a child with Ning Ning? Yi Qianling asked abruptly. Cough. Lin Xian choked on a mouthful of milk. Wah. This mother-in-law, hey, you don't know. Ning Ning and Xinyue don't even like to stay at home all year round. They don't even like to stay in the ice country. How can we, as their parents, not be anxious? So, you should have a chubby child early so that Ning Ning's father and I can raise it. It won't be so boring. Yi Qianling said with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? No matter what, you have to get married before you can have children. Xiao Zun said. What? We can't have children before marriage. Didn't I give birth to Ning Ning for you before I got married? Yi Qianling glared at Xiao Zun. Xiao Zun took a sip of tea and didn't dare to talk back. Clearly, Yi Qianling was in charge of this family. Of course, it wasn't that Xiao Zun didn't have any status. Maybe he was a henpecked husband. Chapter 849. Lin Xian helplessly drank a mouthful of milk. Auntie, uncle, you can't rush things like giving birth. Xiao Ningning said she doesn't want to give birth, so we haven't been intimate even when we're living together. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. That means Xiao Xian, you want a child, right? That girl doesn't agree to it. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Thump. Xiao Runing, who had just walked over, staggered and almost fell down. What was this bastard talking about? Lin Xian stifled a laugh in his heart. Little brat, I'm going to kill you. Why aren't you obediently submitting to me? Ning Ning. Yi Qianling glared at Xiao Runing. Mom, don't listen to Lin Xian's nonsense. Xiao Runing said, feeling wronged. I told you a few years ago to bring back a grandson for me. How many years has it been? Xiao Xian wants a child so badly. Your dad and I want one too. You're the only one who doesn't listen. Xiao Runing couldn't say anything. Auntie, don't blame her. Maybe it's my problem. You. Too little time. Lin Xian, ahem. Xiao Xinhua came over with a fruit platter and couldn't help but cough. She just went to get a fruit platter. What were they talking about? Lin Xian was also stunned. Damn. This mother-in-law wasn't any worse than Ling Ying's mother. Of course not. Auntie, you really know how to joke. Lin Xian said resentfully. Thank goodness. Yi Qianling also patted her chest. As a woman, she understood this kind of worrisome thing the best. If a woman couldn't be satisfied in that aspect, she would feel terrible. So she was really worried that Lin Xian had that problem. Fortunately, it wasn't. Then, Lin Xian sighed and said, Auntie, you also know that your daughter is very outstanding, and there are many people pursuing her. Hearing Lin Xian's praise, the two of them were very satisfied. This was equivalent to praising them for being born with good genes. It wasn't easy for me to get her, but she's too outstanding, so I don't have much status in front of her. You know. So that depends on her mood. If she's not willing, I can't do anything no matter how hard I try. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Xiao Runing, Xiao Xinhua was speechless. Wow. This bastard is so shameless. Fuck. Condense. Yi Qianling looked at Xiao Runing reproachfully. How unpleasant. Lin Xian stifled a laugh in his heart. I understand. She could only swallow the bitter water into her stomach and then grumbled, a girl should listen to a boy. Girls should listen to boys. If you don't bring back a grandson for me and your dad next year, don't come back to this house. I don't see you listening to me. Xiao Zun grumbled. What did you say? No. No, I said that madam is right. Xiao Zun hurriedly said with a smile. That's more like it. Drink water. Xiao Runing put the water in front of Lin Xian in a bad mood. How should I say this? Yi Qianling then glared at Xiao Runing. Is that how you talk to your boyfriend? Xiao Runing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then she picked up the cup and handed it to Lin Xian, saying gently. Drink water. That's more like it. Yi Qianling grumbled. Lin Xian took it with satisfaction and smiled. Good girl. Xiao Runing, She couldn't take it anymore. Mom, I'll go prepare dinner. You can chat with Lin Xian. Xiao Runing wanted to run away quickly. Stop. Yi Qianling stopped her. Is there anything else? Dinner isn't urgent. It's not even 3:00 in the afternoon. Let the servants prepare the ingredients first. You can cook with me. The most important thing now is the child. Xiao Runing, Mom, I can't conjure up a child for you right now. Xiao Runing was going crazy. Xian, give me the thing. Yi Qianling opened her hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Auntie, what is it? It's the thing you have to wear when you're intimate. Lin Xian, Xiao Runing, Xiao Xinhua, Mom, dear Mom, I'm begging you. Let's do our nails and hair, okay? Xiao Runing hugged Yi Qianling and giggled. Next to him, Xiao Xinhua calmly took a sip of tea with both hands. Lin Xian said awkwardly, I don't have one. You don't have one. Shouldn't you guys carry one or two around with you in your wallet? Ahem, Lin Xian scratched his head and said, but Xiao Ningning and I don't get intimate more than a few times a year. I don't have one with me. Xiao Runing, aw. This bastard did it on purpose. Yi Qianling looked at Xiao Runing. My bad. Xiao Runing quickly said. She hated Lin Xian so much that she gritted her teeth. You've always been obedient since you were young. Your sister is the one who doesn't listen. Why don't you listen to mom? I'll listen. Xiao Runing said repeatedly. She lost. She admitted defeat. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Oh, little Xingyue didn't listen when she was young. Why did it feel like the opposite? Lin Xian felt that the one who didn't listen was more likely to be Xiao Runing, not Xiao Xingyue. Xiao Xingyue saw Lin Xian's gaze and quickly lowered her head to drink her tea. Okay, let's not talk about anything else. Xiao Xian, do you want to rest in Ningning's room? Yi Qianling asked. Auntie, it's okay. We'll talk about it at night. Okay, that's fine. Ningning and I will go prepare dinner. You two can talk. Xingyue, tell your brother-in-law more about your sister's past. Xiao Xingyue, oh, okay. Xiao Xingyue nodded. Obviously, Yi Qianling was helping Lin Xian. She wanted Xiao Xingyue to tell Lin Xian some embarrassing things about Xiao Runing and then raise his status. This mother-in-law was really scheming. Xiao Runing was about to lose all hope. Her mother made her feel hopeless, and Lin Xian, that bastard, was adding fuel to the fire. Oh. Damn it. Xiao Xian, your auntie is like this. You have to be more tolerant. She's been thinking about grandchildren all day long. Especially when she sees her good friends carrying grandchildren out for walks all day long, she hopes to have grandchildren to carry even more. Xiao Zun said to Lin Xian with a smile. Okay, of course I understand. Lin Xian nodded. But Ningning isn't young anymore. It's time for her to start a family. And Xingyue. The topic suddenly turned to Xiao Xingyue. Xiao Xingyue was stunned. We were quite happy when we heard that Xingyue had a boyfriend. We thought that the two precious daughters would bring their boyfriends this year, but she said that they broke up. Didn't I say not to mention it? Xiao Xingyue said indifferently. After your mom finished urging your sister, she started urging you. Huazun said helplessly. Chapter 850. Lin Xian said with a smile, sister-in-law is so beautiful. Finding a boyfriend is a piece of cake. That may be the case, but both of my daughters are beautiful. I've never seen them have a boyfriend before. You'll have one next year, Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Xingyue was speechless. What an awkward way to address her as sister-in-law. Oh right, stay here for a few more days. There's an important banquet at the palace tomorrow night. The whole family will be there. You should go too. Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry to leave, so it didn't matter if he stayed a little longer. All right, I'll go help out. Xian, you can talk to Xingyue. Xiao Zun left after saying that. Sister-in-law, be normal. Without her parents by her side, Xiao Xingyue returned to her usual self. It's very normal, sister-in-law. Lin Xian grinned. Xiao Xingyue shook her head secretly. Tell me about your sister. Lin Xian said with a smile. I won't. Then I'll tell your mom that you didn't listen to her. Xiao Xingyue was speechless. Then I'll tell my mom that you're a fake boyfriend. Alright, then you're only messing with your sister. You didn't take revenge on me. Xiao Xingyue was speechless. That made sense. Then give me a kiss, Lin Xian said with a smile. Go to hell. Xiao Xinyue said coldly, but her beautiful face was a little red. It was a strange feeling. Her sister's boyfriend was at home, and her sister's family was in the kitchen. Then she and her sister's boyfriend were flirting. It was inexplicably exciting. Although she knew that this boyfriend was a fake, it was still exciting. To be honest, I like you more than your sister. Why don't we make do? Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. She simply couldn't tell which of his words was true and which were false. Xiao Xinyue didn't answer. Hey, I'm serious. Why don't you consider it? Not considering. I've helped you so much, but you haven't repaid me yet. Lin Xian mumbled. What do you want? Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian. I want you. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. Hey, say something. Can you give me a kiss? No. Wow. This is what I want in return. You don't agree. You ungrateful bastard, goodbye. Lin Xian then stood up. Where are you going? It doesn't matter where I'm going. I just don't want to see you. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. Then it should be fine from now on, right? Xiao Xinyue said helplessly. Because what Lin Xian said was indeed reasonable. He had helped him so much, but he had yet to thank him. Kiss him. That might not necessarily be the case. In any case, let's talk about it later. Okay, you've agreed. Lin Xian then sat down with a smile and said, actually, you don't have to kiss me. Why don't you give me a chance to ask you to be my girlfriend? Just take it as my repayment, okay? No, okay. That's it. You've agreed. You can't go back on your words. That's great. I like people like you. Mom, if he doesn't want me, it'll be me who doesn't want him. Xiao Runing said helplessly. Look at you. You're still so picky. Xiao Runing, hey. She was known as the #1 beauty teacher in Tianhua City. She was a beauty on the same level as Han Chuxue and the others. Why couldn't she be picky? This mother of hers was so hurtful. But Xiao Xian is also quite handsome. Your baby should be very good looking too. Yi Qianling was already looking forward to it. Why are you talking about this again? Hearing her mother talk about babies made Xiao Runing's head hurt. If you don't want to give birth to a child, can't you let me think about it? Xiao Runing. Chapter 851. When Xiao Xinyue saw how miserable her sister was, she was genuinely trying to hold back her laughter. To be honest, it was quite difficult for her to laugh. However, home was the warmest place in the world. She knew that Jingjing would be relaxed and laugh in front of her family at home. Sister, if you said you wouldn't bring your boyfriend home, you would be scolded to death. Now that you brought him home, it would be even worse. How miserable. What are you laughing at? Your sister is a letdown, so you have to work harder for me and bring your boyfriend home next year. Yi Qianling pinched Xiao Xinyue's pink cheeks and said. It seemed that her words were normal, but in fact, her tone was teasing. It was dignified, but not threatening. Xiao Xinyue, serves you right for laughing at me. Xiao Runing felt comfortable in her heart. Xiao Xian, if you have any outstanding brothers, you can introduce them to Xinyue. Got it, auntie. Yi Qianling was very satisfied with Lin Xian. In fact, she had some understanding of Lin Xian. Although she had said that her daughter only needed to find a man as long as he was a man, she certainly wouldn't like him if his character wasn't good enough. However, Xiao Runing had told her a lot of things about Lin Xian, including the fact that Lin Xian had saved her before, and that he had the three attributes of space, thunder, and ice. She also knew that Lin Xian was the Lin Xian from the Art Pavilion group, so she would certainly be very satisfied. Then, they happily made a table full of delicious food. After they finished, it was already dark. This was the ice country, and it got dark early almost all year round. Then, their families sat at the table. As for the other servants in the house, they had their own canteen. They went to cook for themselves, and the treatment was also very good. Let's eat. Let me try Xiao Xian's cooking first. Yi Qianling couldn't wait to pick up a piece of red braised pork that Lin Xian had personally made. Lin Xian looked at her expectantly. How is it? Very good. I can tell that you usually cook a lot. Yi Qianling nodded with satisfaction. She was starting to believe that Lin Xian often cooked for Xiao Runing. Xiao Xinyue also picked up a piece of Lin Xian's dish. It was really not bad. Hey, is no one going to try mine? Xiao Runing said, feeling wronged. Alright, don't be jealous. Everyone, let's eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Xiao Zun smiled and said to his daughter. Because this was a special occasion, the whole family drank a lot of wine. 40 minutes later, they were almost done eating. They talked about a lot of things in the afternoon and during the meal. By the way, Xiao Xian, how did you meet my Ning Ning and how did you end up together? Yi Qianling asked. In fact, she had always suspected that Lin Xian was Xiao Runing's fake boyfriend because Lin Xian was her student. She knew that her daughter's thoughts were quite traditional. She shouldn't be able to accept this kind of thing easily. Therefore, she had always been suspicious. She only asked this question to see if she could find any clues. Of course, it would be best if it was true. Xiao Runing and Lin Xian had a lot of things in common. For example, this question. I see. It was fate. At that time, I was still Xiao Ningming's student. It's embarrassing to talk about it. Then, our school organized an exam. We encountered danger there, but I happened to have the space attribute, so we escaped. After pausing for a moment, Lin Xian continued, because I saved Ning Ning's life. Apart from the teacher-student relationship, we also became good friends. After that, I pursued her for quite a while. Lin Xian's words were the same as what Yi Qianling heard from Xiao Runing. She couldn't find any clues. Speaking of which, I heard that there wasn't enough spiritual energy at the time. You could only send the others out, but you were trapped there, right? Lin Xian nodded. Speaking of which, I was lucky that I didn't die. Yi Qianling was very satisfied with Lin Xian for this reason. In this day and age, a person who dared to sacrifice himself to save others was admirable. There was no problem with his character. At the very least, if the two of them were in danger, he wouldn't abandon his daughter and run away alone. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. The good fortune is that I managed to get Xiao Ningning. Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Runing, wow. Why did she feel that this bastard's words were quite touching? Yi Qianling nodded in satisfaction. However, she really couldn't be sure if this Lin Xian was her daughter's fake boyfriend. There was another big reason. Her daughter said that she had a boyfriend too suddenly. A few days before the new year, she called Xiao Runing and told her not to come home if she didn't have a boyfriend. At that time, she said that she had a boyfriend. Just a week ago, she had called Xiao Xinyue and asked her if Xiao Runing had a boyfriend, but she had said no. So this was the biggest reason why she was suspicious. Could it really be so coincidental that they only confirmed their relationship a week or two before the new year? Regarding this point, she had asked Xiao Runing about it, but Xiao Runing had not said anything about it. She had said that they had been dating for a very long time, but she had never told anyone about it, including Xiao Xinyue, so there was no flaw in it. Xiao Xinyue had said that she did not have a boyfriend, because she did not know about it. So the only thing that could really clear her doubts was tonight. Her daughter was very conservative. If this Lin Xian wasn't her boyfriend, then they definitely wouldn't be so close. Xiao Runing's acting skills were really off the charts. Although she was scolded by Yi Qianling in various ways, she performed well in small details, such as getting food for Lin Xian, helping Lin Xian get his slippers, and occasionally helping Lin Xian tidy his clothes. She was very much like a little wife. Part of it was acting, but part of it was really natural. These were also things that Yi Qianling paid attention to. If they had really been together for a long time, these small details would definitely be exposed. However, she really couldn't see anything. One of the reasons was that Xiao Runing and Lin Xian were very ambiguous. Xiao Xian, how old are you? After dinner, they sat on the sofa and chatted while drinking tea. Really, they chatted too much today. Lin Xian also learned a lot of little things about Xiao Xinyue and Xiao Runing. For example, Xiao Xinyue used to be disobedient and liked to fight. She even became the big sister of a group of boys at that time. Of course, that was when she was young. To be honest, compared to now, you couldn't imagine how she was like when she was young. If it was Xiao Runing, there was a slight possibility, but with Xiao Xinyue's personality, how could it be possible? Because changing a person's personality was harder than ascending to the heavens. Basically, something that could change a person's life had to happen. Then, Lin Xian also knew why Xiao Xinyue became so quiet. Chapter 852. Xiao Xinyue was quite naughty when she was young, but she had a good relationship with her grandmother. Her grandmother practically raised her when she was young. When she was 11, Xiao Xinyue went on an expedition to the demonic beast domain with her friends. However, she wasn't very strong. Her grandmother found out about this and anxiously went to look for Xiao Xinyue. Coincidentally, they were in danger, but Xiao Xinyue's grandmother wasn't very strong either. In the end, she managed to save them, but she died from her injuries. After that incident, Xiao Xinyue's personality changed greatly. Because she always felt that she was the one who caused the death of her beloved grandmother. This became the only pain in Xiao Xinyue's heart. When Lin Xian found out about this, he also sighed inwardly. She was indeed responsible for this, but who could say for sure? This kind of thing could really change a person completely. It turned out that she had such a story. Lin Xian looked at Yi Qianling and said, "She's 22 this year." 22, Yi Qianling muttered. "My Ning Ning is almost 25. Isn't that like an old cow eating young grass?" Yi Qianling muttered. Xiao Runing, oh. It's fine, it's fine. A girl 3 years older than you is holding a golden brick. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ha ha ha, that's true. Just don't lose out. Yi Qianling said with a smile. Xiao Runing, really? She was so unhappy. How could Lin Xian lose out? She was her mother. Shouldn't she be worried about losing out? What do you mean lose out? Little Xian is 3 years younger than you, and you still make him cook. Xiao Runing lowered her head. She felt wronged. Xiao Xinyue shook her head inwardly. What a pitiful woman. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to sleep. Xiao Runing then angrily went upstairs. And, it's getting late. Little Xian, you should go up and rest too. Auntie, I'll go up first. After saying that, Lin Xian left. I'll go back to my room too. Xiao Xinyue said. You stay here first. Yi Qianling stopped Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue's face was full of suspicion. Then, she sat down again. Let me ask you, is Xiao Xian your sister's fake boyfriend? Xiao Xinyue was speechless. Did they do something wrong? Why do you ask? Of course, it was impossible for Xiao Runing to betray her. In a way, they were in the same boat. If she betrayed her now, Xiao Runing would betray her in the future. It's okay, I'm just asking. After all, the news of your sister finding a boyfriend is too sudden. Although I'm not from the same generation as you, I still know that the children of your generation often use a fake boyfriend or girlfriend as a scapegoat. Yi Qianling said. Mom, where did you learn all this from? Novels and TV dramas. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. I don't know. I haven't known Lin Xian for long. They met in Tianhua City while I was in Lin and City. They only came to Lin and City after Tianhua City fell. It should be normal for them to date in Tianhua City. Xiao Xinyue said. If you don't tell me what you know, I'll post a picture of you wearing diapers when you were a child. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. Wow. So ruthless. I really don't know. Xiao Xinyue said helplessly. Okay, go and rest. Yi Qianling waved her hand. Then, Xiao Xinyue hurried upstairs as if she had been pardoned. Honey, how can there be so many possibilities? I think you're overthinking it. Xiao Xian is a good person. Our daughter gets along well with him. Xiao Zun shook his head helplessly. What do you know? If Xiao Xian is a fake, won't our grandson have to wait a few more years? So I have to confirm it. Yi Qianling muttered. The two kids are already in their room. What else do you want? There's no hurry. What time is it? It's only 8:00. Young people are all night owls. They sleep late. Lin Xian smiled as he followed Xiao Runing back to the big and beautiful room. Xiao Runing's room was also a relatively young girl's room. Anyway, Lin Xian had discovered that no matter what kind of girl they were, in fact, they all had a young girl's heart hidden in their hearts. Perhaps this was what women were like. Whoosh! Lin Xian kicked off his slippers and jumped onto the huge bed. Bastard! Xiao Runing closed the door and glared at Lin Xian angrily. Hey, why are you scolding me? Lin Xian sat on the bed and looked at Xiao Runing as he asked with a smile on his face. You bastard. You did it on purpose today. Xiao Runing pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. Who said that? When did I do it on purpose? And it's clearly Auntie who is picking on you, okay? Why don't you go look for Auntie then? Lin Xian stretched and laughed. Humph. Xiao Runing couldn't win against Lin Xian and swallowed her grievances. She was so angry. Get up. Xiao Runing pushed Lin Xian away unhappily and sat on the bed. She crawled under the blanket and took out her phone to play games. Hey, give me some blankets. Go to the wardrobe and get another one. Xiao Runing said unhappily. Okay, you said it. Lin Xian said and walked to the wardrobe. Xiao Runing suddenly thought of something. Hey, come here. Xiao Runing quickly called out to Lin Xian. What? I'll go get the blankets. Don't. Xiao Runing suddenly thought that if they each had their own bed and quilt, then her mother would come in and see this scene, she would certainly be suspicious. So they could only have one blanket. I don't care, I want to make my own bed. Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing, no need, you can come in. Come in. Lin Xian revealed a smirk. Bastard. Seeing Lin Xian's smirk, Xiao Runing knew that this bastard was thinking of something bad again. Lin Xian then shook his head. I don't care, I'm not coming in, I want to make my own bed. Unless you beg me. Xiao Runing, get lost. Then Lin Xian walked to the wardrobe and opened it. I beg you, I beg you. Seeing this scene, Xiao Runing wanted to cry but had no tears. Then are you wrong? Wrong, wrong. Xiao Runing nodded repeatedly. Then give me a kiss. Lin Xian smiled and moved his face closer. Lin Xian. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian angrily. I'll go get the blanket. Xiao Runing, I'll kiss, I'll kiss. Xiao Runing then closed her eyes and smacked Lin Xian's face. Is that enough? Her face was slightly red as she glared at Lin Xian. Hee, then I'll give you a kiss too. Then Lin Xian leaned over and gave her a kiss. Get lost. Xiao Runing pushed Lin Xian away. Lin Xian crawled into her blanket. It's so warm. Lin Xian sighed deeply, then his feet under the blanket searched for Xiao Runing's jade feet and rubbed against them. Xiao Runing, what's wrong with you? She glared at Lin Xian. My feet are cold, help me cover them. Xiao Runing. Chapter 853. Xiao Runing was about to go crazy. Her mother did it during the day, and Lin Xian did it at night. She was so miserable. What? You don't look like you're willing. I've traveled a long way to Ice Nation, and the weather here is extremely cold. I'm not used to the cold, and my feet are cold. Can't you help me warm them? How vicious, Lin Xian said, aggrieved. Xiao Runing, wow. She really wanted to beat him up. First of all, the air conditioner was on at home, so how could the temperature in her room be 20 degrees Celsius? How could it be cold? Second of all, you're in the lower realm. Third of all, aren't your feet quite warm? He just wanted to take advantage of her. I'll kick you to death. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Hee, you still want a kiss. Xiao Runing, I can't be bothered with you. Let's play games. Count me in. After about an hour, Yi Qianling came to their door. Seeing that the lights were still on, she knocked on the door, pushed it open, and walked in. Lin Xian and Xiao Runing were in the same bed, playing games on their phones. What are you doing? It's so late and you're still awake. Yi Qianling walked in with a smile. We're playing games. Mom, you should go to bed early. Xiao Runing said as she played. I'll go to bed soon. I brought you a roll of toilet paper. There shouldn't be any in your room, right? After saying that, Yi Qianling put a roll of toilet paper on the bedside table. Xiao Runing, Lin Xian held back his laughter. Ha, how interesting. Thank you, Mom. Xiao Runing said helplessly. Go to bed early. Don't stay up too late. We'll go out for a walk tomorrow morning. I haven't taken little Xian to see the scenery of Ice City yet. Got it, Auntie. Lin Xian said. Yi Qianling then walked out. These two kids shouldn't be pretending, right? Yi Qianling muttered. As an experienced person, she naturally had more experience than them and knew more. In any case, she felt that the two of them were like a couple. No, we'll have to wait and see. Actually, when she entered the room, it seemed like she didn't mean it, but her eyes were always looking at some details, such as whether they were in the same bed, or how close they were to each other. She couldn't see anything for the time being. "Auntie, are you trying to see if we're a couple?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Xiao Runing nodded. "Yes, I don't know if my mother suspects anything." Xiao Runing silently closed the 0 to 13 game and threw the phone aside. Then, she lay there with her back facing Lin Xian. "I'm going to sleep." "Then I will sleep too." Lin Xian then turned off the lights and snuggled under the blanket. His hand went under Xiao Runing's body. "What are you doing?" Xiao Runing said angrily. "Hugging you, of course. What else can I do? When Auntie comes in and sees us sleeping separately, won't she be suspicious?" Lin Xian said in a reasonable manner. "No, we'll talk about it when the time comes." "Then it's up to you." "I'll go get a new blanket." Lin Xian muttered. Xiao Runing, "Aw." She lost. Then, she weakly snuggled into Lin Xian's arms and rested her head on Lin Xian's arm. "Are you satisfied?" Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sniffed her hair hard. "It smells so good. I miss the sun." Xiao Runing, go to hell. They had been too ambiguous before, and had done a lot of ambiguous things. Although Xiao Runing was very shy, but she had slowly adapted a lot compared to before. Do you want to make some noise?" Lin Xian asked softly. "Huh?" Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian in confusion. "What if Auntie is eavesdropping outside? You have to scream." Xiao Runing, "I'll scream your sister." Really? Today, she had vented all the anger she had accumulated over the past year. But what if you don't scream? If Auntie finds out tomorrow that we didn't do it, she'll be angry at you. Xiao Runing blushed. "This bastard. Get lost," she said in annoyance. Knock knock knock. At this moment, someone knocked on their door. "Ning Ning, are you asleep?" Xiao Runing, "Not yet, Mom." "What's the matter?" Xiao Runing felt a headache coming on. "Nothing. If you're not asleep, open the door. I'll bring you a glass of milk." "Coming." Xiao Runing turned on the lights and walked over to open the door. Yi Qianling walked in with a glass of milk. "Come, Xian. Drink a glass of milk before bed. It'll help you sleep." Yi Qianling handed the glass of milk to Lin Xian with a smile. "Thank you, Auntie." Lin Xian took it and said, "Auntie, you should go to bed early. If you want to sleep then sleep. I won't disturb you. Also, it's not cold here. Didn't Ning Ning bring you pajamas? It's not comfortable to sleep in a sweater. Take it off." "Okay, Auntie." "Okay. Go to sleep. I won't disturb you." Yi Qianling walked out with a smile. "Oh, Auntie is so nice." She warmed up a glass of milk in the middle of the night. "I'm so touched." Lin Xian held the glass of milk with both hands and said happily. Xiao Runing, the worst thing was that her mother brought the milk and gave it to Lin Xian alone. Couldn't she have warmed up a glass for her too? Was she really her daughter? "Give it to me." Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian with jealousy and reached out her hand. "What?" Xiao Runing snatched Lin Xian's milk and gulped it down. "Damn. Auntie prepared this milk for me," Lin Xian said unhappily. "Humph." Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian proudly. She turned off the lights and crawled under the covers in satisfaction. "Comfortable." Lin Xian shrugged. He wouldn't lower himself to her level. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. Come into your husband's arms." On the other side, Yi Qianling returned to her room. "Where did you go?" Xiao Zun sat on the bed and asked while reading a book. To bring a glass of milk to Xiao Xian. The two of them are in the same room. Why did you disturb them again and again? Didn't you just say that Xiao Xian should be our daughter's boyfriend? Xiao Zun said helplessly. Although there was indeed a possibility that Lin Xian was pretending to be her boyfriend, from what he could see, the two of them behaved very intimately and were very normal. There was no element of deliberate acting, so he felt that Lin Xian should be her real boyfriend. Yi Qianling sat on the bed and said, "Can't I go and supervise them?" "You don't know. Xiao Xian is still wearing a sweater to sleep. Our daughter didn't bring him any pajamas. Our daughter should have male pajamas in her room. That's why they're still like this even though the lights are off. They might not do anything tonight." "What did you do?" Xiao Zun felt that something was wrong. Yi Qianling smiled and said, "I asked Xiao Rou to go to the pharmacy and buy that." "What?" "That thing that I occasionally give you to eat." Xiao Zun. Chapter 854. Really? He wanted to curse. What does it have to do with you whether they do it or not? If they want to do it, then forget it. What did she give him? Aphrodisiac. It wasn't exactly an aphrodisiac, but more or less, it would greatly increase the user's sexual desire. He, Xiao Zun, was usually very tired from work, but this woman was like a wolf. Sometimes, he didn't even want to do that at night. Therefore, Yi Qianling secretly put some of that in his tea, and then, he didn't expect her to. Sigh, it won't be good if this gets out. So what? Anyway, no one will find out. Did you find out when I gave it to you? You didn't find out until I told you. Also, I usually only put 1 tablet, but this time, I put 4 tablets in the milk. Tonight, our daughter must have a baby for us. Xiao Zun, go to sleep, silly old woman. Xiao Zun was furious. In the room, Lin Xian was happily hugging Xiao Runing's delicate body, smelling her fragrance. He couldn't be more satisfied. But, it was a bit torturous. "Lin Xian, why don't you turn off the air conditioner?" Xiao Runing opened her beautiful eyes and suddenly said in a soft voice. "Why? It's a bit hot." She tugged at her pajamas unconsciously. Lin Xian scratched his head and turned off the air conditioner. "I want a kiss." Then Lin Xian said with a smile. "Go to hell." Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. "I don't care, I want a kiss." Then Lin Xian directly kissed her. This time, it wasn't her face. Xiao Runing's beautiful eyes widened. Her hand subconsciously hit Lin Xian, but Lin Xian didn't let go. If he didn't take advantage of her now, when would he? Gradually, Xiao Runing's entire body lost its strength. Lin Xian also became more and more unbridled. His hand even reached out to the sacred part of Xiao Runing's body that he had never touched before. What puzzled Lin Xian the most was that she didn't reject him. She really didn't reject him. Holy shit! Is yours truly so charming now? Lin Xian thought to himself. Then, he was too lazy to think about it anymore. He took advantage of Xiao Runing to his heart's content. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, Lin Xian had already been honest with her. Lin Xian, really? He felt that it was very strange. How did he manage to push down Xiao Runing for no reason? Ding! Successfully pushed down Xiao Jijie, Prince Charming points plus 100,000 0. Ding! Prince Charming points plus 50,000 0. Ding! Outside Xiao Runing's room, Yi Qianling's ears were pressed against the door as she listened to the movements inside. Her eyes were shining. Aren't you going to give me a baby now? Then, Yi Qianling walked back to her room in satisfaction. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes with a whoosh. Looking at Xiao Runing in his arms, he began to doubt his life. Something was wrong. He had originally come over to take advantage of her, so how could he push her away? And Xiao Runing was also very strange last night. Lin Xian felt that it was extremely strange. Their relationship was good, but it definitely wasn't to the point where he could push down Xiao Runing. But last night, she actually took the initiative. Holy shit. Since the girl took the initiative, how could Lin Xian think too much about it? He took advantage of the situation and even received a lot of Prince Charming points. Sigh. Having too much charm is really a sin. Lin Xian sighed. In his arms, Xiao Runing's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. And then, she was in a mess. Last night's memory was very clear. It wasn't because she was drunk or anything. She clearly knew what she was doing, but she also clearly knew that she was taking the initiative. God! Why was that? After opening her eyes, she couldn't figure it out. That was impossible. Was Lin Xian really that charming? You're awake. Seeing Xiao Runing open her eyes and let her imagination run wild, Lin Xian asked. Ouch! In the next second, Lin Xian cried out. Xiao Runing twisted a piece of his flesh, and then turned it 180 degrees. Bastard! She pushed Lin Xian away, then gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Hey, how am I a bastard? Last night, I just wanted to kiss you. You took my hand and sent it to your body, then. Before Lin Xian could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Runing with a red face. Go die. Okay, I won't say anything. Lin Xian shut his mouth. Xiao Runing was really messed up. How did he lose his mind in such a muddle-headed manner? Xiao Xian, Ning, are you awake? Lin Xian's mother-in-law Yi Qianling's voice came from outside. Xiao Runing's body tensed up, then she gave Lin Xian a look. Aw. Auntie, we just woke up. If you're awake, then get up and eat breakfast. Okay, Auntie. Then Yi Qianling walked away. You go out first. Then what are you doing? I'm going to hide the bedsheet. Xiao Runing said helplessly. There were definitely bloodstains on the bedsheet. It wouldn't be good if her mother saw it. Lin Xian tried to hold back his laughter. You're still laughing. Nothing happened between us, we didn't do anything. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Honey, you have to be good. Lin Xian then smiled and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Xiao Runing then lay there, doubting her life. It was very uncomfortable, but she wasn't angry. Because she knew that she was the one who took the initiative last night. She was just imagining things. Why? Her chastity was gone. It was very uncomfortable, but there was no turning back now. Bastard. Xiao Runing kept hitting the pillow to vent. Mushroom. What a loss. Lin Xian walked out naked. You. Xiao Runing saw him like this and blushed. What? There's no towel. Lin Xian then used his fire attribute energy to dry the water and put on his clothes. You rest first. I'll tell Auntie that it's not convenient for you. Lin Xian walked out after he finished speaking. Phew, Xiao Runing took a deep breath and rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out, she saw the bloodstains and doubted her life. She then quickly put away the bedsheet. Xiao Xian, did you sleep well last night? In the living room, Yi Qianling and Lin Xian were eating breakfast. Xiao Xinyue accompanied Xiao Zun to do something early in the morning. Pretty good. Lin Xian said with a smile. How was it? Can you let Ning Ning get pregnant this time? Lin Xian, you have to know that Auntie put 4 pills in the glass of milk she gave you last night. The effects of the pills should be at least 3 times. Lin Xian, Xiao Runing had just walked down when she suddenly heard Yi Qianling's words. She was stunned and completely confused. Oh my God. My dear mother. My dear mother. It's all your fault. You gave your daughter away. Ah. Chapter 855. Originally, Xiao Runing was really puzzled. Why did she take the initiative last night? Now she understood. Everything was clear. It was this biological mother who did it. Originally, she was extremely unhappy, but now, it wasn't Lin Xian's fault. It was her. If she hadn't snatched the milk that Yi Qianling had given to Lin Xian last night, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Sob, 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 she was so pitiful. Lin Xian really wanted to give this mother-in-law a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Amazing. Too amazing. With such a mother-in-law, wouldn't picking up girls be a piece of cake? Ning Ning, you're here too. Come and have breakfast. Yi Qianling waved at Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing walked over with a wry smile. Mom, can you be more serious? How old are you already? Why are you still using this kind of thing? Xiao Runing was angry, embarrassed, and helpless. At this point, what else could she say? What? You didn't care enough and didn't give me a grandson. Now you're blaming me. No, it's just, Xiao Runing ate her breakfast helplessly. Lin Xian was holding back his laughter the whole time. If there were such mothers-in-law everywhere in the world, wouldn't it be heaven everywhere? Your dad and sister are busy outside. In the morning, we'll take Xiao Xian around Ice City. Tonight, we'll go to the palace for the banquet. Oh, got it. Xiao Runing mumbled. Go change your clothes after breakfast. I'll go upstairs to change first. With that, Yi Qianling walked away. You're still laughing. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian angrily. Xiao Ningning, you can't blame me for this. But I'll take responsibility for you. Lin Xian said. Scram. Xiao Runing said angrily. I'm serious. I'll take responsibility for you. Nothing happened between us. We didn't do anything. Xiao Runing said. Why deceive yourself? Lin Xian mumbled. Scram. Okay. Nothing happened between us. We didn't do anything. Lin Xian shrugged. Fortunately, when Xiao Runing's mission was triggered, they would already have this relationship. At that time, it should be easy to get it with a little effort. However, Lin Xian would definitely maintain a close relationship with her. Xiao Runing felt very helpless. For almost the entire day, Lin Xian, Xiao Runing, and Yi Qianling strolled around the ice capital. Xiao Runing's mood gradually improved. The sky slowly darkened. Only then did they return home. In the living room, Xiao Xinyue and Xiao Zun were sitting there reading a magazine. Why haven't you changed your clothes? Yi Qianling glanced at them and asked. You guys went out to play for a whole day and you're not in a hurry, so why should we be? Xiao Zun said. He was a little jealous. They said they would come back at noon, but they didn't wait and left them alone. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Okay. I bought you a set of clothes. Yi Qianling threw the clothes to Xiao Zun. You bought it especially for me. Of course. Xiao Zun smiled. He was very easy to satisfy. Then what are those big and small bags you're carrying? He then asked another question. Oh, I bought it for Xiao Xian. Xiao Zun, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Father-in-law, I'm sorry. I'm so popular now. Don't be so serious. Why are you jealous of the child? Do you lack clothes? Xiao Xian only brought a set of clothes. Don't you have to buy more? Moreover, you're not the worst. Who's the worst? Xin Yue. No one bought clothes for her. Yi Qianling said. Xiao Xinyue, Lin Xian held back his laughter. Interesting. Xiao Xinyue said indifferently, no need. I can buy it myself. That's why I didn't plan to buy it for you. Xiao Xinyue, Xiao Xian, you and Ning Ning go to the room and change. You guys, go change too. Okay. Then Lin Xian and Xiao Runing returned to the room. Wife, help your husband undress. Lin Xian opened his arms and said to Xiao Runing. Scram. Xiao Runing said in annoyance. You're not giving me any face at all. I'm your boyfriend tonight. It's hard for me to continue acting like this. Lin Xian sighed. Xiao Runing, big brother, you already did that to me. You're still not satisfied. Xiao Runing roared in her heart. Wear it yourself. Seriously. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Alright, I'll watch you change before putting it on, Lin Xian said with a grin. Xiao Runing, scram. Go outside. Wait for me to change before coming back in. You've changed. You wouldn't yell at me in the past. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Yes, in the past, Xiao Runing wouldn't yell at Lin Xian. She had never even told Lin Xian to scram. But this time, when Lin Xian came to Ice City, she really couldn't hold it in. This guy was too infuriating. In fact, Lin Xian also knew that this was a way for her to find out the grievances in her heart. She was a pure and innocent girl, and yet she was tricked by her own mother. Then can you go out first? No. Lin Xian shook his head. You. Think about it. Auntie asked us to change. If I go out, won't Auntie know that our relationship isn't that close? If I have to come out after you change, won't we be exposed? Xiao Runing, that made sense. But why did she feel that he was actually taking advantage of her? Then go to the bathroom and wait. I'll tell you when I'm done. Okay. Lin Xian shrugged and walked to the bathroom. The door is closed. Xiao Runing shouted. Bang! Then, she took a deep breath and slowly unbuttoned her clothes. She changed into the grand attire in her wardrobe for such a big occasion. After about 15 minutes, she breathed a sigh of relief. She looked especially beautiful in her light blue dress. She didn't need any makeup because she was really exquisite. She couldn't help but be intoxicated by her own reflection in the mirror. Unfortunately, that bastard took advantage of her. The most important reason why girls took a long time to go out was because of makeup. But without makeup, she saved a lot of time. Her temperament was very suitable for white and blue. I'm done. You go out, Xiao Runing said as she turned around. Then, she stopped talking because she saw Lin Xian's head poking out. The two of them stared at each other. You. Xiao Runing pointed at Lin Xian. She was so embarrassed and angry that she couldn't say anything. When did this bastard peek at her? Don't misunderstand. I just opened the door. I was thinking that it's been 15 minutes. You should be done by now. It's really a coincidence. Really? Xiao Runing didn't quite believe it. I swear. Lin Xian said. Forget it. Go get changed. Swear. What's the use of swearing? Lin Xian thought to himself. Then, he silently glanced at his Adonis points that had increased by 1,000,000. He was delighted. Chapter 856. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian changed into a well-ironed suit. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't remember wearing a suit before. It was too uncomfortable. Casual wear was comfortable. However, this was an important occasion. It wasn't a place to pretend to be weak. If he went in wearing casual wear, he would be scolded to death. How is it? Is your husband handsome? Lin Xian stood in front of Xiao Runing and walked in a circle. So. Xiao Runing glanced at Lin Xian and mumbled. Suddenly, she thought of something and her beautiful face turned red. Get lost. Whose husband are you? Lin Xian grinned and hugged her slim waist. But you have to call me that tonight. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and slapped Lin Xian's hand away. Let's go down. Hee, you're so beautiful. Lin Xian said with a grin. Xiao Runing, she was angry, embarrassed, and a little proud. Disregarding everything else, her looks and figure were still very good. Especially when she dressed up delicately, wearing earrings, a necklace, and a beautiful and elegant dress. TSK. Don't talk. Lin Xian then shut his mouth. The two of them went downstairs. Xiao Xinyue had also changed into a new set of clothes. The two sisters, one in blue and one in white, would definitely be the focus of the party. They were too beautiful. It wasn't that they were too affectionate. It was just that their sister-in-law was too charming. Little Xian, a suit suits you. So handsome. Yi Qianling couldn't help but praise Lin Xian when she saw him in a formal suit. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she was. Auntie is also very beautiful. When Auntie stands with Xiao Ningning and Xinyue, people who don't know you would think that you're sisters. Lin Xian laughed. Ha, little Xian, you're too good with words. But I think it makes sense. Then, Yi Qianling and Lin Xian high-fived. Bootlicker. Xiao Runing couldn't help but mutter. What? Could it be that you think little Xian is wrong? Do you think I'm old? Yi Qianling glared at Xiao Runing. And no such thing. Xiao Runing said, feeling wronged. As expected, when a daughter grows up, she doesn't want her mother anymore. Yi Qianling said with a sigh. Mom, what are you talking about? Xiao Runing hugged Yi Qianling and acted like a spoiled child. If you didn't have such good genes, you wouldn't have been able to give birth to beautiful daughters like me and Xinyue, right? That's true. Cough. Xiao Zun coughed dryly, indicating that his genes were also very important. If it weren't for your father, you would definitely be prettier. Xiao Zun, it's time to go. Xiao Xinyue said. Let's go, it's getting late. Then the five of them got into a business car, with a special driver to help them drive. About half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a huge palace. It was very beautiful, it really gave off the feeling of a palace. It was a place that even a manor couldn't compare to. There were already many cars parked in front of the door, all of them were fucking luxurious cars. One after another, men and women in formal clothes walked in. How many people are there? Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. In total, there are more than 1,000 people. They are all famous people in Bing City. It's just like a grand party. Xiao Runing explained to Lin Xian. can I pick up girls? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Xiao Runing, up to you. She said angrily. Hee. Walking to the entrance of the palace, Xiao Zun took out the invitation. Mr. Xiao, everyone, please come in. Only after walking into the imperial palace did Lin Xian realize just how old-fashioned he was. Isn't this too fucking luxurious? Xiao Runing held on to Lin Xian's arm the whole time. Many people looked at them, and many passers-by took the initiative to greet them. After all, the Xiao family status was here. Uncle Xiao, Auntie Yi, Happy New Year. A man in a suit walked over with a glass of red wine in his hand and said with a smile. Ximing, Happy New Year. Yi Qianling said with a smile. Su Ximing nodded slightly and looked at Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue. When he saw Xiao Runing holding on to a boy, he couldn't help but frown. Then he said with a smile, Ning Ning, Xinyue, long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful. Long time no see. Xiao Xinyue nodded slightly. This is, Lin Xian smiled and stretched out his hand, Lin Xian, Ning Ning's boyfriend. Su Jiming, nice to meet you. The two shook hands, and then Su Jiming said, Uncle Xiao, my father wants to talk to you about something. Well, I also have something to talk to him about. Let's go. Yi Qianling then said to Lin Xian and the others, you guys go around and meet new friends. Ning Ning, Xinyue, you guys are often not at home, so many of your friends are unfamiliar. You should build more relationships with your family. It will be useful in the future. I'll chat with your father. Okay. Then they walked away. Who's Su Jiming? I feel like he's not very friendly to me. Lin Xian said. Why is he not friendly? Xiao Runing asked. I feel like he used too much strength when shaking hands. He's my sister's admirer. If my sister didn't find a boyfriend, my mother planned to arrange a blind date for them this year. Lin Xian, no wonder, no wonder. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. It's not really a blind date. Oh right, it's called a blind date if they don't know each other. It's just to confirm their relationship, Xiao Xinyue nodded and said honestly. Then won't he hate me? Does that mean I'm breaking up with you? Lin Xian asked Xiao Runing with a smile. You just need to be a shield tonight. Don't say anything, don't ask anything. Xiao Runing said. Then, sister-in-law, do you want me to protect you at the same time? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue with a smile. No need, Xiao Xinyue replied indifferently. No, you have to. As a man, you have to protect a woman. Leave it to me. With these two girls' looks and status, there were definitely a lot of people who admired them. Because Lin Xian could already feel the gazes of the people around them. They were chatting with each other. The adults had their own circle of adults, and the children had their own circle of children. However, when they were chatting, they would occasionally glance over. Although it seemed like they didn't care, they actually cared. Just as they were chatting, a few guys walked over with smiles on their faces. Xinyue, long time no see. Want to have a drink? A guy handed Xiao Xinyue a glass of red wine. Thank you, but I don't drink, Xiao Xinyue declined. What about you, Ningning? Xiao Runing then looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, I'm sorry, brother Ha. Ningning is pregnant, so she can't drink. I'll drink for her. Xiao Runing, damn it. Chapter 857. The man froze for a moment. Brother, you are, Lin Xian, her boyfriend. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry, I didn't know, so I'm sorry. Lin Xian smiled, and then they walked away. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Isn't this once and for all? When the time comes, they will casually spread the news that you are pregnant, and no one will come to invite you to drink. It will save a lot of trouble. Lin Xian said with a very reasonable expression. That was the reason. Let's go and eat something. We haven't eaten yet. There will be a lot of food that can only be eaten in our ice country. I recommend you to try it. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. Sure. Then Xiao Runing held Lin Xian's arm and walked forward with the third wheel as Xiao Xinyue. During this time, there were a lot of people who came to strike up a conversation, but when they saw Lin Xian's presence, they were all rejected. Thinking about it, they felt quite helpless. Yes, wasn't it normal for Xiao Runing to have a boyfriend? Especially when her parents were so anxious. It was a pity that she wasn't in Ice City, otherwise they would have a great chance. However, Xiao Runing had a boyfriend, but Xiao Xinyue didn't. There were also a lot of people who liked Xiao Xinyue. Hello, Xinyue, long time no see. Two beautiful girls ran over. They were both very beautiful, but to be honest, there was still a gap between them and Xiao Runing. Long time no see. Xiao Xinyue waved at them. Her mood was clearly different from that of a boy. Hello, Sister Ningning. They also said to Xiao Runing with a smile. And, you've grown taller. Xiao Runing smiled. How can that be? Sister Ningning is taller, with long legs. This is. A beautiful girl looked at Lin Xian. I'm the long-legged boyfriend. Lin Xian smiled. Wow! Sister Ningning, you finally found a boyfriend. So you're not. One of the girls hurriedly covered her mouth and almost spilled the beans. Not what? Lin Xian asked with interest. It's nothing. We'll leave first, bye-bye. Then, they quickly ran away. What do you mean? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Runing. It's none of your business. Eat. Xiao Runing then gave Lin Xian a piece of ice. Here. Lin Xian, you want me to eat ice? How ruthless. This is a specialty of our ice country. It looks like ordinary ice. Try it and you'll know. Lin Xian took it with interest and put it in his mouth. Crack. Isn't this just fucking normal ice? Yes. Xiao Runing revealed an evil grin, as if her scheme had succeeded. Lin Xian, fuck. I've been played by this girl. Xiao Runing felt carefree. She felt that the unhappiness of the past 2 days had disappeared. Let's go. I'll bring you to see your grandparents. Xiao Runing said. Okay. Then, Xiao Runing brought Lin Xian to the largest and most luxurious palace. This was not something an ordinary villa could compare to. Those who came were all outside. Although it was cold, which one of them wasn't a noble? Which one of them didn't have cultivation? The so-called cold actually didn't matter. On the contrary, it was very spacious outside. With a bit of dressing up, coupled with the starlight and moonlight, it was especially beautiful. This hall was only for those who were special. At least, that was the case at this time. Right now, there were some powerful family patriarchs, people like Xiao Zun, the Emperor of Ice Country, the little princess, and their trusted aides inside. At this moment, Su Jiming walked to a corner and looked at Lin Xian who was walking into the hall. Xiao Runing was a woman he had admired for a long time. His Su family was as big as the Xiao family in Ice Country. As a family of the same level, he felt that he was worthy of Xiao Runing. He was also willing to wait. In any case, Xiao Runing was definitely qualified to make him satisfied as his wife. Even before the new year, when he went to the Xiao family as a guest, he mentioned Xiao Runing's mother even wanted to matchmake them. But he didn't expect that she would come back with her boyfriend this time. He didn't know how far they had developed, but he was unwilling, extremely unwilling. Even if he couldn't get her, he still wanted to break them up. He just couldn't stand other men having a woman he liked. At worst, he would make a move on her sister Xiao Xinyue. After all, she was also a peerless beauty. Each of them had their own temperament. Young Master Su, why are you drinking alone? At this time, a man walked over with a smile. Young Master Qin. What can I do for you? Su Jiming downed the red wine in one gulp. The Qin family was another top family in Ice Country. Qin Ming and Su Jiming were both top geniuses in Ice Country. They were existences that others admired. The two of them were not only rivals, but also friends. Nothing much. I just heard that Xiao Runing is pregnant. Crack, the red wine glass in Su Jiming's hand was directly crushed. It didn't matter if he couldn't get this woman. There was still Xiao Xinyue. But what made him unhappy was that if he couldn't get her, why could someone else? Qin Ming smiled and said, her boyfriend seems to be from a third-tier city in Hua Nation. Xiao Runing seems to have gone to the third-tier city Tianhua City. That means she found her boyfriend in Tianhua City. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm just lamenting. Young Master Su is such an outstanding man, but why didn't she choose him? Instead, she chose a very ordinary person in a third-tier city. Are you sure? Su Jiming looked at him. Of course. Even if it's the young master of the biggest family in a third-tier city, what ability can he have? Sigh, I'm just lamenting. I guess it's because I've known her for a long time. To be honest, I'm also very angry. After all, Xiao Runing is a famous beauty in Ice Country. I also admire her. What a pity. Qin Ming sighed. Young Master Qin, why don't we investigate that person's background? It's useless. What's the point of investigating? Xiao Runing is pregnant. It's a fact. The only thing we can do is to beat him and let Xiao Runing and everyone else know how big the gap between us is. That's enough. Qin Ming said. Su Jiming nodded. This was actually what he wanted to do. It was a fact that Xiao Runing already had a boyfriend. However, she also had an equally beautiful sister, Xiao Runing. Her sister had found a boyfriend. If he could completely beat Xiao Runing's boyfriend in front of everyone and crush him, then in Xiao Runing's eyes, he would be much more outstanding than her sister's boyfriend. Everyone likes to compare with each other, even if they are sisters. My boyfriend is better than your boyfriend. So it might be easier to pursue. This was actually an idea that came to Su Jiming's mind when he saw Xiao Runing and Lin Xian. He felt that it was absolutely feasible. And then that's it. Su Jiming nodded and walked away. He couldn't tell Qin Ming this idea. Chapter 858. Xiao Runing led Lin Xian into the main hall. Xiao Runing's grandparents had quite a special status in the imperial palace. Clearly, Xiao Runing could enter and leave this place as she pleased. After entering, Lin Xian glanced around. All of them were amazing people. Just by sitting there and standing there, one could tell with a glance that they weren't ordinary people. They were also chatting and laughing. It was as if the outside was a gathering and the inside was also a gathering. It was a gathering of people of two different statuses. However, that wasn't the case. They were just following the international convention of exchanging pleasantries. The entrance of Lin Xian and the others naturally attracted their attention. Oh, isn't this Ning Ning and Xinyue? They're really getting more and more beautiful. So it's Ning Ning and Xinyue. Come here, let me see how tall you've grown. This brat can't be Ning Ning's boyfriend, right? Obviously, Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue had a very big reputation in Bing City. After all, they were the two daughters of the top families. Moreover, they were also very beautiful. It was estimated that in their hearts, these people were hoping that their sons would be able to reach an agreement with them. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue helplessly chatted with these elders. Then, they finally found an opportunity. Xiao Runing pulled Lin Xian in front of her grandparents. Right now, their general cultivation was pretty good. Xiao Runing's grandparents should be close to 70 years old. However, they looked like they were in their 40s or 50s. Grandpa, Grandma, this is Lin Xian that I mentioned to you before. Xiao Runing said with a slightly red face. Good, good. You finally brought my grandson-in-law home. Xiao Qingqing looked at Lin Xian and nodded with satisfaction. Hello, Grandpa, Grandma. Lin Xian obediently called out. Lan Mei waved at Lin Xian. Child, come here. Lin Xian then walked over shyly. To be honest, he was actually quite embarrassed. Everyone around him was amazing, and at this moment, their attention was all on him. His every move was being watched by others. Lan Mei grabbed Lin Xian's hand. You have a unique bone structure. Since my granddaughter has taken a fancy to you, you must have something outstanding about you. Lan Mei smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. Grandma, you flatter me. Ha ha ha. At this time, a middle-aged man smiled as he looked at Lin Xian and said, as her uncle, I have nothing to do. Xiao Zun, this is your fault. Why didn't you tell me that Ning Ning's boyfriend was coming? The dignified middle-aged man smiled and said. Xiao Zun smiled and said, it's just a small matter. I don't want to trouble you all. Are you treating us as outsiders? Lan Tianhai smiled. Second brother Lan, you must be joking. How can a family treat you as an outsider? Lan Tianhai then looked at Lin Xian and said, when you and Ning Ning officially have a banquet, I will definitely give you a big gift. Why aren't you thanking your Uncle Lan? Xiao Zun said to Lin Xian. Thank you Uncle Lan. Lin Xian glanced at Lan Tianhai. This Lan Tianhai should be the master of this imperial palace. Dad, at this moment, a sweet voice was heard. Then, a girl in a blue dress ran out. She seemed to be about the same age as Miao Xiao Miao. No, she was even younger. Around 12 years old, but she was really beautiful and delicate like a porcelain doll, a little fairy. No wonder she didn't trigger a mission. Although she was so beautiful, she was too young. If she triggered a mission at such a young age, it would be too exaggerated. Her appearance caused the surroundings to be filled with a youthful vigor. My good daughter. Lan Tianhai hugged her and rubbed his face against her face lovingly. Ugh, prickly. Lan Xingxing pushed him away in disgust. Ha ha ha. The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. Then the girl blinked her big eyes and looked around. Suddenly, she saw Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue. Sister Ning Ning, her big eyes were filled with little stars. Then, she happily ran to Xiao Runing and hugged Xiao Runing. Sister Ning Ning, you're finally back. Xingxing missed you so much. Lan Xingxing said with grievance. I've been back for a few days, but I didn't have time to come and see you. Xiao Runing smiled as she rubbed her little head and said in a pampering tone. Humph. You don't like Xingxing anymore. Lan Xingxing pouted and said. Yeah, your sister Ning Ning has a boyfriend. She must have put all her thoughts on her boyfriend. Lan Tianhai laughed. Ah. Boyfriend, is it the kind of boyfriend who can have children? Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes and asked. Yeah. Then, her little mouth pouted again. Her big eyes looked for Xiao Runing's boyfriend. Then, she saw Lin Xian in front of Lan Mei. She ran over and tugged at Lin Xian's clothes. Lin Xian looked at her. Are you Sister Ning Ning's boyfriend? She asked in a charming voice. How did you know? Am I too handsome? Lin Xian teased. No, you're the worst. Lin Xian, ha ha ha, hearing her words, the surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. Little Xian, don't mind her. She's just a child. She has a good relationship with Ning Ning. She once said that she would protect Ning Ning forever. Lan Tianhai said with a smile. Lin Xian, but if you protect Ning Ning forever, who will protect you forever? Lin Xian asked Lan Xingxing with a smile. Sister Ning Ning. Then I can protect your sister Ning Ning forever. Your sister Ning Ning can protect you forever. You can also continue to protect Sister Ning Ning. At the same time, I can also protect you forever. So why do you hate me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Oh, Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes. It seemed to make sense. Then why do I hate him? Am I right? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Oh, yes. Then do you still hate me? Lan Xingxing shook her little head. I don't hate you anymore. The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. This was really interesting. Ning Ning's boyfriend is quite interesting. I believe he must have some outstanding points. Not to mention other things, Ning Ning's taste isn't bad. Lan Tianhai said to Lan Mei. It doesn't matter if he's outstanding or not. With the Xiao family's protection, there's nothing to worry about. The main thing is that Ning Ning likes him. That's enough. Xiao Runing's grandfather Xiao Qingqing said with a smile. At this time, Lan Tianhai stood up and said, Everyone, it's about time. Let's go out and start the banquet. There's also the annual poetry gathering later. Okay. Then everyone rushed out. Chapter 859. The banquet lasted for about an hour. There wasn't much meaning to it. It was just eating and drinking, just like any other ordinary gathering. However, the imperial palace's gathering was an important part of maintaining the relationship between the major families and the major powers. It was an opportunity for everyone to interact with each other. Here, Lin Xian could deeply feel the harmony between the major families. It was definitely something that couldn't be felt in Tiandu or China. Perhaps there were also open and covert struggles between the major families, but the relationship between them was definitely much better than in China. Perhaps this was one of the more outstanding aspects of the imperial palace. Everyone was more united and harmonious. Only in such an environment could the Xiao family not dislike Lin Xian's background at all. Of course, that was only relatively speaking. Lin Xian also made a lot of friends, but they weren't really friends. They just exchanged a few pleasantries. Most of them came to hit on Xiao Xingyue. Lin Xian didn't remember many of them. Everyone, now that everyone has eaten and drunk to their fill, let's enter the house and begin the poetry and prose segment. Lan Tianhai said to the crowd. Then, they walked into the huge palace one after another. Poetry and prose. What for? Lin Xian's face was full of suspicion. Xiao Runing's grandfather, Lin Xian, said, In our ice country, it's the only country that advocates poetry and prose because this is an era where strength is respected. However, our ice country's ancestors told us not to forget about our cultural heritage. To us, poetry and prose are a part of our culture. Therefore, In any city in our ice country, in addition to increasing one's strength, a martial artist must also have some attainments in poetry and prose. If one can reach the elite level in both aspects, then any girl from any family will be more likely to be accepted by the elders. So that's how it is. Lin Xian was suddenly enlightened. This was actually quite good. Just like China, there were very few places for people to study. Wasn't it all about learning martial arts? How many schools were there to learn the 9 subjects? How many people were willing to spend time and energy learning the 9 subjects in this era? This led to more and more illiterates. Was this a good thing? Absolutely not. This would only result in the deterioration of the generations. That's right, if everyone's strength increased, then who would be responsible for the change of era? Where would talents come from if they didn't study? Who would create it? Who would invent it? He didn't even know the most basic chemical equations or physics formulas. How could he make this era better? In this way, thousands of years later, the entire era would still be the same. A few hundred years ago, planet Sky Blue did not have any technology. It was similar to the ancient times. Because people were knowledgeable, in just a few hundred years, there were airplanes, cannons, cell phones, WeChat, and everything else. If they did not learn, without that group of people, 100 years, 300 years, even 500 years later, they would still be the same. It was not a good thing. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that this aspect was quite good. Moreover, it's different from China. Every academy in every city in Ice Country has a place to study the 9 subjects. If you can't pass the cutoff, the academy won't let you cultivate in the Sky Martial Court. This is mandatory. Although China also has a place to study the 9 subjects, it's up to you whether you want to go or not. This is a substantial difference. Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian, so, Ice Country is stronger than China. That's not right. Xiao Qingqing then said, China has been established for a longer time and has a wider territory. The most important reason is that China has 4 distinct seasons. The 4 distinct seasons give us a lot of advantages over Ice Country. Our Ice Country can't compare to China in terms of national strength, but in terms of technology and some things that have been passed down, we can indeed leave China in the dust. Lin Xian agreed with this point. In China, when had Lin Xian ever seen a poetry gathering? That was impossible. Maybe Ning Ning likes to be a teacher because she was influenced by this. Xiao Qingqing was very satisfied with his granddaughter's choice. Although she might not have a high status, she did something that many people were not willing to do. Then in Ice Country, if you are smart and have a certain level of attainment in literature, you don't need to be very strong to have a high status. Lin Xian asked. Xiao Runing nodded, that's of course, it may not even be lower than those powerhouses of the Empyrean realm. Let's not talk about scientific research first, just take tonight's poetry gathering for example. If anyone can create a poem that can be passed down through the ages, then they will be revered by many people, because most of the young men and women here may not necessarily like it, but they all have some attainments in this aspect, especially my uncle who is very supportive of this aspect. If you can get his approval, then even at such a young age you can be promoted to an official, but how can it be so easy? So, you and Xinyue are actually quite good in this area. Xiao Runing said proudly, of course. I can't say that I'm very good, but I'm still better than an old boar like you. Lin Xian, little Xian, you don't come into contact with this kind of thing, right? Xiao Qingqing asked. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. I'm already troubled to death by memorizing poems, let alone composing poems. I can understand. After all, you were born in China. However, since you're with my Ningning, you'll be considered half an Icelander in the future. You still have to understand this kind of thing. I understand, Grandpa. And let's go in. Then, they entered the second floor of the huge hall. Lin Xian had gone to the first floor before. Now that he had gone to the second floor, he was hit with a learning atmosphere. Whether it was the decoration or the atmosphere, it all had the feeling of watching an ancient school in a TV series. However, this place was even bigger and could accommodate thousands of people. This could no longer be called a classroom or a school. Isn't this too exaggerated? Lin Xian was secretly speechless. There's nothing to be exaggerated about. You haven't seen the day of our Icelandic poetry festival. That's what's called exaggerated. The entire city streets and alleys were filled with people. It was even more lively than the New Year. Red lanterns were everywhere, and there were all kinds of riddles and games. It was really a city game. All the lights were lit up, Heartwarming said to Lin Xian. If there's a chance, I'll go and experience it. Heartwarming laughed and then said, I'll go and prepare first. What's your grandpa going to prepare? Lin Xian asked curiously. My grandpa is one of the few masters of poetry in the Icelandic country. No, he should be a master. Back then, he relied on these poems to chase after my grandma. Heartwarming said. Lin Xian, awesome. Awesome. Chapter 860. Lin Xian only knew one thing, and that was that if you were to pursue a girl, you should never write poems or lyrics. That would make you an idiot. Of course, for a girl who also likes you, this might be a different kind of romance. But if she also likes you, then it would not be considered a pursuit, but a hit-off. The pursuit of love was a relatively long process. It could take a few weeks, or even many years. Under such circumstances, if you were to give her a confession poem on the Chinese Valentine's Day, then you would be an idiot. Perhaps after pursuing her for a few months, the girl already had some thoughts of being your girlfriend. But because of such a poem, the girl's hard-earned female hormones would disappear in an instant. And Heartwarming's grandfather actually relied on this to pursue a girl. It seemed that he was a little something. Then if I write a poem for you, will you be my girlfriend? Lin Xian asked Heartwarming. I will slap you to death. Little Xinhua, what about you? +1. Lin Xian, not far away, Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian and the others with a ruthless gaze. In addition to being a genius, he was also one of the famous 4 great talents in the City of Ice. In short, his poems were very powerful, and he had even been praised by many masters. He was not clear about Lin Xian's strength. He was just a kid from a third-tier city. He felt that he could not be compared to him at all. But tonight, he wanted to crush this Lin Xian in all aspects. First of all, it was poetry. In the City of Ice, being able to compose poems and lyrics was worshipped by everyone, especially those who were able to reach the level of the older generation at such a young age. This was definitely an existence that the people of the City of Ice admired. That's right, he was basically such an existence. If he was only good at poetry, he would not be so confident. The main thing was that he was also a top genius in martial arts. Everyone, please be quiet. Lon Tianhai stood on the stage, glanced at the crowd, and said. Everyone on the stage quieted down. Last year, Jiming's Ode to the Beloved was strongly loved and sought after by all the masters. Ning Ning's Reflecting the Moon was loved by everyone and us. Of course, there were many other outstanding poems, but I won't mention them one by one here. This year's rules might be a little different from the past. In the past, us old folks who are already parents could participate, but us old folks aren't of much use anymore. So this year, we hope that you children, the future of our world, will be your home ground. So this year, us old guys will not participate. Reflection of the moon. Read it for me. Lin Xian elbowed Xiao Runing and laughed. Xiao Runing's small face turned slightly red, feeling embarrassed. Scram! Lin Xian's shoulders. Now, all the young people who want to participate in this poetry gathering, please step forward. Then, dozens of people stepped forward. There were about 500 young men and women here, but only a few dozen people participated. Although Ice Country advocated culture, it was not easy to compose poems, especially in front of so many big shots in Ice Country. They did not want to embarrass themselves because their level was not high enough. However, there was still a martial arts competition. Although they advocated culture, they still preferred strength. Ning Ning, you're not participating. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue did not walk forward. They were more eye-catching. Then, Lan Tianhai asked. Xiao Runing said, I won't participate. I haven't touched anything in a year, so I won't embarrass myself. It will be boring if Sister Ning Ning doesn't come. Lan Xingxing pouted and said. It's fine. I'll participate in the martial arts competition later. Xiao Runing said with a smile. That's fine. Is there anyone else? Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian. He won't participate. Absolutely not. If he doesn't participate, how can he prove that he is better than him? At this time, Su Jiming stood up, looked at Lin Xian, and said, Young Master Lin, you won't participate. Lin Xian shook his head, I'll pass. I don't know how to write poems. Young Master Lin, don't be modest. As Ning Ning's boyfriend, you must have some outstanding qualities. Our Ice Country's girls looking for a boyfriend is actually quite important, and that's probably one of the things that Ning Ning likes, so young Master Lin, don't be modest. Lin Xian, Qin Ming also stood up and said, Yes, young Master Lin, come and participate. We also hope that young Master Lin can participate in the martial arts competition later. We also want to see how young Master Lin is better than us in all aspects. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to pursue our Tiandu's beauty, right? Yes, yes. Young Master Lin, come. For a moment, many people were catering to them. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. I really don't know how to write poems. Xiao Runing also nodded and said, Lin Xian is from China. China doesn't advocate these things, so, Ning Ning, you're too modest. Remember a few years ago, you said that the standard of a future boyfriend is to know some poems. It's funny. For this, I spent a lot of energy studying, and only then did I have some small achievements. It's just that you've already found a boyfriend. It's a pity, so young Master Lin must have some attainments in this area. Su Jiming said with a smile. Lin Xian nodded at this time, all right, then I'll show my incompetence a little. Everyone, don't make fun of me when the time comes. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Su Jiming's plan had succeeded. Of course not. I just hope young Master Lin doesn't pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. You're clearly very proficient, but you act like you're not, ha ha ha. Su Jiming laughed. Of course, it was just a joke. In terms of poetry, he was definitely the best among his peers in this area. Even if Lin Xian wasn't Chinese, there was no way he could beat him. That shouldn't be the case. I don't know any poems. Lin Xian laughed. Ha ha ha, that's good too. If Ning Ning's boyfriend can participate, then it'll be interesting. Lan Tianhai laughed. Lin Xian, Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian worriedly. How could she not know what Su Jiming was thinking? Lin Xian was her boyfriend. What did it have to do with him whether he participated or not? Furthermore, he had asked Lin Xian to participate in front of everyone. Lin Xian had already rejected him, yet he still said it. It was obvious that he wanted to compete with him in front of everyone. As for Lin Xian, he really didn't know any poems. In any case, Xiao Runing's understanding of Lin Xian was that he was a bore. Composing poems and lyrics. Did this guy know how to recite them? It's fine, I'm just playing around. Lin Xian patted Xiao Runing's shoulder and walked forward. Chapter 861. Is there something wrong with him? Xiao Xinyue grumbled. There's something wrong with Tai. He knows he'll be humiliated, but he still went up. Xiao Runing shook her head helplessly. Although he was Chinese, when the time came, he would make some strange things that would make people laugh to death. What if he's hiding his strength? Xiao Xinyue mumbled. Xiao Runing, hiding his strength. He didn't even bother to go to the Sky Martial Court when he was in Tianhua City. Why would he go there to learn? Xiao Xinyue, Tai was done for. However, based on her understanding of Lin Xian, he was very smart. How could he embarrass himself? How could he not know what the other two were thinking? Since he knew, why did he still insist on going up the mountain despite knowing that it was dangerous? Perhaps this was something worth looking forward to. When Su Jiming and Qin Ming saw that Lin Xian had taken the bait, they were overjoyed. Xiao Xian, if you really can't do it, just play around. Xiao Zun said to Lin Xian. He purposely raised his voice so that others could hear him. This was to protect Lin Xian. He knew that Lin Xian was Chinese and would not be good at poetry. Since there were dozens of young people here who were all talented, Lin Xian could not be compared to them. Therefore, he said that Lin Xian was just playing around. It would not be embarrassing even if he lost. I understand, uncle. Lin Xian nodded. Ha, young people are very brave. I hope you can show us something unexpected. Lon Tianhai said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. I'm just playing around. I don't know how to write poems. I just hope you won't mind. Lin Xian said with a fish salute. Su Jiming walked over and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. Every elder here is very easygoing. Don't worry. And you don't have to be so modest anymore. Lin Xian smiled and nodded without saying anything. If that's the case, then let's begin the poetry competition. If there are any outstanding poems in this poetry competition, then I will consider including your poems in the textbook. Hearing Lon Tianhai's words, they were all shocked. In the textbook just now. Wasn't this passed down through the ages? Even if you can't, it's only for a short period of time. Within a short period of time, everyone will know your poem. Wow! How big of a card was that? Of course, since it's in the textbook, it must mean that this poem is extremely outstanding and can't be an ordinary work. However, I think that with your talent, you will definitely be able to come up with a poem this time. Lon Tianhai said. Alright, let's start composing the poem now. The designated poem for you is Homesick. 20 minutes should be enough for you scholars to compose a poem. Then, let's begin now. You can walk around the entire venue and ponder. The rest of you can also chat with each other, eat some food, and wait for the children's results. But please don't disturb them. Impromptu composing a poem must have a limited theme. Every time, every year, it would be different. If there wasn't a limited theme, then those people could have already composed the poem a long time ago. They could even get others to help them. How could this be considered impromptu? Of course not. Young Master Lin, do your best. This young master hopes to compete with your poem. Su Jiming patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile. I will. Then, Su Jiming sneered and walked away with a pen and paper. He went to ponder over the poem. You will. Are you worthy? In a while, everyone will be able to hear the ridiculous poem that comes out of your mouth. Lin Xian bit his pen. It was unknown how long it had been since he touched a pen. Lin Xian's handwriting was already ugly. Now that he hadn't written in such a long time, it was really like a dog crawling. Heartwarming looked at Lin Xian's pensive appearance and couldn't help but worry. Homesick poems should be very common. It wasn't too difficult to write, especially if you just casually made up a few sentences. But for Lin Xian, especially when looking at his furrowed brows, it felt like he was in a difficult situation. Yes, Lin Xian was really in a difficult situation. The poems that he learned the most on Earth were homesick poems, right? Which one should he copy? Elder Xiao, how are your grandson-in-law's accomplishments in poetry? Lan Tianhai sat at the judge's table and asked Xiao Qingqing beside him. To be honest, I don't know either. But it shouldn't be comparable to the ones here. After all, China has never advocated this aspect. Their accomplishments in this aspect naturally can't compare to Ice Country. Xiao Qingqing said this to give face to Lin Xian. He wanted others to think that Lin Xian didn't have much accomplishments from the start and didn't have high expectations. This way, even if his poems weren't good, they would have a pardonable view of him. It's just that I feel that since he's participating, he should have something. Lan Tianhai also gave Xiao Qingqing a lot of face by saying this. Time slowly passed. Su Jiming and a few others finished in 10 minutes. Then, Su Jiming walked to Lin Xian's side to take a look. It was still blank. He couldn't help but laugh disdainfully in his heart. As expected, he didn't know at all. Young Master Lin, are you still thinking? Su Jiming said. It's about time. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Su Jiming then walked away with a smile. At the same time, Lin Xian also started writing. Those ugly words were written on the paper. After a few seconds, Lin Xian's movement stopped. Heartwarming, who had been paying attention to Lin Xian, felt her heart skip a beat. There was no time, why did he stop? At this time, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Heartwarming. That. Ning Ning, how do you write, night can't be May? Everyone, Heartwarming, Xiao Zun and the others' mouths couldn't help but twitch. Really, Lin Xian's words made many people hold back their laughter. It's fine if you don't know how to write poems, but you also don't know how to write. This really confirmed that he doesn't know how to write poems. A person who doesn't even know how to write can write poems. Heartwarming then walked over and took Lin Xian's pen and paper. She helped him write the word. When she saw Lin Xian's dog-like words, she simply wanted to cry. Little brother, you'll be laughed at to death like this. Then why did you participate? Heartwarming helplessly thought. Lin Xian then looked at Lan Tianhai and said, Uncle Lan, it should be fine to let Ning Ning help me write some words, right? Of course it's fine. Lan Tianhai said. Lin Xian nodded and then added in the last sentence. Alright, time's up. Now, everyone quiet down. Everyone, recite your poems in order. We will evaluate your poems. Lan Tianhai said. Chapter 862. Then, one scholar after another recited their own poems. How should it be said? To be able to improvise a poem in such a short period of time, their standard was naturally not too high, but it was not bad either. After all, their foundation was there, and they were considered average. However, it was naturally impossible for them to be included in textbooks. Lan Tianhai and the others were also quite satisfied. None of them were bad. Elders, this poem that I composed is called Late Moon Thoughts. Qin Ming said faintly. And, read it. Again, tonight's parting rain. After Qin Ming finished reading, everyone was silent for a while. As expected of Qin Ming. As one of the 4 great scholars, he is indeed extraordinary. Yes, yes. This late moon thoughts is a level higher than those people from before. Maybe it can enter the textbooks. AI, comparisons are odious. I'm afraid that only Su Jiming can compare. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The dozen or so elders on the judging panel also discussed for a while. Then, Lan Tianhai said to Qin Ming, very good. This poem of yours should be the best one up until now. Continue to work hard. Thank you, Uncle Lan. Qin Ming bowed slightly and then sat down with a smile. Next, Su Jiming. Su Jiming then stood up with a smile in everyone's eyes. There were many rich girls who looked at him and Qin Ming with adoration. Because they were both proficient in literature and martial arts, and they were also handsome. They were once the Prince Charming of these girls. Elders, the poem that Jiming brought is called Thinking of My Lord. He paused and then read, My lord came from his hometown, so he should know the matters of his hometown. It was a simple sentence, but it made them ponder for a moment. That's right. Jiming, your poem is on par with Qin Ming's. However, your poem has a few special words that are of a higher quality than Qin Ming's poem. If we're talking about this, your poem should be better than Qin Ming's. However, I'll give you 2 of 50 score. Xiao Qingqing nodded and said. Thank you, Elder Xiao. Su Jiming smiled and sat down. Basically, his song was already the best. At least, it was the best song in this round. He glanced at the people behind him. There was no one who was a threat to him. Next, Lin Xian. Lan Tianhai and the others looked at Lin Xian. It was not that Lin Xian was very eye-catching. In fact, he was indeed eye-catching. He was the son-in-law of the Xiao family and Xiao Runing's boyfriend. However, what did everyone want to see more? He made a fool of himself. Because if you got something that they couldn't, jealousy and envy would surge up. What right do you have to get it? Why can't I? With this kind of mentality, he especially hoped that this person would embarrass himself. It was the kind of feeling that no one in the world should have a better life than him. There were simply too many people with this mentality. Su Jiming thought about how Lin Xian had not written a single word just now. What kind of poem could he write now? He would definitely make a fool of himself. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue also looked at Lin Xian worriedly. After all, Xiao Runing had just said Lin Xian's words to Xiao Xinyue. It was simply unbearable to look at. Xiao Xinyue originally had a little bit of hope for Lin Xian, but it instantly disappeared. Lin Xian stood up and said, Seniors, my poem is called Autumn Thoughts. Autumn Thoughts. Actually, this poem's name is already too common. An old man said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, there is more than one poem with this name. However, I feel that the name of a poem is not too important. It's mainly because my ability is limited. I don't have that much time to think about the name of a poem. And, that's fine. Then recite your poem. Lin Xian nodded. Xiao Runing's little heart was already in her throat. She was begging him, please don't let other people laugh their heads off. Everyone else was already prepared to be laughed at. Autumn comes under the fortress, the scenery is different. Hangyang wild geese don't pay attention. Voices rise from all directions. For thousands of miles, the smoke sets and the sun closes the lonely city. With a cup of turbid wine, one can travel 10,000 miles. Yan Ran returns without any plans. The chung pipes are long and frost covers the ground. People can't sleep. The general's hair turns white and the husband cries. After Lin Xian finished reciting, everyone was silent. Yes, everyone was shocked. This poem was written by Lin Xian. This poem. Xiao Xian, quick, let me see it. Xiao Qingqing said impatiently. Oh. Then Lin Xian handed the poem over. Lan Tianhai and the others all looked over. When Xiao Qingqing and the others saw it, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. These words were too ugly, right? But, if one were to disregard this ugly character, Lan Tianhai couldn't help but stand up. Then, he wrote down Lin Xian's poem on the blackboard with his beautiful handwriting. Everyone's eyes were on it. Xiao Runing's little mouth opened slightly. This was written by Lin Xian. The crowd might not have heard it clearly when they first heard it, but now that they were looking at the vigorous and powerful poem on the blackboard, they were all dumbfounded. The depth of the poem, the style between the lines, and everything else was too good. Not to mention anything else, at least it crushed Su Jiming and Qin Ming's poems. Moreover, they both wrote poems. Poems were much more difficult than four-line poems. The word count was also much higher. This was really written by Lin Xian. Xiao Xinyue looked at Xiao Runing in confusion. It should be. Xiao Runing wasn't sure either. As for Xiao Zun and Yi Qianling, their faces were flushed red. Really, they thought Lin Xian would lose face, but they didn't expect this poem to be so good. Voices rise from all sides. For thousands of miles, the smoke sets and the sun closes the lonely city, people can't sleep, the general's hair turns white and the husband cries. Lan Tianhai and the others repeatedly recited the most shocking lines. These two lines were definitely the essence of the poem. Xiao Xian, your poem is expressing, Lin Xian said, it's actually expressing the warriors and generals of the three factions that guard the borders. They guard the borders day after day, year after year, stopping the invasion of demon beasts. It's very tiring, but it's worthy of respect. I've lived in the border cities all year round. Whether it was Tianhua City or Lin and City after Tianhua City fell, I've personally witnessed the fall of cities. I've also personally participated in the fight against the demon beasts. I might understand these things better than many people from the interior. Do they miss home? Naturally, so this poem is actually expressing their feelings of homesickness, not mine. Good. 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 Xiao Qingqing looked at Lin Xian with satisfaction. It said that poetry is a form of sustenance to express one's emotions. Only with true emotions can one write a good poem. Without such emotions, the poem would be soulless. You've experienced it before, which is why you can write such a good adverb. Not bad. I didn't expect you to amaze me so much just from today onwards. Thank you for bringing such a good poem. I also thank you on behalf of the soldiers guarding the borders. Lan Tianhai walked down and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Chapter 863. Everyone was flabbergasted. Because they could not believe it. Was this improvised composition by Lin Xian? But if it was not, they had never heard of this poem before. Then it must be an original composition. As for whether it was prepared for him in advance, the possibility was not high. Because not many people knew the theme this time, there was no way to prepare in advance. More importantly, Lin Xian had always refused to participate. If not for Su Jiming repeatedly inviting him to participate, he would not have participated. Good luck. I hope you can have great accomplishments in both literature and martial arts. This poem is the best one I've seen today. Patriarch Lan, in my opinion, this poem should be able to enter the textbooks, right? At this time, an old man who was also a judge said, "Yes, you have the qualifications." Everyone was shocked beyond words. Lon Tianhai then explained to them, whether it is the style or the standard of this poem, it is top-notch. No one would believe that it was written by a young man in his early 20s. More importantly, this poem expresses the homesickness of the soldiers who guard the border and deserve our respect. At the same time, it can also express the seriousness of the current situation. It will have a very positive impact on society. Such a poem is qualified to be included in the textbooks. It can give younger children some inspiration and a deep-rooted impression from childhood. Su Jiming clenched his fists, his expression ugly. Nonsense, he was supposed to humiliate him and crush him, but he was the one who got crushed. Young Master Lin's accomplishments in poetry can be said to be the cream of the crop. I'm very curious. Young Master Lin was born in China, and China does not pay much attention to this aspect. How did young Master Lin come to possess such literary talent? Although it is important to have experience in this area, the prerequisite is that you have to have a stomach full of ink. Su Jiming asked. Actually, this sentence was a question. How could a Chinese in his early 20s write such a poem? Many people didn't quite believe it either. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Actually, it's very simple. Although China doesn't pay as much attention to this as Iceland, there are still many schools in China that set up 9 subjects. After all, you can't just be a simple-minded martial artist. Since I was young, I'm not afraid to tell you that I don't have the Son of God system." What? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian then said, "Without the God-child system, I can't cultivate. What can I do? That's why I'm different from most Chinese or you guys. I can only learn. That's the only way out." Later on, I slowly realized that the sea of knowledge is really wonderful. I only managed to awaken the God's child system after a long time. However, cultivation can no longer replace my love for learning. I love learning. Even after I entered the Sky Martial Court, I'm more willing to improve my knowledge in the 9 subjects. Perhaps that's the reason why I love learning. Everyone, it's not easy. It's really not easy. It's also because of life. It's just that you've never awakened the Son of God system late. However, the world is so big, and there are so many strange things in the world. It's not surprising. But now, you've become a martial artist with outstanding literary talent. You even managed to woo the beautiful Ning Ning of the Shao family in Ice City. You can say that you've reached the peak of your life. However, all of this is the result of your own hard work. Little Xian, your deeds are worthy of learning from all the children here. Lon Tianhai exclaimed. Shao Runing. That's right. Shao Runing could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Are you talking nonsense? Others might believe it, but she didn't. Yes, you've awakened the Son of God system late, but you love learning. You love to swim in the ocean of knowledge, Tui. Shameless. Other than flirting with girls in the academy, when have you ever gone to a place where you learn the 9 subjects? Others might not know, but how could she not know? Therefore, it was very strange. How did this bastard come up with such a good poem? Lin Xian nodded. It's not to the extent of learning. Hard work is indeed important, but I think it's more about talent. Because I feel that I have talent in learning, and I even have a photographic memory. Talent is indeed very important. Lon Tianhai nodded. I see. Then I must learn from young Master Lin. Su Jiming said unwillingly. Of course, she didn't believe it. Do you have literary talent? Do you even have ink in your stomach? Anyway, this poetry gathering isn't over yet. There's more to come. If you can't come up with such a good poem, then won't you be exposed? Because of Lin Xian, the faces of the Shao family's elders were practically glowing. Is what he said true? Shao Xinyue moved closer to Shao Runing and asked in a low voice. What do you think? Shao Runing asked. It's fake. Although her understanding of Lin Xian was not as deep as Shao Runing, this little bit of understanding made her feel that Lin Xian was definitely not such a person. Love learning. Nonsense. Then that's it. Shao Xinyue, but how did he come up with such a good poem? I also want to know. I just hope that he didn't plagiarize someone else's poem. Otherwise, he will definitely be exposed in the following poetry gathering. Shao Runing sighed. Plagiarism was definitely plagiarism, but it would definitely not be exposed. Good. This poetry gathering's first round has already amazed me. Next, let's move on to the second topic assessment. Lan Tianhai said. Lin Xian, you said it in such a dignified manner, but there are many who don't believe it. You might have guessed it, but I don't believe that you can come up with such a poem. When that time comes and you are exposed, you will be the most despicable person. Su Jiming thought in his heart. Old Su, why don't you come up with the topic for the second round of assessment? Lan Tianhai said to an old man beside him. No need. I'm old. My thoughts are from a long time ago. I can't keep up with the thoughts of modern children. It's better for you young people to come up with it. I'll come. Lan Xingxing ran over and said happily. Don't mess around. No, I'll come. Lan Xingxing said coquettishly. You little girl, Xiaozun laughed, I think it's really possible. Isn't it just a topic? It doesn't matter who comes up with it. It's best to be able to write any topic. Lan Tianhai nodded. Then what do you want to come up with? Lan Tianhai pinched his precious daughter's pink cheeks. Lin Xian has successfully pursued Sister Ning Ning. Then let's come up with a topic on how to chase a girl. Everyone, go, don't mess around. Lan Tianhai said helplessly. I think that makes sense. We can go with the flow and come up with a topic to express the feelings between a man and a woman. Or to write a poem about a beauty like Ning Ning. How about it? Chapter 864. Write about beautiful women. Many of the people present agreed with this suggestion from the bottom of their hearts. Especially Su Jiming. If he wrote a good poem and said that it was written with Shao Xinyue as the original character, would he be able to win her heart? Although writing poems was the dumbest way to pick up girls, one had to know that it depended on the occasion. In such an occasion, if he wrote a poem with Shao Xinyue as the original character and wrote it well and received everyone's approval, what would the effect be? It would satisfy the girl's vanity. Would this be effective in chasing her? The effect was simply too great. He couldn't get Shao Runing, but Shao Xinyue was just as beautiful. Moreover, this cold woman would feel even better when he conquered her. In fact, he had never expressed his admiration for Shao Runing to the public. He had only casually mentioned it in his conversation with Lin Xian. If he chased after Shao Xinyue, no one would say anything about him. Lan Tianhai nodded. Not bad, it's a good suggestion. Everyone here today, Ning Ning, Xinyue, and so on are all beautiful women. Beautiful women are as common as clouds. So be it. Let's write about beautiful women. What do you think? It's pretty good. Although it seems tacky, it's very realistic. Moreover, there aren't many poems in this area. However, I want to remind everyone of one thing. Shao Qingqing continued, any poem needs to express some kind of emotion. Using objects to describe people, using objects to describe things. This theme can indeed express a simple description of a woman's beauty and yearning. However, I personally hope to add some other things to it. Elder Xiao, what do you think we can add to this description of beautiful women? I feel that it's a bit difficult. Another old man shook his head and said, I'm just suggesting. Of course, it's difficult. However, that's where the charm of poetry lies, isn't it? Children, I hope that you can display your intelligence. Yes. Then, let's start now. I'll give everyone 10 minutes for this round. There's a total of 30 minutes. I hope that you can come up with better works. Lon Tianhai said. Then, everyone took their notebooks and pens to think. At this time, Su Jiming found an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Xiao Xinyue. President Xiao, I feel that this child, Jiming, is interested in your family's second daughter. A middle-aged man smiled and said to Xiao Zun. That's good. Jiming is also very outstanding. If the two of them can be together, as a father, I'd be very happy. Xiao Zun said. But my child is also interested in Xinyue. Oh. Qin Ming. He nodded. Sure, Qin Ming isn't any worse than Ji Ming. If the two of them can be together, it's naturally good. It's just that the girl, Xanu, likes him. Why don't you? Mr. Xiao, if you're free, you can help set them up. Of course, there's no problem. Ning Ning's direction is set. Next is Xinyue. If she likes her, that's good. Su Jiming frowned and looked at Su Jiming, who was striking up a conversation with Xiao Xinyue. Su Jiming wanted to pursue Xiao Runing before, but now she was being pursued by Lin Xian. What he said to Su Jiming before was just to ridicule him. He liked Xiao Runing. But now, it seems like Su Jiming has changed his direction and is pursuing Xiao Xinyue. Of course, that's not good. Qin Ming also coughed and walked towards Xiao Xinyue. Xinyue, about this poem, I think you should be able to give me some inspiration. Can I talk to you? Qin Ming smiled and walked over. Xiao Xinyue, to be honest, she didn't want to pay attention to him. But in this occasion, everyone was an elder. Even her parents were here. She couldn't not give him face. She was helpless. Young Master Qin, I was the one who talked to Xinyue first. There should be a first come, first served rule, right? Su Jiming looked at Qin Ming and said. Hearing Su Jiming's words, Qin Ming was sure that this bastard was going to make a move on Xiao Xinyue. Facing Su Jiming, Qin Ming didn't have much confidence in confidence. Because Su Jiming was also very outstanding. Is there a first come, first served rule for this kind of thing? Young Master Su, aren't you a little too childish? Qin Ming smiled. Childish? How am I childish? The two of them stood there with smiles on their faces. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over. Sister-in-law, I wanted to look for your sister for inspiration to write this poem, but she asked me to look for you and talk. Okay. Then, Xiao Xinyue and Lin Xian walked away together. Su Jiming. Qin Ming. What does Lin Xian mean? Su Jiming frowned and said. What? He already has Xiao Runing as his girlfriend. Are you still worried that he will chase after Xiao Xinyue? But you, young Master Su, you're wrong. What? You still want to fight with me for Xiao Xinyue? Why not? Xiao Runing is already taken. Why can't this young master pursue Xiao Xinyue? Don't you know that this young master has liked her for a long time? When you wanted to pursue Xiao Runing, did I do anything to fight with you? Qin Ming said angrily. Before anyone can pursue Xinyue, everyone is equal. I have the right to pursue her. As for you, young Master Qin, let's see who's better. Su Jiming said and walked away. Humph. You lost to this young master in the Sky Martial Assembly. Do you think you can compete with this young master? Hey, my dear little Xinyue, how are you going to thank me? Lin Xian and Xiao Xinyue stood by the window and asked with a smile. The two of them chatted together and didn't attract any suspicion. Who would have thought that Lin Xian not only wanted to make a move on his older sister, but also his younger sister? Thank you. Xiao Xinyue said indifferently. Wow. I helped you out and you're only going to thank me. I'll treat you to a meal when we get back. Do I need a meal from you? Xiao Xinyue, then what do you want? We've agreed on the favor you owe me before. You'll give me a chance to pursue you in return, right? Xiao Xinyue didn't say anything. Then this time, it'll be a kiss. Xiao Xinyue, you'd better think about how to compose this poem. I heard from my sister that you don't like to study. Think about how to not let others find out that you don't have any real talent. Lin Xian, damn. You think I plagiarized it? No, it could be a blind cat running into a dead mouse. You just happen to be able to write such a poem. But it's just a coincidence. It's impossible to write a second poem as good as this one, unless you have real talent. But you don't. Then what if I can come up with another poem that will shock everyone? What do you think we should do? Let's bet. Chapter 865. Lin Xian had discovered a super magical thing. No matter how hard it was to woo a girl or what her personality was like, be it Linglong Shuai or Linglong Yu, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they would never admit defeat. If it was a bet, then so be it. Why would he be afraid of her? Xiao Xinyue was the same. A bet? Why would he be afraid of her? What bet? How could Xiao Xinyue admit defeat to Lin Xian? Didn't you say that I can't write good poems? If I can write another poem that will shock everyone, then you have to be my girlfriend. Xiao Xinyue, was he that confident? Normally, she would have been fooled by Lin Xian, but her sister had clearly said that this Lin Xian had never learned the 9 subjects or anything like that. He didn't understand at all. What if you lose? Tell me. Xiao Xinyue pondered for a moment, then said, if you lose and don't shock everyone, then you have to help me do 3 things. As for what they are, I don't know for now. Lin Xian started acting again, but he looked hesitant. 2. 3. Then, it has to be within my ability. Okay. Xiao Xinyue heard Lin Xian's hesitation and cowardice, and as expected, she fell for it. She thought that he definitely couldn't write it, then said, you can't go back on your word. Okay. Lin Xian nodded, then said, then if you lose, you have to be my girlfriend. Okay. Xiao Xinyue said confidently. She didn't know how sinister people could be. Lin Xian was laughing in his heart. In Xiao Xinyue's opinion, even if Lin Xian had some literary talent, how could he shock everyone? The previous poem was indeed good, and it almost shocked everyone. The main reason was that the first poem was very good, and it would be accepted by many people. However, because of the first poem, the expectations for the second poem would be even higher. Moreover, the second poem was about a beautiful woman. This kind of position was very different. If it did not meet this expectation, then even if it was written well, it would only be shocking, but it would not be able to shock everyone. To ensure that she would win, Xiao Xinyue continued, also, it has to be written in the textbook. Lin Xian, wow. Aren't you too ruthless? You said it, you can't go back on your word. Xiao Xinyue said proudly. You. Lin Xian looked like he was deflated. Seeing Lin Xian's look, Xiao Xinyue's heart was hurt. Didn't he shoot himself in the foot? Did he want her to be his? In your dreams. Hurry up and write, it's already been more than 10 minutes. Especially when Xiao Xinyue realized that more than 10 minutes had passed, which meant that Lin Xian only had 10 minutes left. How could he write a poem that could shock everyone and even enter the textbook? You're ruthless. Wait until you become my girlfriend, I'll make you cry. Lin Xian spat out some harsh words before walking away. Xiao Xinyue, bastard. When you lose, the first thing I'll do is make you bark like a little puppy. Xiao Xinyue thought evilly. Lin Xian walked to his seat, sat down, and wrote a question without hesitation. Song of Everlasting Regret. Little guy, do you still think you've won? I'm sorry, but I'll definitely have you as my girlfriend. Song of Everlasting Regret. Lin Xian's impression of this poem was simply too deep. It was mainly because the story told in this poem was simply too tragic, yet too beautiful, and too helpless. The entire poem was very long, but there were many famous lines that had been passed down. Such a poem was written by a poet for many years before it was completed. Could such a poem win everyone's applause? If they couldn't win, then there was really a problem with their taste and literary talent. Lin Xian still remembered that it took him a lot of effort to memorize this thing. Lin Xian finally started writing, and it attracted the attention of many people. 5 minutes, 8 minutes, many of those people had been paying attention to Lin Xian, but they were curious. Why? Because it had been 8 minutes since he started writing, and his pen hadn't stopped. What is this kid writing? He's probably written a few hundred words, right? Lan Tianhai and the others were very curious, but they didn't look because it wasn't good to look at it now. It was better to keep a trace of hope in their hearts. Xiao Xinyue also saw that Lin Xian had been writing for a long time. Then, she couldn't help but go over to take a look. She finally understood what her sister meant when she said that the words were like a dog's crawl. It was too ugly. What are you looking at? Don't disturb my thoughts. Let me tell you, if I don't win, it's you who disturbed me. Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue, then, she walked away silently. Who would want to see it? It was too ugly. How is it? What did he write? He's been writing furiously. Xiao Runing asked. I didn't see it clearly. It's too ugly. Xiao Xinyue said lightly. Xiao Runing held back her laughter. But it seems like he wrote a few hundred words. Ah. He's writing an essay. Xiao Runing was dumbfounded. It was normal to write a poem with more than 100 words. It was a few hundred words. What kind of nonsense did he have to cook up? Su Jiming also came over to take a look in surprise. Then, he was directly persuaded by Lin Xian's dog's crawl. He held back his laughter in his heart. What was the point of writing so much? All right. Time's up. Please put down your pens and ink. Lan Tianhai said. Clatter. At the same time, Lin Xian put down his pen and let out a long sigh. Damn it. Writing 840 words in 10 minutes wasn't easy. Luckily, my handwriting is ugly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to finish it. Lin Xian muttered in his heart. I don't know why, but this is the one I've been looking forward to the most in so many years. What about you guys? Lan Tianhai asked. Everyone nodded. Yes, this topic is very difficult. Under the premise that it's written well, it's even more difficult to not be conventional. I'm looking forward to the performance of all the scholars. Then, let's begin. Then, one by one, they recited their own poems. It was still Su Jiming, Qin Ming, and Lin Xian ending it. Sigh. Hearing the poems recited by those people, everyone was a little disappointed. It wasn't bad, but each of their poems didn't deviate from the conventional. They only expressed pure love and love. It was said that poems were used to express emotions. They borrowed something to express something. Of course, for beauties, emotions were also considered emotions. There was nothing wrong with expressing love. It was very pure. However, everyone was looking forward to something more. Who could express something else by writing about beauties and love? This was what they were looking forward to, and it was also impressive. Of course, it wasn't to say that the ones in front were bad. Of course, it was good. It was just lacking a feeling that made them stunned. After chatting, you sat down and wrote a poem. Did you get the inspiration for this adverb from that girl Xinue? Lon Tianhai joked. Family head Lon, you can't say that. Ning Ning is still here. A middle-aged man laughed. Ha ha ha, I don't mean anything else. Lin Xian then said, no, the inspiration for this poem came from a novel. Although this was a true story, it was a story from his world. There was no such story in this world, so Lin Xian could only say that the inspiration came from a novel. Oh. Then you're in trouble. How can the emotions in a novel be replaced by your own experience in reality? Lon Tianhai then asked, just now, I saw you writing at full speed for more than 10 minutes. How many lines did you write in these 10 minutes? 120 lines, 7 words per line. Everyone, 120 lines, 7 words per line. 840 words. In just 10 minutes, you wrote a poem of 840 words. Hearing Lin Xian's words, they were shocked. Wasn't this too exaggerated? To write so many words in such a short time, it can't be a running account, right? If it's a running account, everyone here should be able to do it. Su Jiming said. To be honest, with this amount of time and words, it was hard to believe that he could write a good work. Xiao Runing also frowned. 840 words. He really wrote a composition. Read it out for us. Lon Tianhai said. Lin Xian nodded. The Han Emperor's love overturned the country. Yu yearned for it for many years. The Yang family had a daughter who grew up and was raised in a boudoir. Born with a natural beauty, she chose to be by the side of the emperor. Looking back with a smile, the beauties of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. When Lin Xian simply read out the first few lines, everyone was speechless. Yes, at the beginning, they thought that it might be a running account. But just from the first few lines, which one of them was a running account? Even the first few lines made them think that it could be passed down through the ages. The Han Emperor's love overturned the country. Born with a natural beauty, she yearned for it. Looking back with a smile, the beauties of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. Just this, directly described the woman in the poem to the fullest. Devastatingly beautiful. Looking back with a smile, she yearned for it. The beauties of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. This, in heaven, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be entwined branches. Heaven and earth are everlasting. Sometimes it ends. This hatred will never end. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian read out the entire poem. To be honest, when Lin Xian was writing, he didn't feel much. But when he finished reading, his heart was filled with emotions. The image and story of this poem were simply too thick. This entire poem had written about a relationship, a story, and an era. Furthermore, running account. I want you to find a line in this poem about a running account. Which one wasn't a masterpiece? When Lin Xian finished reading, the surroundings were still silent. In heaven, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be entwined branches. Heaven and earth are everlasting. Sometimes it ends. This hatred will never end. Blue Sky Sea and many other poems were muttering Lin Xian's last few lines. Repeatedly deliberating, repeatedly muttering. Xiao Xingyue and Xiao Runing were also stunned on the spot. As girls, their thoughts were more meticulous. They could understand the image and content of this poem more easily. They could understand the helplessness of the woman in this poem, her devotion and steadfastness towards love, and her final sorrow. This hatred will never end. When Lin Xian was reading, they felt as though they had finished watching a movie. The ending was a tragedy that made them cry uncontrollably. Looking back with a smile, the beauties of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. In heaven, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we were willing to be entwined branches. Blue Sky Sea's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Chapter 867. Following Lan Tianhai's praise, the elders and poetry experts couldn't help but applaud. This is little Xian's work. Yi Qianling couldn't believe it and then asked Xiao Zun. I can't believe it. To be able to create such a long and shocking poem in such a short period of time. It's rarely seen in the world. I'm even suspecting that he plagiarized it. It shouldn't be plagiarism. If such a shocking poem existed before, it would have been passed down through the ages. Moreover, little Xian definitely isn't that kind of person. That's right. Maybe he really is a genius. No, he's a monster. Xiao Runing's grandfather, Xiao Qingqing, was also slowly shocked and pleasantly surprised. This poem was of a level that he had rarely seen in so many years. Furthermore, this was from the hands of a junior. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Xian, did you really compose this poem? Asked Lin Xian. Don't think too much. I just feel that this poem is simply too shocking. To be able to create it in such a short period of time is truly shocking. Lan Tianhai asked. Lin Xian nodded. It was created by me in such a short period of time. It's mainly about a beautiful and sad love story. In the face of reality, in the face of power, in the face of one's lover, one has no choice but to sacrifice oneself in order to achieve one's lover. You don't have to say this. The entire poem gave me a sense of story and scene that I've never felt before. It tells a complete story with ups and downs. This is something I've never felt before from a person or a poem. Only now did I know that poems can be written like this. It's possible to write a life and an entire story. Lan Tianhai said in shock. Most importantly, to be able to write such a classic in such a short period of time, such a high-level poem, I admit that I can't compare to even 1/10 of it. An elder sighed. Yeah, this poem even made my nose ache. This story is too beautiful and sad. The level of this poem is simply too high. Especially some of the lines that are even more shocking. Quick, let me see it again. Xiao Qingqing reached out his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian handed the poem over. They all gathered there and then. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Could her handwriting be any uglier? Lan Tianhai couldn't help but write the entire poem on the blackboard. Everyone took a closer look, and the more they looked, the more shocked they became. Running account. Fuck you. Song of Everlasting Regret, Song of Everlasting Regret, the name of this poem. Lan Tianhai let out a long sigh. Whether it was the name or the poem, this poem was simply too beautiful. Furthermore, the beginning of this poem talks about a very, very beautiful woman, and then it tells a story. The entire poem expresses too many things. It's no wonder that little Xian wrote such a long poem. It's because these emotions and the realistic expression can't be finished with just a few sentences or a dozen sentences. Xiao Qingqing exclaimed in admiration. Xiao Runing was also conquered by this scene. Was this really Lin Xian? Are you kidding me? And Xiao Xinyue, she felt that she had been tricked. She had been tricked by this sister, and also by Lin Xian. The height of this poem was too high. It wasn't enough to shock everyone. If it was spread out, it would be a poem that would be passed down through the ages. She seemed to have lost the bet. And Su Zhiming and the rest had nothing to say. Although they felt that it was impossible. It was really impossible. In such a short time, this quality of the poem, young Master Lin, isn't the standard of this poem, and the time it took to compose it a bit too unbelievable? Forgive me for offending you, but most of the people here might find it unbelievable. Su Zhiming couldn't help but say. So young Master Su thinks that I copied it. No, no, no. I just find it unbelievable. Su Zhiming said. Yes, yes. Writing 840 words in less than 10 minutes. Such an exquisite song of everlasting regret is too exaggerated. We can't compare, but we hope that young Master Lin can prove himself. Everyone was discussing. Prove, Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then Lin Xian paced slowly. Thinking of clothes in the clouds, beauty in the flowers, the spring breeze brushing the railings. If not seen on top of the Jade Mountain, it would be seen under the moon in the Jade Pavilion. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking of clothes in the clouds, beauty in the flowers, Lon Tianhai couldn't help but mumble to himself in amazement. Everyone, a poem in 3 steps. That's right. Lin Xian only took 3 steps. Su Zhiming clenched his fists. This was another damn poem that would be passed down through the ages. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue's beautiful eyes also lit up. Then Lin Xian paced again. There's a beauty in the north, unique and independent. A glance at her could topple a city, a second glance could topple a country. Everyone, if it's not enough, Lin Xian continued pacing. Bright and clear like the moon covered by light clouds, drifting like the flowing snow returning to the wind. Captivating the birds and fish, shaming the moon and blooming the flowers melancholy, one after another, shocking poems came out of Lin Xian's mouth. Everyone, that's right. They were speechless. And Su Zhiming's face was even more stiff. Then I should have finished explaining how I could compose the 840-word song of everlasting regret in less than 10 minutes, right? Lin Xian asked Su Zhiming. Su Zhiming gritted his teeth and then clasped his fists at Lin Xian. It's young Master Lin's talent. I couldn't wait. Ha ha ha, Xiao Zun and the others' eyes lit up. Good, good. They already knew that their daughter had good taste, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to have such shocking literary talent. They had picked up a treasure. If the 2 of them gave birth to a baby, then wouldn't it be perfect genes with perfect genes? Perfect. No, no, they had to give birth quickly. Their faces were glowing. Lin Xian, their son-in-law, had won them so much face. Sis, is this called not knowing how to write poems? Xiao Xinyue looked at Xiao Runing with some despair. I want to know more. Xiao Runing was also helpless. Lon Tianhai walked down and couldn't help but pat Lin Xian's shoulder. Genius, you're definitely a genius. Every 3 steps you took to compose a poem. Every line and every poem will be passed down through the ages. Lin Xian, it's a loss for the whole continent if you don't further your studies in this field. Lin Xian smiled and then shook his head. No, I'm not interested in this field. Although I love to study, I'm more focused on cultivation now. After all, this is an era where strength is respected. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. Lon Tianhai let out a long sigh. That. Uncle Lon, it's the song of everlasting regret. Do you think it can be included in the textbook? Of course, of course. Lin Xian grinned. Thank you, Uncle Lon. Then he turned and raised his eyebrows at Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue, after that, countless students expressed their hatred for Lin Xian. Because they had an additional 840-word poem, The Song of Everlasting Regret. Who knew how many students it had tortured? Chapter 868. Right now, the one feeling the worst wasn't Qin Ming or Su Jiming, but Xiao Xinyue. Because she lost the bet. She had previously vowed that she wouldn't go back on her word because she thought that Lin Xian would lose. Then, reality hit her in the head. Lost, what should she do if she lost? Her mind was currently blank. If she lost, she would have to become Lin Xian's girlfriend. No, she had to go back on her word. How could she become Lin Xian's girlfriend just like that? Although she wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, this was a major event in a girl's life. It wasn't something that could be decided by a bet. Although she didn't hate Lin Xian and even had some feelings for him, as a super conservative girl, if she were to become Lin Xian's girlfriend like that, she would even look down on herself. Although she would also look down on herself if she went back on her word. Alright, today's poetry recital will end here. This is also the most amazing poetry recital I've had in so many years. Thank you little Xian for coming. At the same time, I also want to congratulate Brother Xiao on finding such a good son-in-law. Lon Tianhai laughed. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. Xiao Zun couldn't stop laughing. Lin Xian really gave him a lot of face today. Everyone, drink some tea, eat some food, and take a rest. Next up is our last martial arts segment. Little Xian, didn't you say that you would focus more on cultivation? You also want to participate in this martial arts competition. Lon Tianhai looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Right now, he was simply too curious about Lin Xian. He even wanted to see if he was as outstanding in martial arts. I don't think so. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. I do. Yi Qianling nodded repeatedly. Lin Xian, Yi Qianling walked over and patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, Good luck. Lin Xian, damn. Since his mother-in-law had said so, then wouldn't he have no choice but to participate? Yeah, then young Master Lin will definitely participate, Su Jiming said with a smile. However, he was calculating in his heart. He had won the literary battle through opportunistic means, but he had great confidence in the martial battle. One had to know that he was the second place of the Ice Capital's Tianwu tournament. At the same time, Qin Ming also had the same thought. He was ranked third in the Tianwu tournament in the Ice Capital. What did it mean for them to be second and third? It was similar to China's Tiandu's ranking in the Tianwu Assembly. In other words, among their peers in this Tianwu Assembly, they were the best in the most prosperous city with the most experts. In other words, they were the best in the entire continent. Would they be afraid of a kid from a third-tier city? If it was a brat from a third-tier city, he might have a slight chance of having literary talent, but in terms of strength, it was impossible for him to compare to the dignified Ice City, the capital of the Ice Country. This time, Lin Xian must participate in the martial arts competition. He must personally take down Lin Xian. Then let's participate. Lin Xian said faintly. That's right. It doesn't matter if you lose, just treat it as making friends through martial arts. Our poetry and martial arts competitions are all about stopping when it's appropriate. The main purpose is to make friends. All year round, you are busy with other things. Every year, only at this time can you gather together to exchange ideas. This is a rare opportunity, so little Xian, you must seize it. Yi Qianling said to Lin Xian. Understood, auntie. And, rest first. Ning Ning, why don't you peel some fruits for little Xian? Oh, coming. Xiao Runing then unhappily peeled fruits for Lin Xian. On the surface, she still had to show a loving expression. Lin Xian, of course, enjoyed the yuppie scene, especially the envious gazes of the surrounding people. Hey, how did you come up with those poems? Xiao Runing and Lin Xian went to a corner and asked curiously. If you said that Lin Xian was really talented, Xiao Runing really didn't believe it. That's how I wrote it. Come on, are you really that talented? Fuck. Sister, you don't know that I'm talented, but you can't generalize that I'm not talented. I just never showed it to the outside world. Tell me, what could I do when I couldn't cultivate? Other than studying, all I could do was study, right? Lin Xian said. But your sister told me that you didn't like studying. You were always dispirited. Other than playing games, all you did was play games. Lin Xian. That's because she didn't know. On the surface, I was like that. But you also know that I came from an orphanage, so I was more mature. Secretly, I also knew that if I couldn't cultivate, I had to have a skill, right? So I studied in secret. Sigh, you guys don't understand me. Lin Xian sighed. Xiao Runing bit her lip slightly. What Lin Xian had said was simply too true. Furthermore, he had really written such a good poem in front of everyone. But I really like your chief's hate song. The story is so sad and beautiful. Is it true? Are you stupid? Didn't I say that this is the plot of a novel? What novel do you recommend? I want to read it. I can unleash unlimited moves. The author is Yunjifan. From what I know, he's a handsome guy who is about as handsome as me. Go read it when you have time. Tisk Xiao Runing clicked her tongue and said, he's definitely more handsome than you. Lin Xian nodded. I agree with you. Then I'll definitely go read it when I have time. I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I'm going to chat with my sister-in-law. Lin Xian then walked away with a smile. Xiao Runing was speechless. Did this bastard like Xiao Xinyue? Xiao Xinyue refused to appear on the same screen as Lin Xian, so she stayed in a corner, quietly drinking a cup of iced red tea and playing with her phone. Then she saw a figure standing in front of her. She slowly raised her head, and her small face flushed red. Little Xinyue, you lost. Lin Xian couldn't help but tease her. So what if I lost? Xiao Xinyue muttered. Then the bet, no. Lin Xian was speechless. Wow. You're actually such a person. In fact, Lin Xian didn't think that Xiao Xinyue would abide by the bet. It was too difficult. Moreover, it depended on the person. Xiao Xinyue was very conservative. It was quite difficult to use a bet to determine her lifelong partner. Xiao Xinyue's small face was slightly red. Then, she helplessly tidied the loose hair in front of her forehead. She looked at Lin Xian and said, I did lose. Breaching the contract was my fault, but this bet is too difficult for me to accept. How about, you name 2 conditions? I'll definitely do it if I can. Sigh, Lin Xian sighed. 3, 3. Xiao Xinyue knew that she didn't keep her promise, and she also knew that it was her fault, so she was very embarrassed. Alright, it seems like it's difficult for you. 3 conditions it is. But you can't go back on these 3 conditions, right? Xiao Xinyue nodded. Ding. Xiao Xinyue's favorability towards you +5. Chapter 869. It was really strange for a girl to like a guy more. For example, Lin Xian chose to accommodate Xiao Xinyue, and then her favorability increased. This actually reflected that Xiao Xinyue didn't choose to break the contract because she pretended to be reserved. She really didn't want to. She was very happy that Lin Xian didn't force her. Anyway, there were only 3 conditions. What else could there be? I've already thought about the first condition. Lin Xian said to Xiao Xinyue. Say it. Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian seriously. Kiss me. Xiao Xinyue, hey, you won't reject this condition, right? If you reject it again, I'll really be heartbroken. Xiao Xinyue, wow. So uncomfortable. Xiao Xinyue didn't know what to say. Yes, it was easier to accept than being his girlfriend. After all, being his girlfriend meant that in the future, not only would there be kisses, there would also be sex. But right now, it was just a kiss. It was still acceptable. But kissing him like this was too unbearable. But she had already broken the contract once. Could she break it again? If she broke the contract again, she would really look down on herself. And thinking about it, it didn't seem like a big deal. It was just a kiss on his face. Okay, Xiao Xinyue said with a slight sigh. Lin Xian was delighted. Then it's a deal. I'll go to your room when we get home tonight. Xiao Xinyue, don't, go to the little forest next door. Xiao Xinyue said hurriedly. What? You want to go to the little forest with me? Xiao Xinyue, no, the main thing was that she found it too difficult to accept. At home, Lin Xian was in her room. Although she knew that Lin Xian and Xiao Runing were fake, what would her parents think if they saw it? It was better to go to the little forest. Ah no, to kiss in the little forest where there was no one. Lin Xian then said with a smile, why would uncle and auntie think too much? Instead, if we go to the little forest and get seen, they'll think too much. Okay, Xiao Xinyue said helplessly. I'm going home to kiss my sister-in-law. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Lin Xian then walked away with a grin. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. What did you say to Xinyue? Lin Xian walked to Xiao Runing's side. Xiao Runing asked curiously. Xiao Runing felt that this bastard had a bad feeling about her sister. It was the feeling of a pervert seeing his prey. This was Xiao Runing's intuition. After all, her sister was indeed pretty. It's nothing. She just wanted me to be her boyfriend, but I refused. Xiao Runing, dream on. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then tonight, Xiao Ningning, Lin Xian smirked. Xiao Runing, go to hell. It would have been better if Lin Xian didn't mention it. Now that he did, she was angry and embarrassed. Inexplicably, her first time had been ruined by her own mother. She was also very upset. No, I can't die yet. There are still so many girls waiting for me to comfort them. There are also the Xiao sisters waiting for me. Xiao Runing, was this bastard serious? The Xiao sisters. Xiao Xinyue and her. Could it be that he really had designs on the 2 sisters? That was too scary. You really should go to hell. Xiao Runing was really angry. She couldn't fight with Lin Xian in this place. Otherwise, she would definitely beat him up. Lin Xian grinned and hugged Xiao Runing's slender waist. This was what angered Xiao Runing the most. In this place, they were a couple. Lin Xian hugging her was super normal. Did you think she could avoid Lin Xian's actions? If she tried to avoid it, she would be caught. That was why Lin Xian was taking advantage of her so unscrupulously. I'm warning you. When we get back to Lin and City, I won't let you off. Xiao Runing said fiercely. Then before we get back to Lin and City, I will make you feel despair. Lin Xian laughed. Xiao Runing. Why did she think of bringing this stinky hooligan home? What a loss. Alright, everyone, please move to the palace's arena. We will now prepare for a friendly martial arts competition. Lon Tianhai said at this moment. Then, everyone left this place one after another. They went out of the hall and walked towards an open-air martial arts arena. Lin Xian couldn't help but be surprised. This imperial palace was really big, and there was even this kind of open-air martial arts arena. The martial arts arena wasn't too big, but the number of people who could sit and watch in a circle was at least tens of thousands. Those who want to compete, please come up to the arena to count. Then, about 20 people walked up. There weren't many because everyone knew that there would be some very powerful geniuses. They were just cannon fodder compared to these geniuses, so they couldn't be bothered to compete. Wasn't that just looking for humiliation? Therefore, the 20 or so people who went up were either top-notch in terms of strength, or they were purely brainless. However, although there weren't many people, they were all elites. Everyone could also see the growth and changes of each person in this year. It was also a very important segment. There were exactly 24 people. Xiao Xinyue didn't participate. Originally, she was prepared to participate in this segment, but because she lost a bet to Lin Xian and had to kiss him, her mood suddenly turned bad. Then, she didn't want to participate. Xiao Runing, on the other hand, participated. She had already agreed to participate. Now, what was she looking forward to? She was looking forward to fighting Lin Xian. Yes, she was very unhappy. She wanted to beat up Lin Xian. Qin Ming and Su Jiming glanced at Lin Xian intentionally or unintentionally. They were also looking forward to fighting with Lin Xian because to them, defeating Lin Xian was equivalent to stepping on his head. It was equivalent to telling everyone that they were stronger than Lin Xian. Telling Xiao Xinyue that he was stronger than her sister's boyfriend. Be outstanding. If you choose me, at least in terms of finding a boyfriend, you will be better than your sister. This was a friendly martial arts competition, not a normal martial arts competition. Therefore, they didn't choose their opponents by drawing lots, but by choosing their opponents. What were they doing by drawing lots? The numbers were from 1 to 24. Starting from number 1, they would choose their favorite opponent and fight with them. Once they had made their choice, the people behind them wouldn't be able to choose their opponent for the time being. They would have to wait for the next round. Therefore, Su Jiming, Qin Ming, and even Xiao Xinyue were praying that no one would pick Lin Xian first. Lin Xian glanced at his number. Damn, number 24. Does that mean that I'm destined to be the one chosen? Su Jiming glanced at his number. It was number 3. He was very close to the front. He had a good chance of picking Lin Xian. Qin Ming glanced at his number. It was number 12. He glanced at Su Jiming. He knew that Su Jiming must have the same idea as him. However, he didn't know what his number was. Xiao Runing also glanced at her number. It was number 23. Damn!